I stayed at home for a century, when I emerged I was invincible. Chapter 401, Opportunities. There were 2 mountain peaks on the island. He Yu and Qianming had joined forces and seized the treasures on one of the mountain peaks. They had also killed some experts from the Heavenly Temple and the Tianyu Tower. However, danger was also waiting for them. A Dao realm expert left the island in advance and waited outside to ambush them. On the other mountain peak, the fight was intense, but after some time, a winner was also determined. Your disciple, Wang Luo, servant, Du Yuan, and the inheritor of your lucky mystic realm, the little evil king, have obtained a supreme treasure. Their fate and cultivation have soared. You have been rewarded with 100 Dao principles. At this moment, the island began to shake and cracks appeared. The power that suppressed cultivation levels began to weaken. A crisis had arrived. Many Dao realm experts left the island and prepared themselves to fight for the treasures. He Yu and Qianming regrouped with Wang Luo and the other 2. You want to kill us? Keep on dreaming. Wang Luo chuckled and waved his hand. A special pill appeared and enveloped the 5 of them. Then, the pill turned into a small stone and sank into the ocean together with the island. Without any tricks, how would they have dared to go after the treasures? Outside the island, Ji Dexin looked on as the island crumbled. Seeing that He Yu and the others had not come out, he turned around and left. He had also reached one of the mountain peaks. However, the moment he saw the treasure, he gave up fighting for it. Ji Dexin realized that the waters of the 9 zones were getting deeper and deeper. There were many powerful hidden experts who had left behind schemes. Even if he had a backer, he would try not to provoke those people if he could. There was no need to get himself into trouble. His main goal was to break through to the Daiyuan realm by borrowing the fate of the human race. Chu Xian was not too bothered with what was going on with his disciples. The 60-year milestone was fast approaching, and he was preparing to break through to the Daiyuan realm. He hoped that the system's reward would be something that would help him with this. The Origin Dao crystal was on the verge of upgrading and transforming, and Chu Yi and Chu Er had already transformed and reached the Dao realm. They were no bona fide living beings. However, even though they were man and woman, they were unable to reproduce. At least for the time being, they did not have this ability. After stepping into the Dao realm, their cultivation advanced much faster than any ordinary Dao realm cultivator, thanks to the Origin Dao crystal's nourishment. In just half a month, they reached the 2nd level of the Dao realm. Elsewhere, the city in the sky in the desolate ancient zone was already in a state of chaos. Ominous beings, blood fiends, and the Dao realm experts of the various races were all killing one another. Qin Ying, Ren Changhe, Xiao Liang, and Hu Tianya were all in the city. They were also fighting to obtain some precious treasures. Xiao Liang had considerable combat prowess, and also had a treasure like the slow vine. He was almost invincible among his peers. Coincidentally, the city in the sky also suppressed one's cultivation level. Hu Tianya had transformed into a white tiger divine beast. In this form, he was not the slightest bit weaker than Xiao Liang. The 2 of them could be said to be the 2 strongest people in the city in the sky. Qin Ying and Ren Changhe also held their own as well. Some of the Dao realm experts joined forces to deal with Xiao Liang and Hu Tianya, trying to eliminate them from the competition. The battle was extremely intense, forcing Xiao Liang and Hu Tianya to join forces, after which they defeated their opponents. After that, no one targeted them. They simply hoped that they were the ones fated for the opportunity. It was not always the strongest who would succeed. The city was surrounded by Dao aura, and had a special protective power. Based on their speculation, this city had once been presided over by a Daiyuan realm expert for a long time, which caused the entire city to become a treasure. Chapter 402, Supporting Each Other. Of course, the Dao aura in the city was no longer as dense as it was back then. Still, it was now comparable to the Dao aura exuded by a 30th level Dao realm expert. From this, it could be seen that the Daeyuan expert in charge of this city back then had not been weak. Chu Xian suspected that this city used to belong to some family, and that the Daeyuan realm expert was that family's ancestor. Furthermore, it was definitely not a human city. Back then, no human force had occupied a city, and human Daeyuan realm experts remained hidden. Some probably even left the 9 zones to avoid being hunted down by the other overlord races. Before the previous Great Dao era, Daeyuan realm experts could freely leave the 9 zones and head into the chaos. Now, only those whose Dao path to a certain length and width could leave the 9 zones, which was due to the 3 races trying to eliminate the Great Dao calamity back then. Feng Kong's Jade Crystal Palace had been activated recently, from which he obtained a powerful celestial race technique. This was within his expectations, and could be considered Feng Kong's opportunity. In fact, Chu Xian was certain that even if Wang Luo had not saved him back then, Feng Kong would have recovered by now. The Jade Crystal Palace was something prepared by a celestial race Daeyuan realm expert. That person would not have sat idle and allowed Feng Kong to die, lest their plans for the 9 zones be thwarted. In the Great Dao communication group, King Slayer was about to make his move. "Master, I'm about to enter the calamity." The King Slayer's extreme Dao of slaughter required him to cultivate through slaughter, which there was plenty of during the calamity. "Why do you want to enter the calamity?" "Master, I gained new insights, and will no longer kill indiscriminately. I wish to seek out the true extreme Dao of slaughter, and the Great Daeyuan calamity is the best opportunity for this. There's no suitable opponent for you in the 9 zones. Just wait a little longer." "Yes, Master." King Slayer did not dare to disobey Chu Xian's instructions. Chu Xian pondered this matter briefly. When a 10th level Dao realm expert entered the calamity, that would be the right time for King Slayer, a 12th level Dao realm expert, to do so as well. Once he did, his cultivation level would probably increase by leaps and bounds. The calamity was the perfect place for him to grow. The city in the sky of the desolate ancient zone is not simple. I saw a peerless genius here. He's too powerful. Ying Kong popped up. At the same time, he used his Dao aura to transmit the image of the city in the sky and sent it to the group. Chu Xian was surprised. Ying Kong was actually in the city in the sky. The others in the group chat started to question Ying Kong about the situation. Ying Kong answered them one by one. He focused on boasting about how powerful Xiaoliang and Hu Tianya were, and how they suppressed other experts. It's a pity that their cultivation levels are too low. Otherwise, they would be good opponents, King Slayer said regretfully. Many others in the group chat expressed their eagerness to enter the calamity. "Since Senior Chu gathered us all in this group, if we meet in the outside world, we should help each other and overcome the Great Daeyuan calamity together," Luo Xinbei suddenly said. Everyone expressed their approval. In any case, so far, there was no one with life or death grudges among the group chat members. Moreover, it was true that Chu Xian had brought them together, so they could not help but wonder if this was his intention in the first place. "However, we need something by which to recognize each other. Something no one else has or will recognize," someone said. Huang Long jumped out. "That's easy. I'll give each of you a time jade token and leave a special mark on it. Whoever holds the token is one of ours." Mo2 also chimed in, "Make a unique mark for each person. If the jade token's mark does not match the user's mark, it means that the jade token was stolen from a group member. In that case, everyone should do their best to kill that person." The Dao realm experts in the Dao group were all excited. The jade tokens would be created by Huang Long, a Daeyuan realm expert, and could be considered special treasures. Huang Long started to transfer the time jade tokens to the group chat members. Chu Xian was amused by this. Still, if the group chat members entered the calamity and got into conflict with his disciples, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to give the jade tokens to his disciples as well to avoid this unwanted scenario. "I have some people in the 9 zones. Don't get into a conflict with them. You'll understand when you see them. Chu Xian did not reveal that they were his disciples. This was to prevent these guys from constantly flattering his disciples to curry favor with him. Understood, Senior Chu. Hong Yuanchuo and the other Daiyuan realm experts were surprised, and wondered who these people were and what Daoist Chu's instructions were for them. Was Daoist Chu trying to maintain the order of the 9 zones? In any case, this was a good thing. Chu Xian used the Dao aura of the origin Dao crystal to leave marks on his disciples to avoid conflict with the cultivators from the Great Dao communication group. Another 3 years had passed. Su Xianer was also about to break through to the Dao realm. Chu Pingfen had killed a Dao realm cultivator who had been chasing him. The battle for the city in the sky's supreme treasure had also come to an end, and the results were about to be revealed. It was worth mentioning that Ding Yu had also entered the city in the sky a year and a half ago. In the end, Chu Xian's disciples had joined forces. Ying Kong also chose to support them. The supreme treasure of the city in the sky was actually a lump of chaotic energy, and also a special Dao principle. Ding Yu and the others ignored the special Dao principle, as it was not something they had cultivated, and was rather useless in that regard. Moreover, who knew if there were problems with the Dao principle, and instead focused on the lump of chaotic energy, which was sufficiently large to split between themselves. Chu Xian decided that he would pass on more techniques to his disciples after he reached the Daiyuan realm. At the same time, he would also purify the aura left behind by a certain fellow in his disciples' bodies. Chapter 403, Expansion of the 9 Zones. Your disciples have emerged victorious and obtained a supreme treasure. Their fate and cultivation levels have soared. You have been rewarded with 100 Dao principles. After obtaining the treasure and splitting the loot, his disciples fled to avoid being hunted down. Incidentally, Ying Kong also obtained a portion of the special Dao principle, which he planned to fuse into his own Dao principle to strengthen it and hopefully advance to the 5th level of the Dao realm. Not long after, news that Ding Yu and the others possessed chaotic energy spread, and many Dao realm experts started to search for them. Some even worked together. However, Ding Yu and the others had already escaped without a trace. The 9 zones were vast, so finding someone was easier said than done. It was easier said than done to find one. Moreover, Ding Yu and the others were very good at hiding. Not long after, a huge mountain suddenly rose up in the southern zone. There seemed to be chaotic energy lingering on its peak. Once the news spread, countless Dao realm experts flooded the area, and another great battle began. At this time, one region in the central zone was incorporated in the heavenly Dao laws, as well as another in the eastern zone. The expansion of the 9 zones continued as new battlefields and treasure lands appeared, showing no signs of stopping. This meant that the current 9 zones was still a long way from its initial or peak size. Chu Xian was uncertain as to whether the desolate ancient zone was also expanding. On the other hand, the space where Hong Yuanchuo and the other Daiyuan realm experts were residing underwent such changes. This space was the place closest to the Great Dao, and also the place where one had to pass through to leave the 9 zones. In ancient times, it should have been the place where the powerful existences of the immortal, god, and demon clans lived. It was called the Heavenly Domain, and apart from the residences constructed by the various Daiyuan realm experts, it appeared to be very desolate and empty. Chu Xian wondered how big the 9 zones had been at their peak. Had the backlash caused by the 3 races back then caused the 9 zones to shrink by this much? Had their plan caused great damage to the 9 zones? A large portion of the treasure lands and ancient battlefields had been left behind by the 3 races before they were expelled from the Great Dao. These naturally contained many treasures, but were also contingency plans that the 3 races had prepared in case they failed. As the 9 zones expanded, the heavenly Dao laws would naturally expand and improve alongside it. The heavenly Dao divine tree, the spirit-devouring flower, had benefited greatly from this, and its strength increased rapidly. In fact, it took many of the treasure lands and ancient battlefields for itself. This was also true for the sky-shaking golden rock, and the heavenly spirit cat, which were now heavenly Dao divine beasts. Chu Xian could not help but think of Huanglong and the other creatures of the Great Dao. Were they derived from the Great Dao, or did they become creatures of the Great Dao due to other factors? All three of the creatures of the Great Dao in the group chat had been born during this Great Dao era, which seemed rather suspicious. The timing was too coincidental. In any case, if the heavenly Dao divine tree and divine beasts were created or appointed by Chu Xian, it was likely that something or someone had done the same for the creatures of the Great Dao. When the Great Dao had been born, there had been no living beings. In that case, how had the creatures of the Great Dao appeared? Chu Xian had a couple of guesses. First, Huanglong and the other two were once powerful cultivators who had schemed against the Great Dao. After their failure, they were suppressed by the Great Dao and fell. However, since their plan did not completely fail, they eventually turned into creatures of the Great Dao. Chapter 404, Blood Flower. Secondly, when an expert was scheming against the Great Dao, that person integrated the creatures of the Great Dao into the Great Dao with the intention of using them to control the Great Dao. However, they failed in the end and the creatures of the Great Dao became free. Thirdly, during the last Great Dao calamity, the Great Dao sensed danger and gave birth to these creatures of the Great Dao and made them its guardians. Chu Xian was more inclined to the third possibility. After all, the creatures of the Great Dao could not leave the Great Dao, and their fate was also intertwined with the Great Dao. If they were considered guardians, then he had to consider how to deal with them. Would they be able to betray the Great Dao? Perhaps if they entered the Heavenly Dao, this might be possible. However, the Heavenly Dao laws would have to grow stronger before this could happen. This might be also an opportunity for the Heavenly Dao laws to devour the Great Dao. However, this all hinged on his own strength, and the strength of the Heavenly Dao laws. He would know for certain if such a method would work once the Heavenly Dao laws took over the 9 zones. This was not his only avenue either. There was still the plan to construct the reincarnation cycle in the 9 zones. However, he lacked a supreme treasure to support the reincarnation cycle, and the reincarnation Dao principle had to grow into a great Dao principle first. Chu Xian's Dao realm cultivation foundation had been strengthened and stabilized, so he decided to focus on turning the reincarnation Dao principle into a great Dao principle. He hoped to achieve this before the 60-year milestone. Time passed quickly and, in the blink of an eye, there was less than a month left before the 60-year milestone. A unique Great Dao principle appeared in front of Chu Xian. Finally, before the 60-year milestone arrived, he managed to refine and perfect the reincarnation Dao principle into a great Dao principle. Even though it was still relatively weak, it had been fully transformed. Now, he was ready to break through to the Daoyuan realm. Su Xianer had broken through to the Dao realm. After making a brief trip around the northern zone, she quickly returned. Compared to the opportunities and treasures out there, it was better for her to stay by Chu Xian's side and receive his teachings and treasures. The 9 zones continued to expand, and the Great Daoyuan calamity became more intense. As the Heavenly Dao laws continued to expand, there was only one region in the eastern zone that had yet to be taken over by the Heavenly Dao laws. However, the expansion of the 9 zones was a double-edged sword. The additional territory meant that the Heavenly Dao laws too had to cover more ground, which slowed down the process of expansion. Chu Xian did not interfere, and allowed the Heavenly Dao laws to expand silently. In the western zone, only the northern region had yet to be incorporated into the Heavenly Dao laws. That was the Blood Fiend race's territory. Incidentally, the Blood Fiends had also been very active during the calamity, and had obtained a large chunk of fate and treasures for themselves. When Chu Xian looked at the northern region of the western zone, he could vaguely see traces of pure demonic power. However, because it was still rejected by the Great Dao, there was not a lot of it. The demon race Grand Elder and the other remnant members of the demon race had all awoken part of their ancient demon bloodline, and also inherited the secret techniques of the ancient demon race, which made them more powerful. Their battle with the Buddhist clan continued. Although there were demon race Dao realm experts who entered the 9 zones, they chose not to interfere with the war due to their confusion with which side to support. After all, they had also been cultivating Buddhist Dharma, yet were also demons by descent. It was a conundrum. He Yu had reached the 3rd level of the Dao realm, as had Ding Yu, Xiao Liang, Hu Tianya, and Demon Buddha. Wang Luo and Xiang Xing were both 2nd level Dao realm experts who were on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of the Dao realm. The rest, including Qian Ming, were still at the 1st level of the Dao realm. New Dao realm experts emerged from the desolate ancient zone. Many searched for treasures and opportunities, while others from forces with grudges with Chu Xian's disciples began to chase them down again. This was especially true for Chu Pingfen. Many experts seemed to have a bone to pick with the extreme Dao, likely due to King Slayer. Thanks to the Crystal Jade Palace, Feng Kong had reached the 6th level of the Dao realm, and now seemed to exude a celestial aura. Chu Xian observed what was going on in the 9 zones, and how his disciples were faring. On the whole, everything was still within his control. Many geniuses were also popping up among the various races of the 9 zones, though Ji Dexin was still at the forefront. Qin Qiun was still in a state of deep sleep. As she slept, her cultivation continued to increase. She had now reached the 1st level of the Dao realm, and her fox soul had 7 tails. A huge blood flower appeared in the ocean, which devoured all life within thousands of miles around it. It emitted a special aura that lured living beings over to be devoured. Even a Dao realm expert had fallen prey to it. The blood flower itself was a supreme treasure, and also a 7th level Dao realm existence. Chu Xian's eyes looked strange. He thought back to what he had seen before. There had been many blood flowers in the ocean back then, but almost all of them had disappeared, leaving only this one. Perhaps they had all fused together to form this huge blood flower. Chu Xian could sense that the blood flower wanted to steal fate, especially the fate of some heavens blessed, and even Dao realm experts. By doing so, it would be able to connect itself to the laws of heaven and earth. It wanted to become a part of the laws of heaven and earth, and control a part of it. Chu Xian laughed. Someone seemed to want to use the blood flower as a medium to obtain a part of the power of the laws of heaven and earth and use it to allow their clone to enter the 9 zones. Unfortunately, most of the laws of heaven and earth had been devoured by the heavenly Dao laws, so that person's plan was destined for failure. Of course, the heavenly Dao laws had yet to extend to the ocean area where the blood flower was. In any case, given the current strength of the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 zones, the blood flower would not be able to do anything even if it successfully infiltrated the laws of heaven and earth. Chu Xian decided that when King Slayer entered the calamity, he would get this self-styled disciple of his to cut down the blood flower. Even though it was harmless, it was still disgusting. Chapter 405, Schemes Everywhere. The spirit-devouring flower was very interested in the blood flower, but Chu Xian restrained it. If the heavenly Dao divine tree revealed itself, the heavenly Dao talisman plan might be exposed. Chu Xian observed the situation in the 9 zones and spotted traces of schemes by various hidden experts everywhere. Even the human race had quite a few of them. Chu Xian was wondering whether the genius who created the human race's cultivation technique would return during the Great Dao calamity. Chu Xian was sure that he was not dead. How strong was that person now? Some of the later experts of the human race had disappeared one after another. Was it related to this person? Chu Xian's intuition told him that the human race's experts from back then were planning something. They were ostracized from the ancient chaos world. Would the experts of the human race be willing to accept this? Chu Xian did not think so. He then turned his attention to Feng Kong, who had been cultivating the celestial race cultivation technique recorded in the Jade Crystal Palace. As a result, traces of the aura of that celestial race expert around him. If this aura accumulated, that Dayuan realm celestial race expert would be able to use Feng Kong's body as a medium to descend upon the 9 zones and avoid the rejection of the Great Dao. After all, Feng Kong was a native of the 9 zones. I'll find a chance to purify the aura around Feng Kong's body, but before that, I'll let that celestial race Daiyuan expert train my follower. Chu Xian smiled. His other disciples would all eventually face the same problem as Feng Kong, given that most of the opportunities appearing in the 9 zones now were part of schemes left behind by those beyond the 9 zones. Chu Xian looked at Demon Buddha, whose demon race bloodline had undergone an atavism. After several clashes with the demon race Grand Elder, he had caught the attention of the hidden expert. However, atavism was not the same as a purified bloodline. Because Demon Buddha cultivated Buddhist Dharma, his ancient demon race bloodline was not awakened. However, when it was, then that hidden expert would likely descend with a wisp of his soul and use Demon Buddha to roam the 9 zones. Chu Xian chuckled. Some guys are really good at scheming and playing chess. However, the only thing in store for you guys is shame and embarrassment. It was not that easy to take advantage of his disciples. While Chu Xian was preparing for his breakthrough, in a certain cave in the desolate ancient zone, a young man was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by strange lights. Wisps of Dao aura gathered around him and gradually integrated into his body. He was Yang Tian, the human race's most recent rising talent. He had killed many enemies and obtained great fate amidst the calamity. His strength had soared rapidly and he had broken through to the Dao realm. After he broke through, he killed a Dao realm blood fiend. People were calling him the second coming of Ji Dexin. He had even overshadowed Ding Yu, Xiao Liang, and the other human geniuses. It was rumored that he was of humble birth, similar to Jian Ming, and his origins were a mystery. Yang Tian opened his eyes and moved his body around, trying to familiarize himself with his new body. His aura fluctuated as he broke through without stopping and without any bottlenecks. Within a short period of time, he had broken through to the 7th level of the Dao realm. He walked out of the cave, looked up at the sky of the 9 zones, and muttered to himself, 9 zones, I've returned. Desolate ancient zone. The 9 zones have not recovered to their peak state yet. Although the 3 races plan failed, it still caused immense damage to the 9 zones. How many of the myriad races of the 9 zones are left now? Yang Tian walked through the desolate ancient zone, heading toward the primordial land. He raised his head and looked at the sky. I wonder what changes the primordial land has undergone. Yang Tian kept moving forward. He seemed to be very familiar with the desolate ancient zone and the primordial land. Chapter 406, Chaotic Purple Light. He stood outside the primordial land and looked into the distance with a strange expression on his face. After a long while, he muttered, there haven't been too many changes, but the human race has become stronger. Yang Tian turned around and left. Back in the cave, the light in Yang Tian's eyes began to dim, and the original Yang Tian regained control of his body. Kid, your cultivation level is decent, but your cultivation foundation isn't strong enough. Work hard and you won't have any bottlenecks before the 7th level. A voice rang out in his soul. You're really my ancestor? Yang Tian asked curiously. Since he had such a powerful ancestor, why was he born with such a lowly background? It's been a long time. A very long time. Then, the voice fell silent, as if it had never been there in the first place. Yang Tian left the cave and headed to the treasure lands to seek out opportunities to strengthen his cultivation foundation. After he had regained control of his body, his cultivation level fell back down to the 1st level of the Dao realm. Chu Xian did not realize that someone from the outside had entered the 9 zones through Yang Tian. He was waiting for the arrival of the 60-year milestone, and the corresponding breakthrough to the Daiyuan realm. Finally, the 60-year milestone arrived. You've been living in seclusion for 60 years and have not left the courtyard. You implemented the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan that accelerated the progress of the Great Daiyuan calamity, nurtured talented disciples, and set a new record. You have been rewarded with a wisp of chaotic purple light. Chu Xian was startled. He could not help but think of the purple light that split the chaos when it was born. Hiss! It was an absolute treasure. Even a wisp of it was terrifying. Chu Xian was overjoyed. The chaotic purple light could split the chaos apart, so it was naturally very suitable to open one's Dao path. It was a true path-opening treasure. Chu Xian took a deep breath and examined the system's reward. Chaotic purple light, the first light to split the chaos, can also split the great Dao and overcome the chaotic calamity. It was powerful. Chu Xian immediately prepared to use the chaotic purple light to break through to the Daiyuan realm and open his Dao path. He received the chaotic purple light. A ray of purple light appeared and instantly entered his body. Many Dao principles were intertwined with the purple light. Chu Xian started to break through. In order to prevent any disturbances, Chu Xian specifically told Su Xianer not to disturb him. With a wave of his hand, he set up layers of protection around him, which concealed his presence and aura. The Daiyuan realm was about opening the Dao path. How would one open their Dao path? Naturally, it was by using the Great Dao as the basis to open up a Dao path of their own. Most Daiyuan realm experts opened up their Dao path based on the Dao principle they had the greatest comprehension of. Every other Dao principle they had merely supplemented and strengthened their main Dao principle. Only extremely special Daiyuan realm experts would open up more than a single Dao path. However, no matter what or how many Dao principles one used, they were still rooted in the Great Dao. People had tried to open their Dao paths in the chaos back then, but had failed due to the difficulty and instability of doing so. The Dao path would collapse the moment the chaos fluctuated. Furthermore, it did not provide a comparable boost to one's strength. It was precisely because of this that no one chose to open their Dao path in the chaos. Unless of course one had a supreme treasure that could stabilize and continuously open up the Dao path in the chaos. However, not only were such supreme treasures far too rare, even if one succeeded, in the early and middle stages, one would be far weaker than those who opened up their Dao path based on the Great Dao. Chu Xian had the chaotic purple light, so the drawbacks of opening up a Dao path in the chaos did not exist for him. Moreover, he was not just opening up a normal Dao path, but a miniature version of the Great Dao. However, he would not leave the 9 zones to head to the chaos. It was too dangerous. He still wanted to continue his record of staying at home. Moreover, his goal was for the heavenly Dao laws to devour the Great Dao. Therefore, he would also use the 9 zones Great Dao as the foundation to open his Dao path. A wisp of purple light appeared, and Chu Xian's aura gradually strengthened and transformed. Indistinctly, the invisible Great Dao seemed to be manifested under Chu Xian's feet. Under the guidance of the purple light, all of his Dao principles fused into a miniature Great Dao. Chu Xian did not merge the reincarnation Great Dao principle, Ghost Great Dao principle, or the Buddhist Great Dao principle with his other Dao principles. These were independent existences, and would become one of his trump cards. The purple light spread and connected to the Great Dao. As the purple light moved forward, a miniature Great Dao that seemed to be a copy of the Great Dao started to spread and open up. Chu Xian's aura was constantly strengthening and transforming. The power of his Dao principles was transformed into the power of a Great Dao. As the Great Dao was opened, it continued to extend, expand, and stabilize, turning from invisible to tangible, as if a road had been paved on the Great Dao. However, this Dao path was still not strong enough. In the blink of an eye, the Dao path grew to 10 miles long and 1 mile wide. The purple light continued to spread and lay the foundation for the Dao path. Waves of the Great Dao's aura also continuously poured into the Dao path Chu Xian had opened. Boom! It was now 30 miles long. Chu Xian felt some pressure. As the Dao path extended, it seemed to become weaker. It seemed that if he continued, it would become unstable. He did not know how far the other Daiyuan realm experts would extend their Dao path when they first opened it, but Chu Xian naturally was not willing to accept this. The ancient Chaos Mountain appeared on the Dao path with a rumble. The Dao path, which had been somewhat unstable, instantly became stable. The chaotic purple light continued to spread and the Dao path continued to extend. Chu Xian had not used a single Dao principle to open his Dao path, but a miniature version of the Great Dao. This increased the difficulty of opening and stabilizing the Dao path. Still, such a Dao path would be undeniably stronger. Boom! 100 miles long. 10 miles wide. This length and width appeared to be a threshold, and his aura instantly became 10 times stronger. The Dao path was still being opened, and the chaotic purple light was still extending it, but it had already dimmed a little. Chu Xian's cultivation foundation was getting deeper and deeper. Chu Xian thought back to how he bragged about opening a Dao path that was millions of miles long. Now he truly knew how difficult it was to accomplish such a feat. His current progress was only due to the chaotic purple light and the ancient chaos mountain. When they reached their limit, so would his Dao path. The chaotic purple light continued to spread and gradually dimmed. 200 miles. 300 miles. 500 miles. He was about to catch up to Kunhe and Ruoxian. The chaotic purple light was already a shadow of its former self. Judging from the current situation, 1,000 miles might be his current limit. Chapter 407, Opening the Dao Path, Part 1. Even a wisp of chaotic purple light was not enough to open a Dao path that surpassed 1,000 miles. It was no wonder Hong Yuanchu had only opened up 1,000-mile Dao path after 2 Daiyuan. Without the help of a supreme treasure, one had to rely on one's own strength to open their Dao path. In most cases, this was painstakingly slow. Moreover, their comprehension had to be able to keep up. Only with new insights and new understandings of the Great Dao could one continue to open the Dao path. At the same time, they had to stabilize and consolidate their Dao path, which would take a long time. Back then, he had thought that Hong Yuanchu and the others were useless for achieving so little given the time they had. However, he now had a clear understanding. Even with 2 treasures and his system-assisted comprehension, he had not even extended his Dao path to 1,000 miles yet. In this great Dao era, the events that led to the expulsion of the 3 races had resulted in a lack of path-opening supreme treasures in the 9 zones. Therefore, Hong Yuanchu and the others had to rely on their own strength to open their Dao paths. He had given each of them a small chaos stone, so they had likely made some progress by now. An axe appeared in Chu Xian's hand. Heaven-splitting axe. This was a path-opening treasure. His Dao aura condensed into a figure on the Great Dao that rushed forward with the heaven-splitting axe to help the chaotic purple light to extend the Dao path. It reduced the consumption rate of the chaotic purple light. Boom! His figure swung the axe repeatedly, consuming his Dao aura at a rapid pace. At this rate, he would be able to extend his Dao path to 1,000 miles. However, as his Dao path grew longer, the edge of the Dao path began to weaken and grow unstable. Chu Xian frowned. Would he have to split the ancient Chaos Mountain in 2? That would definitely weaken its suppressing and stabilizing power. Because he was opening his Dao path so quickly, the ancient Chaos Mountain's suppressing and stabilizing power could not reach the newly opened sections of the Dao path in time. Should I slow down? Chu Xian immediately dispelled this thought. If he slowed down, then he would not be able to reduce the consumption of the chaotic purple light. Then, he thought of something and a book appeared in his hand. The Earth Creation Scripture. He flipped open the book and waved it. Boom! On the newly opened section of the Dao path, a small realm appeared that was only 10 miles in radius. Chu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had been too worried that creating the realm on his Dao path would crush it. In the end, he was able to stabilize his Dao path. After thinking about it, he understood. The Earth Creation Scripture used the power of the Great Dao to form the realm. It was because of this that the realm would not crush his Dao path, but stabilize it instead. The Earth Creation Scripture was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. Chu Xian waved his hands and continuously extended his Dao path. Whenever the newly opened sections of the Dao path became unstable, he would use the earth creation scripture to enlarge the initial realm he created. Still, Chu Xian did not plan to turn the realm into a world. Otherwise, wouldn't it be impossible to hide the Dao path he had opened? It was not a good thing to be discovered. He quietly continued his path-opening efforts. The chaotic purple light was getting dimmer and dimmer, and Chu Xian's Dao aura was also rapidly running dry. There was no concept of time in clearing the way. Chu Xian did not know how long it had been since he had started breaking through. Other Daiyuan realm experts would take thousands of years to break through. However, Chu Xian felt that his breakthrough would end in a month. At the very least, it should be less than a year. After he reached the Daiyuan realm, he would probably receive another system reward, which filled him with anticipation. He was certain that he was the fastest and youngest to reach the Daiyuan realm. He would set 2 records. What kind of reward would the system give for that? The reward for the 60-year milestone was chaotic purple light. Then what about 70 years? Or even 100 years? Chu Xian's heart began to beat rapidly. He was getting ahead of himself. Chu Xian calmed the restlessness in his heart. He had to be steady and stable. Once the 9 zones Great Dao was devoured by the heavenly Dao laws, he would no longer have to remain in the courtyard. He would be able to leave and show off. Boom! The heaven-splitting axe swung mightily, and the dim chaotic purple light exploded in a final blaze of glory and disappeared. Chapter 408, Opening the Dao Path, Part 2. His 60-year milestone reward had been fully used up. After surpassing the 1,000-mile mark, Chu Xian felt his strength rise again. The next threshold was the 10,000 mile one, after which he would be qualified to leave the 9 zones and head into the chaos. He had officially stepped into the ranks of the strong. Chu Xian continued trying to extend his Dao path, though it was far slower than when he had the chaotic purple light's assistance. For those in the Daiyuan realm, every meter of the Dao path was significant. One had to rely on time, strengthening one's cultivation foundation, and comprehension of the Great Dao in order to continue. Any Daiyuan realm expert would take countless years to accumulate their strength. Chu Xian continued to stabilize his Dao path. Chu Xian was confident that he had surpassed Hong Yuanchuo and the others. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Now that he had reached the Daiyuan realm, the system rewards that followed would definitely assist in extending his Dao path further. Chu Xian activated the ancient Chaos Mountain and walked along his Dao path while continuing to consolidate it. This was a newly born miniature Great Dao. Furthermore, thanks to the presence of the ancient Chaos Mountain, which would continuously stabilize and strengthen it, his Dao path would only become more stable with time. Chu Xian was very confident in this regard. After all, no one else had such a treasure. When his Dao path solidified, it became as translucent as a piece of jade, laid upon the Great Dao itself. Chu Xian retrieved the ancient Chaos Mountain and concealed his Dao path. Unlike ordinary Dao paths, his was a miniature Great Dao, which meant that it was extremely difficult to differentiate from the actual Great Dao. Furthermore, the heavenly Dao laws contained within it were derived from the laws of heaven and earth of the 9 zones. After breaking through to the Daiyuan realm, Chu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. In the 9 zones, he was the strongest, despite the number of clones or avatars those who were beyond the 9 zones sent in. By the time they managed to bypass the Great Dao of the 9 zones rejection and descend personally, Chu Xian believed that he would be strong enough to deal with them. Moreover, the 9 zones would be incorporated into the heavenly Dao laws by then, so he would be in a position of absolute advantage. At that point, there was no need to fear no matter how many of them came. Chu Xian awoke from his breakthrough and found that 2 months had passed. This breakthrough had taken longer than he expected. In 2 months, he had opened a 1,000-mile Dao path, which was enough to incite jealousy and envy among other Daiyuan realm experts. You broke through to the Daiyuan realm and became the fastest living being to open their Dao path in history. You have been rewarded with the 3-birth reincarnation bridge and 1,000 miles of Dao path. You've broken through to the Daeyuan realm and become the youngest Daeyuan realm living being in history. You have been rewarded with the unity of the heavenly Dao and 1,000 miles of Dao path. The expected system rewards arrived. Chu Xian was overjoyed. The reward was very generous. He examined his reward. The 3-birth reincarnation bridge allowed living beings to be reincarnated. It would automatically erase their memories and traces of their previous lives, turning them into new living beings. This was the supreme treasure that he had been lacking in order to establish the reincarnation cycle. His reincarnation Great Dao had also completed its transformation when he broke through to the Daeyuan realm. He was now ready to implement the reincarnation cycle, which would lay a solid foundation for the heavenly Dao to devour the Great Dao. He looked at the other reward. The unity of the heavenly Dao will incorporate the 9 zones into the heavenly Dao laws, except for the desolate ancient zone. Chu Xian was extremely surprised by this reward. The current expansion rate of the heavenly Dao laws was progressing smoothly, but it would still take a long time before it incorporated the 9 zones. However, the system's reward was exactly that. That being said, why was the desolate ancient zone excluded? After thinking about it, Chu Xian vaguely understood. The desolate ancient zone was the core of the 9 zones, and the place closest to the Great Dao. Furthermore, it was not restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 409, Opening the Dao Path, Part 3. The laws of heaven and earth did not exist in the desolate ancient zone, and it was because of this that the zone was excluded from the reward. Once the heavenly Dao laws expanded into this zone, it meant that the heavenly Dao laws would encounter the laws of the Great Dao. If the heavenly Dao laws wanted to devour the Great Dao, the desolate ancient zone was the starting point. The heavenly domain above the primordial land was not within the jurisdiction of the laws of heaven and earth. There, only the laws of the Great Dao existed. The ones who had opened their Dao paths were above the laws of heaven and earth, and were no longer restricted by them. In truth, Dao realm cultivators were no longer restricted by those laws either. Breaking through to the Dao realm was an act of transcending the laws of heaven and earth. Chu Xian was satisfied. The 9 zones now truly belonged to him, albeit with one caveat, which was the desolate ancient zone. However, the Great Daeyuan calamity was ongoing, and the Great Dao calamity was approaching, so he still decided to conceal the heavenly Dao laws. During the Great Daeyuan calamity, the laws of heaven and earth were dormant, and would only resume operation after the calamity. That being said, although Dao realm experts transcended the laws of heaven and earth, they could not transcend the heavenly Dao laws. The two were not the same. In addition to those rewards, he was also rewarded with 2,000 miles of Dao path. His Dao path was now 3,000 miles long, making him the number 1 expert in the 9 zones. Chu Xian received his first reward. The 3-birth reincarnation bridge and put it away to be used later. Next, he received the 2,000-mile Dao path rewards. Boom! His Dao path instantly began to expand and extend. It became 3,000 miles long and 300 miles wide. Furthermore, there were no traces of instability. The system was truly awesome. Then, he received the final reward. In an instant, Chu Xian felt the changes. The heavenly Dao talisman had transformed. The entire 9 zones seemed to be under his control, and he could destroy all life with a single thought. A single thought could create life. This was what it felt like to be the ruler of the heavenly Dao laws, which now presided over the 9 zones. Well, almost all of it anyway. Everything in the 9 zones became apparent to Chu Xian. No matter what kind of opportunities, treasure lands, or schemes there were, none of them could escape his eyes. In the northern region of the western zone, the aura of blood and evil pervaded the land. There was a pitch-black ancient battlefield there. It was a precious treasure left by the ancient demons, and their method of infiltrating the 9 zones. Chu Xian saw the stone house and the strange tree. He saw countless blood fiends. These blood fiends were actually already displaying traces of demonic power. They were transforming into demons. It seemed that the other party actually wanted to use the Blood Fiend race as a foundation to create a new demon race. It was a good plan. The Blood Fiend race were calamity bearers. If they obtained great fate amidst the calamity and were gradually transformed into demons, it would weaken the Great Tao's rejection toward the ancient demon race. Chu Xian noticed a wisp of a divine soul somewhere in the stone house controlling everything. He hesitated as to whether or not to cut it off. For that person to be able to extend their divine soul, even just a wisp of it, in such a way without triggering the rejection of the Great Tao, meant that this hidden expert was definitely very powerful. Chu Xian pondered for a moment and decided not to alert the enemy. 410 Changes in the 9 Zones, Part 1. After the 9 zones were incorporated into the heavenly Tao laws, Chu Xian saw many secrets and hidden things. After the incorporation of the 9 zones into the heavenly Tao laws, the 9 zones, which had been slowly expanding due to the additional ancient battlefields and treasure lands, suddenly expanded to their original size immediately. Compared to the 9 zones just after the last Great Tao calamity, the current 9 zones were 100 times larger. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one knew what happened. The recovery of the 9 zones should have been a gradual and slow process. How did it suddenly recover completely? Moreover, why did it feel like something was wrong? Were there changes in the Great Tao again? Was it due to the number of interfering parties? Some of the hidden experts could not sit still and contacted each other, complaining that the other party was too radical, which led to this drastic change. They felt that the situation in the 9 zones was going out of control. Still, the Great Tao had not changed. They faced no additional hindrances or rejection from the Great Tao. Since this was the case, something else must have happened to cause this change. Keep calm. It was a good thing that the 9 zones had recovered in advance. They just had to adjust their plans. In a secret place in the desolate ancient zone, Yang Tian lost control of his body again, and his ancestor made his appearance again. In this regard, Yang Tian was helpless and had no way to resist. In any case, his opportunity and rise to power were all thanks to this ancestor. Although he knew that he was a chess piece, it was also an opportunity for him. Moreover, the other party was his ancestor. Although he did not know how many generations they were separated by, his ancestor would not harm him, right? Yang Tian raised his head and looked at the sky, frowning. Strange, why do I feel that something is not right? Since the Great Taoyuan calamity was ongoing, it was to be expected that the laws of heaven and earth would remain dormant. In fact, now was the best time to change the laws of heaven and earth and add new laws, which was what the 3 races had done back then in order to introduce the law of heavenly punishment. They were met with resistance by the Great Tao, but the Taoyuan experts of the 3 races worked together to overcome it. However, it was still not easy to achieve. If one was not careful, it would cause chaos and one would be devoured by the Great Tao. If one wanted to change the laws of heaven and earth, one had to first understand the laws perfectly. Yang Tian frowned. Could it be that there was a strong cultivator who wanted to change the laws of heaven and earth? The human race's Taoyuan realm experts? Were they dumb? With their level of strength and lack of understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, coupled with the fact that they did not have a supreme treasure to protect them, how could they possibly succeed? On second thought, this line of thinking did not seem right. Although the laws of heaven and earth were dormant, they were not undetectable. However, the laws of heaven and earth of the 9 zones seemed to have disappeared. There was only one possibility for that to happen. The Great Tao calamity was coming. Yang Tian gasped. How was that possible? How many years had it even been since the Great Taoyuan calamity started? Not even 100 years. How could the Great Tao calamity be coming? However, there was no other possible explanation. As for the laws being devoured, the thought never crossed his mind. How could the laws of heaven and earth be devoured? In the long history of the 9 zones, there had been no lack of ambitious people. Even the three powerful races could only control part of the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth could not be devoured. Back then, the 9 zones had been extremely powerful and there were countless experts. How many experts were there in the 9 zones now? Moreover, compared to the strong ones back then, the current experts in the 9 zones were all considered weak. He felt that something was not right with the 9 zones and frowned. His original plan had to change. He had wasted so much time making so many arrangements, yet a curveball had rendered it all useless. Fortunately, he was not the only one. The others were also caught off guard, which meant that he had not fallen behind. It was time to prepare for the Great Dao Calamity. The last Great Dao Calamity had been extremely terrifying, and had resulted in the 3 races being expunged from the 9 zones. What would the Great Dao Calamity be like this time? It was rumored that the ominous aura of the Great Dao Calamity had already appeared, and no one knew what would happen. The source of their Dao paths was still the Great Dao. Once they were contaminated with the ominous aura, it would be very troublesome. Boy, work hard to fight for opportunities. I'm afraid that a big change is coming. Now that all of the treasure lands in the 9 zones have appeared, let's act quickly. After giving some instructions to Yang Tian, he disappeared. 411 Changes in the 9 Zones, Part 2. Yang Tian regained control of his body and continued on his treasure hunting journey. Chu Xian's eyes were fixed on Yang Tian. Of course, he could easily destroy him. However, there was no need to. It was faster than he had expected. There were already experts who had descended and taken over physical bodies. Was it because they had sensed some changes in the 9 zones? Chu Xian looked at the other heavens blessed. Yang Tian was the first person to be possessed by a powerful cultivator. That wisp of aura should belong to an ancient human expert. The aura around Feng Kong's body also became a little thicker. The celestial race saint probably also wanted to descend at some point. Including Ding Yu and a few others, most of the heavens blessed were all contaminated by various auras. This was related to the number of opportunities and treasures they had obtained. Many of these things were schemes of those people beyond the 9 zones. Currently, Ding Yu and Chu Xian's other disciples had officially entered a phase of explosive growth. Their strength was rapidly increasing. Furthermore, they all had the Heavenly Dao seal. Now that the Heavenly Dao laws had unified the 9 zones, excluding the desolate ancient zone, even if Chu Xian did not interfere, their fate would continue to soar. The chances of obtaining opportunities would be greater. In turn, it would strengthen the Heavenly Dao laws. After the Heavenly Dao laws had taken over the 9 zones, it had been in the process of strengthening. Chu Xian looked at Hu Tianya. He was a bit special. Due to the transformation of his bloodline into the White Tiger Divine Beast, most auras were unable to attach themselves to him. After all, the might of a divine beast was too strong. However, if the ancient experts of the monster race were the ones intervening, Hu Tianya would not be able to avoid it either. Chu Xian finally turned to He Yu. Her innate divine soul was extremely special. Was she the reincarnation of some expert? Was she here to target the Great Dao as well? Now that Chu Xian had reached the Daiyuan realm, he could explore deeper. His eyes flickered. A moment later, Chu Xian was slightly surprised. He Yu was not the reincarnation of an expert, much less a split soul of an ancient expert. She was really born with a divine soul. However, during the process of the soul derivation, there was an accident, which resulted in a defect in the divine soul. Since she was not the reincarnation of an expert, Chu Xian was relieved. He did not want to be tricked by some old man. He looked at where Qin Qian was. She was still in a state of deep sleep, and was now a 3rd-level Dao realm cultivator. The fox teased Chu Xian and shook his head, no longer paying attention. As long as she did not lose herself, he would let her be. No matter whose plan it was good. Now that the 9 zones belonged to him, no matter how much planning and scheming there was, it could not escape his grasp. The heavenly Dao laws continued to spread, seeping into the desolate ancient zone. Chu Xian's attention suddenly turned to Feng Kong. The jade crystal palace in Feng Kong's body fluctuated slightly, emitting an ancient aura. That celestial race saint seemed about ready to enter Feng Kong's body. He had probably sensed the changes in the 9 zones and wanted to descend to check things out in order to formulate a better plan. Feng Kong had already reached the 7th level of the Dao realm. Of course, his cultivation was in part due to the Jade Crystal Palace. At this moment, Feng Kong's brows were slightly furrowed. He had noticed something unusual. There were some problems with the Jade Crystal Palace. Chu Xian had warned him before. As his cultivation level increased, and his mastery of the cultivation technique deepened, he gradually discovered some clues. His body seemed to have been contaminated by some kind of aura. It seemed to be the aura of inheritance. However, he felt that something was different. Today, while he was cultivating, he suddenly noticed the aura fluctuate. He activated his Dao principles immediately to suppress it. Suddenly, the Jade Crystal Palace trembled. The treasure, which had saved his life, had actually moved on its own. This was not a good thing. No one wanted to be controlled by others, and no one wanted to become a puppet. He was willing to become Chu Xian's follower, but not his puppet. Even this was due to wanting to repay Chu Xian for saving him. At this moment, Feng Kong's expression changed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not suppress the trembling Jade Crystal Palace and the wisp of inexplicable aura. I must find the Lord to resolve this problem. Feng Kong suddenly stood up, and a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. You're my disciple, so don't resist. I'm only borrowing your body to take a look at the 9 zones. It'll be good for you. Who are you? Feng Kong's expression changed drastically. Temporarily borrowing his body? If the other party borrowed his body and left behind his aura, he would be unable to escape the other party's grasp in the future. He could be possessed by the other party at any time and even be turned into a clone. Feng Kong was not inexperienced. He was well aware of the danger involved. The other party clearly had some sort of scheme in place. How could borrowing a physical body be as useful as transforming the body into a clone? He had only received some of this person's inheritance and could not be considered a disciple. Furthermore, there was no shortage of masters who would sacrifice their disciples at the drop of a hat. The fluctuations of that wisp of aura began to become a little stronger. The other party had yet to arrive, so he could not wait any longer. He had to seek out the Lord to resolve this matter. Feng Kong was about to leave when Chu Xian's voice was transmitted into his mind. Don't panic. My lord. I know. He's going to give you an opportunity. Just accept it. My lord, who is this person? Someone from the celestial race. After he gives you enough opportunities, I'll make his efforts go to waste, Chu Xian said lightly. Feng Kong heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was a little confused. What opportunity would the other party give? Chu Xian was waiting. He also wanted to know if the other party was Daoist Flying Cloud, though it was most likely not. By extracting a wisp of the other party's aura and establishing a connection with it, he could probe their intentions. As for whether that person would resent him for doing so, Chu Xian was not afraid at all. The other party could not enter the 9 zones. No matter how many avatars he sent, they would be limited to the Dao realm. Who? A ray of light suddenly appeared in the Jade Crystal Palace, and then a faint trace of wool began to seep into it. Chu Xian exclaimed. The other party was going all in. He did not want to wait any longer and wanted to turn the Fengkon into a clone. That ray of light was a treasure. In order to lay out his plan in the 9 zones, he had gone to great pains. When the other party's trace of wool appeared, Chu Xian made his move. He instantly cut off the other party's wool transmission. At the same time, he extracted its aura and moved it into the origin Dao crystal, establishing a connection between them. Who is obstructing me? A weak voice came from the Jade Crystal Palace and then disappeared. After a while, the other party seemed to want to descend again, and this time the Jade Crystal Palace trembled very intensely. It was obvious that he was angry. Chu Xian chuckled and completely wiped out the aura of the other party from the Jade Crystal Palace and Feng Kong. Now, the Jade Crystal Palace completely belonged to Feng Kong. Chu Xian took a look at the ray of light in the Jade Crystal Palace and confirmed that it was indeed a treasure. However, it was not one that would assist in opening a Dao path, so he paid no heed to it. In any case, he had countless similar treasures of this level on hand. Everything's fine now. The Jade Crystal Palace is yours from now on. It's an opportunity given by the other party. Take advantage of it. Many thanks, my lord. Feng Kong was extremely excited. He had indeed made the right choice in becoming Chu Xian's follower back then. The lord was indeed extremely powerful. Also, King Slayer is about to enter a calamity. I won't interfere in the feud between you and him. Chu Xian reminded him. In fact, the key to this grudge was Feng Kong. With King Slayer's current cultivation level and his arrogant personality, he would not be interested in Feng Kong, who was weaker than he was. He was even less interested in the people he had once defeated. Unless Feng Kong caught up. However, it was very difficult. Even if Feng Kong obtained a supreme treasure, it would be difficult to catch up with an extreme Dao cultivator. Thank you for your reminder, my lord. Feng Kong will resolve it, Feng Kong said respectfully. Very well, Chu Xian responded before disappearing. 412 Ancient Chaos World. In the chaos, there was a vast land that had experienced many vicissitudes. This place was constantly in a state of hazy light, that was neither dark nor bright. The Ancient Chaos World. There were many experts in the Ancient Chaos World. Even the weakest living being here had reached the Heaven Realm. Moreover, those were all newborn living beings. Once they grew older, they would naturally reach the Divine Realm. Somewhere in the Ancient Chaos World, there was a huge mountain. The mountain peak was lush with plants and flowers. There was a small bridge and a clear stream there. It was like a paradise. Bright light shone on the mountain, forming a sharp contrast with the dim light of the Ancient Chaos World. Any place with light was a place with true experts. These were holy lands in the Ancient Chaos World and places that countless lower-class living beings yearned for. This mountain peak was called Mount Yuan. It was a well-known holy land in the Ancient Chaos World. Mount Yuan was the Daoist temple of the celestial race's saint, Yuan Shan. At this moment, in a palace on the mountain peak, Yuan Shan suddenly opened his eyes. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. However, unlike his usual sage-like self, he was filled with killing intent at this moment. Who obstructed me? He moved and left Mount Yuan in an instant, heading toward somewhere else in the Ancient Chaos World. There was also a huge mountain here, but it was different from Mount Yuan. This mountain was filled with a devilish aura, and exuded a brutal feeling. Those who did not have strong willpower would lose their minds and go berserk once they stepped too close to the mountain. Yuan Shan's figure instantly appeared outside Demon Mountain as he roared, "Tian Mo Lai, get out here! What do you want?" A burly figure appeared in front of Yuan Shan. His aura was not weak at all. "Tell me, did you stop me from entering the 9 zones?" Yuan Shan raged. Tian Mo Lai was surprised. Yuan Shan's descent was obstructed. He was secretly happy. "I, Tian Mo Lai, would never resort to such underhanded methods," he said with a cold smile. "I'm not as hypocritical as you, old Yuan. This matter has nothing to do with me. You really didn't do it. If I said no, then it means no. Do you want to fight?" Tian Mo Lai was not afraid at all. "I hope it's not you, otherwise, humph." Yuan Shan left. Tian Mo Lai furrowed his brows. What was going on? What or who obstructed Yuan Shan's descent into the 9 zones? From his behavior, it was obvious that he was not rejected by the great Dao, but that someone had intervened. However, there should not be such an expert capable of intervening in the 9 zones. Although there were Daiyuan realm cultivators in the 9 zones, they would not have been able to discover Yuan Shan's scheme. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that it was a self-directed ploy by Yuan Shan. That guy was a hypocrite, after all. Tian Mo Lai sneered and returned to his mountain. Yuan Shan returned to Mount Yuan with a dark expression on his face. He could vaguely feel that a wisp of his aura seemed to have been connected to something. He tried to contact it, but it was like throwing a stone into the ocean. There was no response. After Chu Xian resolved Feng Kong's hidden worries, he was originally prepared to contact Yuan Shan. However, he thought that if he contacted him, Daoist Flying Cloud might suspect him. He did not want to be targeted, nor did he want them to be prepared. In his conversation with Daoist Flying Cloud, Chu Xian had told him that he had left the 9 zones. Moreover, the transformation of the Origin Dao crystal had entered its final stages. The originally rhombus-shaped crystal had already started melting. Chu Xian had been observing the process as it happened. Luckily, the Great Dao Communication Group and the Daiyuan Group Chat were unaffected. After melting, the Origin Dao crystal gradually turned into liquid that also seemed to contain Dao principles. The transformation continued. At this moment, Chu Xian sensed the existence of laws from the Origin Dao crystal. The crystal state of the Origin Dao crystal did not contain any laws. The fact that it had developed laws meant that it had grown. More and more laws appeared. Chu Xian's brows suddenly twitched. He was very familiar with these laws. It was no different from the laws of the Great Dao. Were they a carbon copy? The Origin Dao crystal could give birth to a Great Dao. When it was in its crystal state, it could be considered an egg. Now, it was about to hatch. Then, a nascent Great Dao would be born. As it grew, it would grow into a Great Dao that was not weaker than the Great Dao of the 9 zones. Of course, that would take a long time. The transformation of the Origin Dao crystal would take some time, but Chu Xian kept watching anyway. Now that the 9 zones had been taken over by the heavenly Dao laws, he could focus his attention elsewhere. The sudden appearance of so many treasure lands and ancient battlefields intensified the fighting and competition in the 9 zones. Thanks to this, many people who were originally unable to participate in the competition had the opportunity to obtain treasures and opportunities. Ding Yu and the other disciples continued their state of explosive growth. This was partly due to the blessing of the heavenly Dao, but there were also certain people who kept giving out opportunities and treasures to improve their cultivation. They must have sensed that something was not quite right with the 9 zones and wanted to speed up their plans. Chu Xian was happy to let these guys nurture his disciples. In the end, their efforts would be for naught. 413 Mystery of the Extreme Dao. The final harvest would still be his. The Origin Dao crystal kept producing laws as if it was really copying the Great Dao of the 9 zones. Perhaps that was why it was not rejected and devoured by the Great Dao. In fact, it seemed very compatible with the Great Dao and was even connected to it. The Great Dao did not seem to mind the Origin Dao crystal using its Dao aura to nurture and grow itself and its laws. Based on the current state, the laws that were born after the transformation of the Origin Dao crystal were a copy of the laws of the Great Dao. Under normal circumstances, once the Origin Dao crystal started copying the laws of the Great Dao, it would be rejected. However, the current situation was not like that. Chu Xian fell into a state of deep thought. The Origin Dao crystal had always been connected to the Great Dao and was nurtured by the Dao aura of the Great Dao. In other words, it was the Great Dao that hatched the Origin Dao crystal. Perhaps that was why it had been acknowledged by the Great Dao. Its current state was like the process of a chick breaking out of its shell. King Slayer was about to enter the calamity. In the desolate ancient zone, there were experts above the 10th level of the Dao realm who had entered the 9 zones. There were even 12th level Dao realm experts. Chu Xian did not stop him. The 9 zones were now under his control anyway, and the heavenly Dao laws were also seeping into the desolate ancient zone. That being said, its progress was very slow and it was rather difficult. Chu Xian sent something to King Slayer and asked him to set it up in his cave abode. He did not say what it was used for, and King Slayer did not ask. He just followed the instructions. Chu Xian was quite satisfied with this unnamed disciple of his. That treasure was a catalyst to draw in the heavenly Dao laws, which would speed up the infiltration of the heavenly Dao laws and hide its traces. Dayuan realm cultivators might be able to discover some clues from it, but Chu Xian did not mind. He could always create some sort of excuse, which would most likely be related to the great Dao calamity. King Slayer cultivated the extreme Dao of slaughter. Once he entered the calamity, a lot of people were going to be out of luck. Anyone who targeted Chu Pingfen would be in trouble. As an extreme Dao cultivator himself, King Slayer would not let this slide. Targeting extreme Dao cultivators was akin to targeting him as well. Kill. Chu Pingfen was already in the second level of the Dao realm, but he was still facing precarious situations. He was finding it difficult to find opportunities to fight for fate. Chu Xian was also curious. Why were extreme Dao cultivators so special and always targeted? There had to be a reason. Those guys who were targeting Chu Pingfen probably did not know the specific reason either, but they were simply drawn to targeting him. On an island in the ocean region of the southern zone, 3 men were gathered together. One of them said coldly, "He should be nearby. He can't escape. Extreme Dao cultivators must die." These 3 were not human Dao realm cultivators, but experts from other races. Chu Pingfen's difficult situation was because there was no lack of experts from the human race who were against him. Similarly, there was no lack of experts from the other races who were against him as well. When the other young human geniuses were bullied by foreign experts, there would be human experts who would step up to defend them. However, no one would do so for Chu Pingfen. He was determined that he would kill all of these B***stards when his strength increased. Just as the 3 Dao realm experts were discussing how to find Chu Pingfen, a figure appeared behind them soundlessly. It was a man with unkempt hair and an untidy appearance. At this moment, there was a strange look in his eyes. Did the human race have another extreme Dao cultivator? How long had it been since there was a trace of the extreme Dao in the 9 zones? Before King Slayer, there had been no trace of the extreme Dao in the 9 zones for a long time. Before he started cultivating the extreme Dao, he vaguely knew that extreme Dao cultivators would be constantly targeted. As for the reason for that, he was not too sure. During King Slayer's time, the human race had intense battles with the demon race, the monster race, and many other foreign races. In the early stages, he had killed many foreign races and made great contributions to the human race. Because of this, even after his identity as an extreme Dao cultivator was exposed, he was not targeted by the human race. Instead, he was protected by the human race's experts. This gave King Slayer the chance to rise. After he rose to power, would he care if he was targeted? Those who targeted him were all killed. He then thought of Feng Kong, who was around the same age as he was. He was also a peerless genius of the human race, and it was rumored that he was the descendant of an ancient human king's family. He rose to power, suppressed the other races, and advanced triumphantly. Countless experts protected him and fought for him. In the end, he ascended to the throne of the human king and surpassed King Slayer. When King Slayer broke through to the Dao realm and killed some of the experts who had once targeted him, he was ostracized. Later, in order to improve further, he killed the Demon King and challenged Feng Kong. He accidentally killed him. In fact, King Slayer had not wanted to kill Feng Kong. After all, he was a human king, and the latter had never targeted him. Back then, he did not really kill for the sake of killing and had not deviated from his path. Although there were signs of deviation, it had not manifested fully at that point. However, Feng Kong had gone all out. Since King Slayer cultivated the extreme Dao of slaughter, the more he fought, the fiercer he became, and the more he fought, the crazier he became. In the end, he killed Feng Kong. Once Feng Kong died, the extreme Dao was declared taboo. Back then, countless human experts had pursued him. Among them were many Dao realm experts who had not gone to the desolate ancient zone yet. During this process, he became fiercer and stronger. He quickly reached the second level of the Dao realm. Because of this, King Slayer's path deviated. He killed for the sake of killing and indulged in the pleasure of increasing his cultivation level in this way. He killed so many human experts and wiped out so many forces that they were terrified and no longer dared to pursue him. The reason why some of the ancient forces Dao realm experts were half crippled was because they had been severely injured by King Slayer. In the end, King Slayer did not fully lose himself. When he noticed that he had killed so many of the human race's experts, to the point that they were weaker in comparison to the other races, he changed targets. After all, he had fought for the human race and was once seen as a hero. Therefore, he charged into the monster zone and killed a large number of monster race Dao realm experts. A portion of them fled to the desolate ancient zone in fear. After that, King Slayer killed his way into the demon zone and killed the experts there, preventing them from rising up and suppressing the human race. King Slayer indulged in the joy of killing and the joy of his cultivation level rapidly increasing. There were no more experts in the 9 zones, so he went to the primordial land and killed people everywhere. He became a crazy murderer, causing countless Dao realm experts to be afraid. Were it not for Chu Xian's reminder, he would probably have fallen deeper and deeper into the abyss. In the end, his Dao principles would have collapsed and he would have gone crazy. King Slayer thought about these past events and sighed inwardly. Without the guidance of a great teacher, it was easy to go astray. Extreme Dao cultivators were rare, and their inheritances were almost non-existent. He had only embarked on the path of cultivating the extreme Dao by chance. Without anyone to guide him, he had to rely on himself and, as a result, he had gone astray. Fortunately, he had met his master. King Slayer rejoiced in his heart. As for being shameless, as long as he could become stronger, what dignity did he need? Feng Kong, that fellow, actually came back to life. This was really strange. Still, a defeated opponent was not worth his time. 414 Crazy Killer, Part 1. After the 3 Dao realm experts finished their discussion, they were about to split up and search for Chu Pingfan's hiding spot when they suddenly froze. A faint killing intent lingered in the surroundings. There was an expert. You 3 are looking for an extreme Dao cultivator. The 3 Dao realm experts looked back and were shocked. When did this person appear behind them? When they saw that the other party was a human expert, they felt uneasy. Was he going to stand up for that human youth? That should not be possible, right? No one had stood up for him so far. Feeling a little relieved, they hurriedly bowed. Human Senior, we are indeed looking for an extreme Dao cultivator. Extreme Dao cultivators are not allowed to exist in the 9 zones. King Slayer's eyes were indifferent. Extreme Dao cultivators were not allowed to exist in the 9 zones? Since that's the case, come and kill me. What? The 3 Dao realm experts were shocked. I'm also an extreme Dao cultivator. Boom. The 3 Dao realm experts' faces turned white and their heads buzzed. Extreme Dao cultivator? Senior, don't joke around. Cold sweat ran down their foreheads. Why is there another extreme Dao cultivator? Was that young man not supposed to be the only one? Was this person that young man's master? The 3 Dao realm experts were stunned. Even though they were all 3rd level Dao realm experts, they felt a strong sense of danger. This person was definitely stronger than them. Furthermore, if he was really an extreme Dao cultivator, he would be even stronger. Escape. They had to escape. Senior, you must be joking. How could there be a second extreme Dao cultivator in the 9 zones? Shua. They were smiling respectfully, but their bodies suddenly flashed as they instantly fled. They fled in 3 different directions. Humph! Kingslayer snorted coldly. The 3 people who had been running away suddenly fell from the sky, turned into a cloud of blood mist that quickly dissipated. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The extreme Dao isn't allowed to exist in the 9 zones? I'd like to see who would dare to oppose me then. Kingslayer was filled with killing intent. His figure flickered and disappeared. In a certain treasure land, the fight for treasures had just come to an end. At this moment, a few familiar Dao realm cultivators were gathered together. I heard that there's a young extreme Dao cultivator in the 9 zones. The one who spoke was a man with a cold expression. On his forehead, there were 2 feelers that looked like tentacles. That was enough for anyone to tell that he was a foreign race expert. The reason why he had retained his race's feelers and not completely transformed into a human was because he was proud of his race's identity, and even wanted to show off. There was no lack of such experts. These experts often said that their race had once been glorious, but had now fallen. In their hearts, they still missed the glory and pride of their race. In fact, deep down, they looked down on the human race. After all, in the long history of the 9 zones, the human race had always been a weak race. They had not always been the overlord race. Naturally, there were many who could not accept it. It was precisely because of this that when they transformed into human form, they would retain some of the characteristics of their race. As time passed, this became a habit of every race. The experts gathered here were not from a single race. It's true, someone nodded, that extreme Dao cultivator is very powerful. It's said that he's invincible among his peers. That's good then. We'll find him and destroy him. The extreme Dao can't be tolerated in the 9 zones, the man with the feelers said coldly. Will the human experts take revenge? Someone asked hesitantly. Don't worry. As far as I know, there are many human experts who are targeting him as well. He's alone. It seems even the human race agrees with us on this point. The rest of them nodded. As for why the extreme Dao was not allowed to exist in the 9 zones, they were not very clear. All they knew was that once an extreme Dao cultivator appeared, they would be hunted down. Incidentally, extreme Dao cultivators only seemed to appear among the human race. Other than that, they had heard of the legends of that one extreme Dao cultivator who had been allowed to grow and develop. Kingslayer. They could not allow a second Kingslayer to appear. These were all 5th level Dao realm experts. Just as they were about to move out, a figure suddenly appeared. He had a head of messy hair, a sharp gaze, and a blood-red saber in his hand. The Dao realm experts were stunned and subconsciously became vigilant as they examined the person who had suddenly appeared. This person looked quite familiar. The next moment, they broke out into cold sweat. It was Kingslayer. It was rumored that he had even killed the human king of his own race. Just a moment ago, they had been discussing killing the extreme Dao young cultivator and talking about how the extreme Dao could not be allowed to exist in the 9 zones. Moments later, Kingslayer appeared in front of them. 415 Crazy Killer, Part 2. Kingslayer. The man with the feelers opened his mouth, wanting to pay his respects. Kingslayer would not kill him on sight, right? Shua. He was wrong, and he was dead. The remaining experts began to tremble. Even Dao realm experts were afraid of death. Especially when encountering a lunatic who killed without blinking. What the f***ck? He killed that man without even giving him a chance to say anything. It was too terrifying. The rest of them did not dare to say a word. They did not even dare to breathe. They were afraid that they would be destroyed if they made a single move. The extreme Dao isn't allowed to exist in the 9 zones. Ah! They were doomed. The lunatic had heard them. At this moment, all of them started to curse the man who had just died. Whoever dares to say that the extreme Dao cannot be tolerated in the 9 zones, I'll fight them. A foreign race expert with a long face and a flat nose suddenly said in a loud voice. Senior, I swear to defend the extreme Dao with my life. Whoever doesn't respect the extreme Dao will die. As he spoke, he suddenly attacked his companion. His companion was still in shock. How could he have expected this sudden turn of events? He did not even have time to resist before he was killed. The others were all frightened and hurriedly looked at their so-called companion. They wanted to run away from him, but Kingslayer was watching, so they trembled and did not dare to move. Senior, that person disrespected the extreme Dao, so I killed him, the man said. Kingslayer nodded, very good. You have a bright future. You're ruthless and decisive. I admire you very much. Theman was overjoyed. His life was safe. He knew that this kind of lunatic would not take the ordinary path. He had to use extreme means to leave a good impression. However, Kingslayer's next sentence shattered his delusions. However, my extreme Dao of slaughter is best at killing people like you who are brutal and decisive. You can go and die now. Senior, please spare. Before he could even finish begging for mercy, he was already dead. Escape. The remaining few knew that they would definitely die if they stayed. There might be a chance of survival if they escaped. Shua! Shua! Their figures disappeared in an instant as they used all their trump cards. However, a cold snort was heard. My extreme Dao is one of slaughter. How could I allow you to escape? The blood-red saber swept in all directions, killing everyone in an instant. After killing them, Kingslayer left. Let's move on to the next place. Anyone who can't stand the extreme Dao shall be killed. Chu Pingfen walked out of his secluded cultivation with a gloomy face. There were more and more Dao realm experts in the 9 zones, and the experts who were targeting him were getting stronger and stronger. His situation was getting more tenuous. Even if he concealed his aura and changed his identity, he would be recognized the moment he made a move. The extreme Dao was too unique. This time, he decided to lie low. He would try to pick a less contested place. Perhaps he might even be able to find an undiscovered treasure land. He cursed inwardly, just you wait. You guys deserve to die. Even now, Chu Pingfen still could not understand why everyone was targeting him so much. Was it just because he was an extreme Dao cultivator? Now that things had come to this, he could only take it on the chin and rise to the challenge. Unless he really had no other choice, he would not return to the northern zone. He was no longer a child and had to rely on himself. Not long after he left his hiding spot, he suddenly heard a piece of news. An extreme Dao cultivator, Kingslayer, was slaughtering everyone who had something against the extreme Dao. He had already killed 10 people, including 10th and 11th level Dao realm cultivators. Upon hearing this news, Chu Pingfen felt touched. Finally, he was no longer the only extreme Dao cultivator in the 9 zones. Furthermore, the other party was very powerful. He was standing up for the extreme Dao. It felt good to have a senior. Chu Pingfen straightened his back. He felt that perhaps he no longer needed to hide anymore. As long as the threat of Kingslayer was present, no expert would dare to attack him, right? The crazy killer had entered the calamity, stirring up trouble like a stone hurled into a bucket of water. Countless people who had been preparing to target Chu Pingfen were all trembling in fear. It was too terrifying. Somewhere in the desolate ancient zone, Kingslayer's killing intent was so strong that it was almost tangible. 2 other people opposite him spat out blood and retreated. One of them was an expert from the Tianyu Tower, while the other was an expert from the Heavenly Temple. They were both 12th level Dao realm experts. However, even if they joined forces, they were not his match. You guys are just ants, yet you dare to target me, an extreme Dao cultivator. From today on, anyone who dares to bully the weak and target extreme Dao cultivators will face my wrath. Kingslayer was extremely overbearing. The spectating experts were all terrified. He was too powerful. The killing intent was almost tangible. They felt like that it would cut them to pieces if they got too close. Kingslayer, you are only a 12th level Dao realm expert. Do you actually think you are invincible? The expert from the Tianyu Tower said angrily. Humph, I might not be invincible, but so what? Who dares to bully me? Do you really think that I don't have anyone to back me up? Kingslayer was not afraid at all. There were many top Dao realm experts in the Great Dao Communication Group. There were even Daoyuan realm experts. What was there to be afraid of? They did say that the group members should support each other. They won't just ignore me because I'm an extreme Dao cultivator, right? If that happens, then I'll just have to bring out Master's name, and see who would dare to ignore me. You're not qualified to talk to me. Get Tianyu to come instead. Kingslayer's killing intent grew stronger and stronger. In an instant, it seemed to have reached its limit. At this moment, Kingslayer gained insight into what Chu Xian had said to him previously. This was the true path of the extreme Dao. The experts from the Heavenly Temple and the Tianyu Tower spat out blood and retreated. They could not hold on any longer. Their faces were filled with shock. Kingslayer was getting stronger. Shua! A figure appeared. Kingslayer, stop! Don't force us to suppress you. Shut up! Come at me together. There are many people here who want to kill me. Come on then. If I die here today, you can target the extreme Dao as much as you want. As soon as he said that, a few figures appeared. They were all foreign race experts. He was right. Everyone here wanted to kill him. They were all afraid of this lunatic. Kill. That person no longer hesitated and attacked. The others looked at each other briefly before attacking. This was a great opportunity to kill Kingslayer. In an instant, 8 12th level Dao realm experts surrounded Kingslayer. Good. Kingslayer was not afraid at all. His blood-red saber swept out, and his killing intent swept out. The mountains collapsed, and the spatial cracks suddenly appeared. Were it were for the fact that the 9 zones had recovered to their peak and the Great Daoyuan calamity was ongoing, the spatial cracks would have devoured the mountains and everything around them. Thankfully though, the spatial cracks were closed almost immediately after they appeared. The onlookers were all frightened and retreated. Kingslayer was too terrifying. 8 experts of the same realm surrounded him, yet he was not at a disadvantage. Was this the power of the extreme Dao? Ying Kong was hiding in the crowd. He exclaimed in his heart, so this is Kingslayer? He was too powerful. When would he ever become as powerful? At the same time, he started to worry. Kingslayer was strong, but the 8 people who had surrounded him were not weak either. He would not be killed, right? Kingslayer is being surrounded and attacked. Are there any seniors who can intervene? Ying Kong sent a message into the Great Dao Communication Group. 416 The Extreme Dao, Part 1. The Great Dao Communication Group instantly became lively. Kingslayer has been surrounded and attacked. Is he dead? What has this lunatic done this time? The guys in the group seemed to be gloating. Ying Kong was speechless. Kingslayer was not very popular, unlike him, who kept polishing everyone's shoes. If he was in trouble, the big shots in the group would help him, right? Brother Kingslayer was standing up for the extreme Dao. He offended some people, and started fighting, Ying Kong explained. Is there a senior who can intervene? He asked. Among those in the group, there was no one who had a grudge against the Kingslayer. Luo Zhenbei was the only one who was not happy with Kingslayer and wanted to teach him a lesson. After all, he was once a human king, and Kingslayer had killed Feng Kong. This was a special trait of the human race. After all, some human kings did not originate from strong backgrounds. Without backers, they would be easily targeted, especially after entering the Dao realm. As every human king was an outstanding talent of their generation, there was a tacit understanding between the human kings. The former human kings were the backers of the later human kings. If an expert were to attack a human king, the former human kings would definitely interfere. As time passed, it became taboo for anyone to attack the human king. One had to know that in the long history of the human race, no one knew exactly how many human kings there were. Hong Yuanche was one of the Dayuan realm experts who had been a human king. As such, he too could be considered a backer. It's too late, right? Who has entered the 9 zones? Even if we move now, I'm afraid that King Slayer will be dead by the time we arrive. Let's mourn for him. Many people in the group were willing to help. However, many of them had not left the primordial land and entered the calamity. Ying Kong glanced at the ongoing battle and said, "There's no clear winner yet. Brother King Slayer doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. So strong. Are those 8 are half crippled?" Many people in the group were shocked. They asked themselves inwardly whether they could go 1v8 against cultivators in the same realm. The answer was no. He's an extreme Dao cultivator, Kun, he said. If his comprehension of the extreme Dao is deep enough, he's almost invincible among his peers. Even if he's surrounded, even if he can't win, he can still escape, he added after a pause. The extreme Dao is so powerful. Many Dao realm experts were shocked. Although they had always known that extreme Dao cultivators were powerful, they had no idea to what extent it was. I once sheltered an extreme Dao cultivator, but unfortunately, he died before he could grow and develop. Kun, he then snorted. He was surrounded and killed by demon race B** starts. At that time, there were more than 30 people at the same cultivation level. You're spouting nonsense. How could we do such a thing? Mo2 said angrily, it's probably some hypocrites from your human race pretending to be demons. If they admitted it, would it not be equivalent to admitting that the demon race was inferior to the human race? More than 30 people ganging up on one person. That would make them F***ing garbage, right? What a joke. How could I be wrong? Were it not for your demon race obstructing me back then, how could he have fallen? The one who stopped you is probably a demon, but it doesn't prove that the ones who killed the extreme Dao cultivator were demons. I'm guessing that it might be your human race who schemed and asked the demon race to obstruct you while they killed him. Kunhe and Mo2 started quarreling. Luo Xinbei asked doubtfully, Master, why are extreme Dao cultivators always targeted? Why is the extreme Dao not allowed to exist in the 9 zones? He was not the only one who was curious. The other Dao realm cultivators in the group were curious too. Why did everyone in the 9 zones target extreme Dao cultivators? It was because of this that King Slayer seemed to be the only Dao realm extreme Dao cultivator. Well, including that young man, there were now 2. Chu Xian was also peeking at the group chat. He was also curious why the extreme Dao was not allowed to exist in the 9 zones. He felt that the reason why it was easy for extreme Dao cultivators to deviate from the path was due to their environment of being constantly hunted down. Simply put, they were forced into a corner and had to take extreme measures to survive. 417 The Extreme Dao, Part 2. Even Kunhe was clueless about this matter. Extreme Dao cultivators only exist among the human race, Hong Yuanche said. They have always been rare, not even 1 in a million years. The reason why they are targeted and not allowed to exist in the 9 zones should be related to the laws of heaven and earth of the 9 zones. That's why the living beings of the 9 zones unconsciously target them. Hong Yuanche was not too sure about the reason and could only provide a conjecture. Old Ghost Hong, I remember that you used to have a good friend who was an extreme Dao cultivator, right? Mo2 asked. That's right. He died at the 5th level of the Dao realm. We still don't know who did it, Hong Yuanche said coldly. If I find out who did it, I'll kill them. Chu Xian fell into a state of deep thought. Hong Yuanchu's conjecture made sense. Moreover, the power of extreme Dao cultivators was naturally envied by many. It made sense why other races targeted extreme Dao cultivators. After all, they would not want the human race to produce another top expert. However, why did the human race also target extreme Dao cultivators? Chu Xian could not help but think of a certain fellow who had created the human race's first cultivation technique. Was he also an extreme Dao cultivator? Was that why he was hunted down? Chu Xian felt that he needed more information to understand. In the Great Dao Communication Group, they stopped discussing this topic. Since Hong Yuanchu did not know the reason, no one else in the group would, unless Daoist brother Chu appeared. They began to pay attention to King Slayer's battle. Ying Kong mentioned Feng Kong. Hearing this, Luo Xinbei said, "I'm going to the 9 zones. I have to teach this B**** a lesson. Otherwise, he'll be too reckless." It was fortunate that Feng Kong did not die. However, as a human king, it was time for Luo Xinbei to stand out. King Slayer was in the 9 zones, so if he went crazy and wanted to kill Feng Kong, the latter would not be able to resist him. Luo Xinbei was a 15th level Dao realm expert. Moreover, his master was Kun He, a Daoyuan realm expert. In that sense, he had a strong backer. 15th level Dao realm cultivators were not yet allowed to leave the primordial land. However, Hong Yuanchu and the others naturally would not stop him. Mo2 and the other Daoyuan realm experts would also turn a blind eye to it. They were all members of the group chat anyway. King Slayer was very fierce. The more he fought, the stronger he became. His aura kept rising, and his killing intent became more and more intense. His extreme Dao of slaughter was growing. Chu Xian glanced at it and knew that King Slayer was about to make a breakthrough. The Great Daoyuan Calamity was indeed an opportunity for King Slayer. It was the perfect opportunity for the Dao of slaughter to grow. After all, there were battles and conflicts everywhere, so it was easier to break through his limits. Boom! The blood-red saber slashed through the sky and killed the expert from the heavenly temple. Die! King Slayer's aura rose to the extreme, and his extreme Dao of slaughter transformed. He had broken through 13th level of the Dao realm. His attackers were all shocked. They had not been able to suppress him thus far, and now he had broken through. Things were not looking good. Shua! The cocky human expert was the first to escape. Kill! King Slayer's killing intent engulfed the surroundings, turning tangible as it sealed off the surroundings. The onlookers were all stunned. Many of them fled in a hurry. The desire to target the extreme Dao was now the last thing on their minds. This was a lunatic, but that was not the problem. The problem was that he was an invincible lunatic. Who could stop him? The 8 attackers had all fallen. Ying Kong was stunned. He was too powerful. The members in the group chat were also shocked when they learned of the result of the battle. Extreme Dao cultivators were this strong? 1v8? I'm a little jealous, someone in the group chat said sourly. I finally know why everyone targets extreme Dao cultivators. It's because of jealousy. The others all agreed. Does anyone know how to start cultivating the extreme Dao? Some people were tempted. Pfft, you're not a human, so don't even think about it. Many of the non-human group members sighed. Elsewhere, saber in hand, King Slayer said coldly, "Today, I am standing up for the extreme Dao. If anyone dares to bully extreme Dao cultivators again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Extreme Dao cultivators were not afraid of fighting. The only thing King Slayer had to do was ensure that the weaker extreme Dao cultivators would not be hunted down by those who surpassed their cultivation realms. Sweeping his gaze across the surroundings, his figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Ying Kong in a flash. Ying Kong was so scared that he almost peed himself. He thought that King Slayer had become trigger-happy and wanted to kill him. "Brother King Slayer, it's me," he said hurriedly. Kingslayer reached out his hand and patted Ying Kong's head. He shook his head and laughed arrogantly. Haha, it's little Ying. It's me, it's indeed me. Ying Kong had a helpless expression on his face. There was no helping it. He was the weakest among the group chat members. With me as your backing, whoever dares to bully you, feel free to come find me. I'll deal with them. Kingslayer patted his chest. Thank you, brother Kingslayer. Ying Kong was overjoyed. He finally had a backer. Furthermore, Kingslayer was definitely the strongest person in the 9 zones at the moment. Okay, I'm off then. Kingslayer disappeared. Ying Kong heaved a sigh of relief and then left as well. Not long after, news of Kingslayer's battle spread, striking terror into the hearts of many, who recalled the incidents from the ancient era. Would there be a repeat of that incident? How many people would die? The Dao realm experts who had been prepared to target Chu Pingfen all had second thoughts and were instantly terrified and no longer dared to bully the weak. After all, he had killed too many people. Of course, he had many enemies as well. There were many people hunting him down. However, no one had been able to kill him so far. Before Kingslayer was killed, no one would target Chu Pingfen. Chu Pingfen also heard of this news. He was excited. He could finally appear in the open and participate in the fight for the treasure and fate. In a battle against cultivators of the same realm, there was not a single person he was afraid of. His figure immediately flashed as he headed towards a nearby treasure land. It was rumored that there was chaotic energy there. It was time to display the power of the extreme Dao. If Kingslayer could succeed 1v8, then he would too. 418 Ancestors of the Human Race, Part 1. Chu Xian looked at the Origin Dao crystal. As it continued to transform, more laws kept appearing. Then, he was surprised to discover that the Origin Dao crystal suddenly gave birth to a law. It was not a great Dao law, but a heavenly Dao law. Was it not a complete copy of the great Dao? Why was there a heavenly Dao law? Did nurturing the heavenly Dao talisman affect the Origin Dao crystal as well? In any case, this was a good thing. Chu Xian estimated that it would take 1 to 2 months for the Origin Dao crystal to complete its transformation. He turned his attention back to the 9 zones. The secret of the extreme Dao piqued his interest. Even Hong Yuanchu did not seem to know anything, which meant that its secrets were definitely from a past great Dao era. Chu Xian even suspected that the person who created the human race's first cultivation technique was an extreme Dao cultivator. Of course, this was just a conjecture. Perhaps Daoist Flying Cloud knew some of the secrets behind it, but Chu Xian chose not to ask him. After all, if he kept asking about the secrets of the human race, it would probably arouse suspicions. Extreme Dao cultivators only appeared among the human race. As such, those who knew them best would definitely be the human experts from the ancient era. However, where had they all gone? Chu Xian was actually very curious. There were no human experts in the ancient chaos world as they were all ostracized. It could be seen from this that the human race was in an awkward situation, and that they seemed to be at odds with the other races. Furthermore, the immortal, celestial, and demon races, as well as the other foreign races, all took on human-like forms after they transformed, which seemed to imply that the human race was probably more compatible with the great Dao. Was it because of this that the other races targeted them? Chu Xian thought to himself as he focused his attention on Yang Tian. Yang Tian was currently a 4th-level Dao realm expert, and had been improving rapidly. He had already caught up to Ji Dexin. This was all due to that ancestor of his. Yang Tian was improving rapidly, but his potential had been consumed in exchange. There was no hope for him to reach the Daiyuan realm. In a sense, it was not exactly a bad thing for Yang Tian. In any case, very few people could reach the Daiyuan realm, so trading his future cultivation for his current status was a decent trade-off. Yang Tian was a heavens blessed of the human race, so he was naturally protected by some of the older experts. After all, they regarded him as a future top expert of the human race. Currently, the human race had the most Dao realm experts in the 9 zones. Apart from King Slayer, there were 3 other 12th level Dao realm experts. Next were the demons and monsters. The demon race Dao realm experts that emerged from the primordial land were in an awkward situation, as they were torn between which side to help between the demon race and the Buddhist clan. In the end, they decided simply to ignore it and go about their own business. After all, Mo2 and Mo Zhan had told them to keep a low profile to avoid being affected by the great Dao calamity. The monster race fared better, as they had obtained great fate as they fought against the ominous beings. Still, that war was far from over, and would likely persist for a prolonged period of time. Therefore, they set their sights on the other zones to try and occupy another zone for the monster race. Although the human race had the advantage now, Chu Xian was uncertain as to whether this situation would persist. There appeared to be more foreign race experts above the 20th level of the Dao realm. In the meantime, Chu Xian was waiting for the person behind Yang Tian to arrive and make contact with him. He was definitely an ancient expert of the human race. He wondered if that person was an expert from the Great Dao era, or a previous one. Was he once a human king? Human kings had a greater sense of belonging to the human race, and they had the desire to strengthen the human race. As for non-human king experts, it was harder to say. In the past, many powerful human race experts had joined the immortal, celestial, and demon races. Now, some of the powerful experts of the immortal, celestial, and demon races were actually humans. However, they did not acknowledge this identity at all. They were all proud of their statuses as immortals, celestials, and demons. Yang Tian and Chu Pingfen were both heavens blessed of the human race, but they were treated differently. The foreign races would not dare to attack Yang Tian openly. They might attempt a sneak attack, but Yang Tian was cautious and did not give them a chance. Chu Pingfen, on the other hand, had suffered greatly before King Slayer's appearance. Chu Xian's other disciples were also favored by the human race. However, they had also offended a number of powers, including the Tianyu Tower, Heavenly Temple, and Starry Sky Palace. As such, they were constantly being pursued. 419 Ancestors of the Human Race, Part 2. As for Ding Yu and Xiao Yang, they were lone wolves who did things their own way, and it was common for them to offend people. Yang Tian was fighting with a Dao realm foreign race expert for a treasure. Both sides were unevenly matched, and after 2 hours, there was still no winner. At that moment, Yang Tian's body trembled, and a wisp of consciousness descended into his body. The foreign race expert seized this opportunity and tried to kill him with a powerful strike. However, as soon as it touched Yang Tian, it turned into ashes. Yang Tian's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Ancestor, I almost died there. Haha, it was just an ant. While I'm around, there's no way something like that can hurt you. Ancestor, why have you come here this time? To see the changes in the 9 zones." Chu Xian looked at Yang Tian and at the wisp of consciousness. Although it was just a wisp, it could be seen that the other party was very powerful. He then looked at the northern region of the western zone. That fellow from the ancient demon race seemed to be preparing to descend with a wisp of consciousness as well. He smiled. The 9 zones belonged to him. Without his consent, it was wishful thinking. Chu Xian was not in a hurry to get in touch with Yang Tian's ancestor. Instead, he was waiting for Yang Tian to ask his ancestor about the extreme Dao. Thanks to the heavenly Dao laws, he could listen into their conversation. In fact, as long as Chu Xian needed it, he could read the thoughts of any living being under the heavenly Dao laws and control their consciousness. Of course, Chu Xian would not do that. The heavenly Dao had its own laws, and he would not rashly interfere. Everything had to follow the laws. If he meddled too much, it would affect the heavenly Dao, and even cause it to deviate. The Great Daeyuan and Great Daeo calamities were essentially methods by which the Great Daeo reset the 9 zones. If the heavenly Daeo laws were broken, it was likely that there would be a heavenly Daeo calamity as well in the future. Of course, the heavenly Daeo laws themselves might contain a similar mechanism anyway. The ancestor controlled Yang Tian's physical body and walked through the desolate ancient zone. His eyes flickered with light as he looked at the sky above the 9 zones. However, he could not see anything. He felt that something was wrong, but could not tell what it was. Perhaps he was overthinking things. It was not unusual for strange things to occur during calamities. Ancestor, you said you're my ancestor, but I don't even know your name, Yang Tian said. You can call me whatever your surname is. Yang Tian asked, stunned. Then I'm Yang, your ancestor. No one in the 9 zones will recognize or remember me now anyway, Yang said with a chuckle. Ancestor, how many generations are we separated by? Do I still have your bloodline? Of course you do. It's just a little thin. I'm powerful, so my descendants won't disappear even after countless years. Even if it's a little thin, when the opportunity comes, it can be purified. As Yang walked, he began to chat with this descendant from God knows how many generations apart. We're separated by several eras, but you've actually activated your ancestral bloodline. How strange! He had chosen Yang Tian for this reason, as it allowed him to easily descend with his wisp of consciousness. Otherwise, he would have to pay an even greater price to descend. Chu Xian listened in silence. The other party was called Yang? How many eras had passed? He was indeed an ancient expert of the human race. In any case, Yang was currently just a wisp of consciousness, so he was unable to discover Chu Xian spying on him using the heavenly Daeo laws. Ancestor, since the human race has such powerful experts like yourself, why are we so weak? I heard that in the past eras, the human race was a weak race, Yang Tian asked curiously. Yang remained silent for a moment before he said, the time is not right. The human race can't become strong. It can only become strong for a brief period, after which it will suffer a severe blow. The current human race may seem strong, but they're not that strong in reality. You just have to remember that the human race is still in a difficult situation. Yang Tian was even more confused. Ancestor, the human race is the overlord of the 9 zones. Why would we still be in a difficult situation? You're too weak, so you wouldn't understand. The human race's current position as the overlord of the 9 zones is only temporary. The 9 zones will soon welcome a drastic change. Yang Tian did not understand his explanation, but since his ancestor did not continue, he did not pursue the matter. Instead, he changed the topic. Ancestor, are there many human experts like you? You little rascal! You still have a few old friends, right? Yang smiled. I'm one of the 10 ancestors of the human race, he said after a pause. I'm the 10th saint of the human race. Chu Xian's heart trembled when he heard this. The 10th human to reach the Daeyuan realm? Were the first 9 still alive? If they were all alive, there would be at least 10 top experts in the human race. Ancestor, there are so many supreme experts in our human race? Why are you not in the 9 zones? 420 Ancestors of the Human Race, Part 3. Of the 10 ancestors of the human race, only 7 are left. 3 of my old friends have fallen, Yang sighed. You have to remember that the human race cannot be considered true overlords just yet. It is only when we can suppress all of the other races that we will have achieved that. Another great calamity is coming, and the human race will also be oppressed, unless... Yang suddenly fell silent. Unless what? Yang Tian asked curiously. That's not something you should know. You're too curious, kid. Let me put it this way. Before the 10 ancestors of the human race, there was still another person. If he was still alive. Yang smiled bitterly. Chu Xian understood. He was almost certainly referring to the first genius who had created the human race's cultivation technique. Even Yang, one of the 10 ancestors of the human race, did not know if he was still alive. It was clear that he had disappeared for a long time. Was he really dead? Yang Tian then asked where Yang and the other ancestors were and why they were not in the 9 zones. Yang did not answer. Yang Tian did not continue asking. Instead, he chatted about various topics and finally asked about the extreme Dao. Ancestor, something big happened in the 9 zones recently. An extreme Dao cultivator stood up for a young extreme Dao cultivator and killed many experts. Why are extreme Dao cultivators always targeted? I've even seen that young extreme Dao cultivator a few times. He's a very simple and honest person who doesn't actively provoke others. However, he's always been targeted by everyone, including the human race. Logically speaking, he should be the human race's heavens blessed. Why aren't there any human race experts standing up for him aside from that one extreme Dao cultivator? Yang was stunned. Extreme Dao. Yet. Yang smiled and said, extreme Dao cultivators being targeted is to be expected. For other races, it's because extreme Dao cultivators only emerge from the human race, so it's only natural to want to snuff out a future enemy expert. For the human race, things are more complicated. Part of it is due to jealousy. However, it also has something to do with the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 zones. Although the extreme Dao is no longer prohibited by the laws today, there will always be traces of that law left behind. Even Yang, one of the 10 ancestors of the human race, felt that it was expected for extreme Dao cultivators to be targeted. The matters involving the extreme Dao were more complicated than he expected. That still doesn't fully explain why extreme Dao cultivators are targeted and not allowed in the 9 zones. Yang Tian was curious. Yang muttered to himself for a moment. He felt that this was not a secret, and there was no harm in telling this descendant of his. Among the 10 ancestors of the human race, the 3rd ancestor is the ancestor of extreme Dao cultivators. He is extremely powerful, but his personality is also a little special. He has a rather violent temper. Back then, he slaughtered the experts of all races in the 9 zones. He killed immortals, celestials, demons, dragons, and phoenixes. He killed so many of them that the laws of heaven and earth of the 9 zones collapsed and the great Dao shook. He was also the first of the 10 ancestors of the human race to fall. Because of this, the human race was suppressed and became a weak race again. The impact of this incident was too great, and all of the races of the 9 zones decided never to tolerate the existence of extreme Dao cultivators. Even some of the human race's experts joined in, fearing that extreme Dao cultivators would threaten their lives in the future. Honestly, I'm surprised that there are extreme Dao cultivators in this day and age. Yang Tian was shocked. Chu Xian was also surprised. That ancestor was actually so fierce? What exactly happened back then? The battle was so intense that even the laws of heaven and earth had collapsed and the great Dao had been shaken. Could this have triggered the great Dao calamity? 421 Ancestors of the Human Race, Part 4. Yang only explained the reason why extreme Dao cultivators were targeted. He did not mention why the battle broke out and why the 3rd ancestor killed the experts from all of the races. There must have been a reason for that battle. Chu Xian sighed. Somehow, the extreme Dao inheritance had survived to this day. Although things were looking grim, and they faced countless difficulties and persecution, the inheritance was not destroyed. Was someone preserving the inheritance? Chu Xian could not help but wonder if the 3rd ancestor was really dead. Generally speaking, this kind of monstrous person was difficult to kill. In any case, Chu Xian had gotten the information he wanted, so he no longer listened into their conversation. He did not want to interfere too much with the operation of the heavenly Dao laws. Although Yang Tian was curious, it was Chu Xian who had incited him through the heavenly Dao laws to ask those questions. Yang Tian traveled around the 9 territories, and no one knew what he was planning or thinking. The human race was not in a good situation. In the ancient chaos world, there were no humans, so Chu Xian speculated that the human race in the chaos was not in a good situation. Yang Tian's conversation with Yang had further reinforced his belief. 3 of the 10 ancestors of the human race had died, including the 3rd ancestor. The first person to create the cultivation method of the human race had also disappeared without a trace and had not appeared for several eras. Perhaps he had fallen, or was trapped somewhere. Perhaps he was waiting for an opportunity. All of this was a mystery. The human race was the current overlord of the 9 zones. However, with the expansion of the 9 zones, the other races had the opportunity to occupy territory and expand. Still, they could not shake the status of the human race. As Yang surveyed the 9 zones, he noticed that only a few of the once powerful demon race had survived. The rest had converted to Buddhism. These Buddhists did not seem to be a threat to the human race at all. All they did was occupy the former demon zone and stay there. Other than spreading Buddhist Dharma and building Buddhist temples, they did not seem to want to expand their territory. Even among the cultivators of the 9 zones, they were known as the Buddhist sect and not the Buddhist race. Furthermore, the tenets and power of Buddhism had attracted many cultivators from various races. Even some humans had converted to Buddhism and cultivated Buddhist techniques. Despite this, the Buddhists did not force them to abandon their own race. All they required was a change of lifestyle and to help spread Buddhist Dharma. As such, aside from the remnant demon race, very few races had enmity with the Buddhists. The ghost race was undoubtedly the newest race to rise to prominence in the 9 zones, and they could be found in almost every corner of the 9 zones. Ghost race. Yang muttered to himself. Ancestor, the ghost race is too special and too powerful. I reckon that if my physical body were to be destroyed and my divine soul remained intact, I would also choose to become a ghost. Yang Tian sighed. The appearance of the ghost race had given many experts a second chance at life. Of course, the prerequisite was that their divine souls remained intact. However, the chance to continue cultivating and becoming stronger after death was undoubtedly fatally attractive. In the past, there was also a race similar to the ghost race, Yang muttered to himself. The Netherworld race? Yang Tian asked curiously. Although the Netherworld race was relatively unknown in this day and age, as a Dao realm expert and genius of the human race, Yang Tian now had access to a wealth of information. The Netherworld race has deteriorated. They were really terrifying back then. Yang did not continue, but inwardly, he speculated that the ghost race had something to do with the Netherworld race's situation. Had that person turned into a ghost? Given that person's strength, if he had not died, it was entirely possible for him to create a new race. His Dao was very special and powerful. Chu Xian looked at the northern region of the western zone. That ancient demon expert seemed eager to send a wisp of his consciousness into the 9 zones. However, even if the blood fiend race was in the process of transforming into demons, they still could not bear the wisp of his consciousness. They had not reached the point of compatibility yet. Without compatibility, his wisp of consciousness would leak out and be rejected by the great Dao. The demon race Grand Elder's bloodline had been awakened and purified, but it was still lacking in terms of becoming a vessel for his wisp of consciousness. As such, he had a new target, which was Demon Buddha. Was it because of the ancient demon bloodline in his body? It seemed that the other party wanted to activate Demon Buddha's ancient demon bloodline. Chu Xian did not stop him. It was a good thing to awaken the ancient demon bloodline, as it would make Demon Buddha stronger. However, Demon Buddha was a Buddhist through and through, so the awakening of the bloodline would not change him. Ding Yu and the other disciples started to display their talent and reached the 4th level of the Dao realm, catching up to Ji Dexin. He Yu was even more special. Since she cultivated the heavenly Dao scripture, and the 9 zones had been incorporated into the heavenly Dao laws, her fate had soared. The uniqueness of her innate divine soul was also revealed at this moment. Recently, He Yu obtained some very special opportunities. It seemed that someone out there wanted to make her his chess piece. Chu Xian did not interfere. 422 Attacking the Blood Fiend Race, Part 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Xian did not mind letting others nurture his disciples. After all, everything was still under his control. This time, Yang Tian did not regain control of his body for a long time. Yang even controlled Yang Tian's body and participated in the fight for opportunities. It seemed that Yang really wanted to identify who the players were in this giant game of chess. Chu Xian had been silently paying attention and was not in a hurry to make contact. Kingslayer continued his massacre, once again displaying the power of the extreme Dao, much to the dismay of the experts of various races. The Blood Fiend race was now a tool in the hands of the ancient demon race. Since that ancient demon race expert had sent his sights of Demon Buddha, there was no longer any reason to keep the Blood Fiends around. Of course, Chu Xian would not act personally. After all, the Blood Fiend race was a calamity-bearing race. Defeating them would allow one to obtain great fate, so it was best if this opportunity was given to one of his own people. Chu Xian decided to cultivate and nurture the extreme Dao cultivators. Thus, he asked Chu Pingfen to kill them. There was no lack of experts among the Blood Fiends. The strongest one had even reached the 8th level of the Dao realm. Amidst the chaos and the fighting for treasures and opportunities, everyone had neglected the Blood Fiend race. Apart from Chu Pingfen, Chu Xian also ordered Kingslayer to participate in the extermination of the Blood Fiends. It was also time to destroy the strange blood flower in the ocean. No matter whose chess piece it was time to harvest it and feed it to the spirit-devouring flower. The blood flower had become much stronger, and had already reached the peak of the 12th level of the Dao realm. Occasionally, it would emit spiritual energy fluctuations. The expert behind it was probably preparing to descend with a wisp of his or her consciousness. Chu Pingfen went off to hunt blood fiends. As did Kingslayer, who mainly targeted blood fiends that Chu Pingfen could not deal with. His first target was that strange blood flower. Boom! A great battle broke out. Kingslayer's powerful attacks displaced the ocean water in that area, revealing the roots of the strange flower that were connected to the ocean floor. 423 Attacking the Blood Fiend Race, Part 2. Kingslayer was trapped, and so was Chu Pingfen. In order to deal with the two extreme Dao cultivators, the Blood Fiend race mobilized everything they had. Chu Xian had been watching. The strength of the Blood Fiend race was within his expectations. After all, they had been nurtured by that ancient demon race expert. Despite the fact that their cultivation levels were weaker, the powerful secret techniques and formations passed down by that expert allowed them to fight opponents stronger than they were. Chu Xian did not interfere and just watched silently. This could be considered training for those two. If they could eradicate the Blood Fiend race, they would be able to obtain great benefits. Of course, this was only one part of his plan. Chu Xian was more interested in that ancient battlefield that was hidden in the northern region of the western zone. For that reason, Feng Kong had been dispatched as well. Chu Xian intended to try to create conflict between the celestial and ancient demon race experts. The battle continued for several days, and the Blood Fiend's formation was filled with dense blood-colored spiritual energy, to the point that one could no longer sense Kingslayer's presence, nor his killing intent. The experts from the various races who had been paying attention to this battle all heaved a sigh of relief. That lunatic was dead for sure this time. Elsewhere, Chu Pingfen had also been surrounded by blood fiends. Many people secretly felt that it was a pity that the only two extreme Dao cultivators in the 9 zones were about to die. Perhaps the extreme Dao would truly go extinct this time. Chu Xian was the one who had prevented Chu Pingfen and Kingslayer's auras from leaking out. Even Ding Yu and Wang Luo, who were about to go to rescue Chu Pingfen, were stopped by Chu Xian. Be it Kingslayer or Chu Pingfen, they were not in danger. The situation might look desperate, but it was just a facade. Chu Xian wanted to see if anyone would step in to protect the extreme Dao cultivators when they were in danger of disappearing completely. How many more experts were hiding in the background? While Chu Xian might be able to detect any movements in the 9 zones, the desolate ancient zone was still not under the control of the heavenly Dao laws. There were still many possibilities and unknown factors within the primordial land and heavenly domain. For example, the Ji family. Hong Yuanchu did not know much about the Ji family. He only knew that the Ji family had a Dao realm expert, but no one had opened their Dao path. However, that might not be true. The Ji family was an ancient human king's family, and their ancestors must have been one of the ancient experts of the human race. Even if their ancestor was not one of the 10 ancestors of the human race, he would not be far off. Where had all of these ancient experts gone? It was not only the human race, but the demon race and monster race Dayuan experts. They had all disappeared. They were not in the ancient chaos world, and there was no way that they were wandering the chaos indefinitely. There had to be some kind of scheme behind this. The largest possibility was that they were trying to circumvent the plans of the other major forces to cause an upset. 424 Attacking the Blood Fiend Race, Part 3. The Blood Fiends became more and more violent, and the battle persisted without any signs of a breakthrough. The figures of King Slayer and Chu Pingfen could no longer be seen. Not even the slightest bit of their auras could be sensed. Many people sighed. The extreme Dao was finished. Ding Yu and Wang Luo were puzzled. What exactly was their master doing? Was he testing Chu Pingfen? In any case, since their master did not want them to help, the two of them held back. Chu Pingfen would not be in any danger. Extreme Dao cultivators were rare, but had somehow always appeared during every calamity. It had never been completely cut off. It was a common practice for most experts to leave behind an inheritance. However, King Slayer was anything but common. On the other hand, Chu Pingfen was too young to do so. Chu Xian watched silently for any traces of abnormality. He wanted to verify his speculation. In particular, he kept an eye on the desolate ancient zone. Although the heavenly Dao laws had seeped into the desolate ancient zone, it was only a tiny bit. The heavenly Dao laws were masquerading as the laws of heaven and earth, and since the latter did not exist in the desolate ancient zone, progress was slow. Then, just as King Slayer and Chu Pingfen were about to fall, Chu Xian sensed something strange entering the 9 zones from the desolate ancient zone. As expected, there had to be a reason why the extreme Dao had been preserved up till today. There was someone guarding its legacy. The wisp of consciousness was very faint and weak, to the point that even Chu Xian had trouble tracing it. Chu Xian followed this wisp of consciousness and quietly probed. There was no result. The source of this wisp of consciousness seemed to be from a very dark place. He was unable to continue investigating. Chu Xian examined the wisp of consciousness and made a startling discovery. Only his consciousness is left in the 9 zones. Is it a dead person's remnant will, or something left behind after escaping the 9 zones? Chu Xian could not tell for sure. However, this wisp of consciousness was definitely from an extreme Dao expert. The thing was, the wisp of consciousness was not linked to a person. It was just a wandering wisp of consciousness. No one knew how long it had existed or where it had hidden. However, the fact that a wisp of consciousness could exist for such a long time was indicative of how powerful the other party was. He was stronger than Chu Xian, and had a Dao path that had definitely exceeded 10,000 miles. This was probably why his wisp of consciousness had survived until today. The third ancestor. Chu Xian felt that it was him. After all, no one else would bother protecting the extreme Dao. That wisp of consciousness did not go over to save Chu Pingfen or King Slayer. Instead, it created a mystic realm in the 9 zones and left the inheritance of the extreme Dao inside. It was likely that after Chu Pingfen and King Slayer died, some mysterious force would guide a genius to this mystic realm to obtain the extreme Dao inheritance. Interesting. Chu Xian finally understood why the extreme Dao had never disappeared completely. Then, was the extreme Dao inheritance King Slayer cultivated obtained from this person or another extreme Dao cultivator? Chu Xian was learning towards the latter. Otherwise, King Slayer would not have suffered a deviation. He had probably obtained the inheritance of a much weaker extreme Dao cultivator. Then, when he exceeded that cultivator's strength, he had to forge his own way ahead blindly. Had it been the third ancestor's inheritance, King Slayer would not have had problems even all the way up to the Daiyuan realm. The extreme Dao was very special. It was not a specific cultivation method, but simply something that was based on someone's talent and obsession over something. For example, Chu Pingfan's Saber Extreme Dao. Even if an inheritance was left behind, the inheritor would likely not cultivate the same extreme Dao. This was the difference between the extreme Dao and normal cultivation inheritances. Incidentally, Chu Pingfan's extreme Dao inheritance came from the system and was different from other extreme Dao inheritances. In addition to his innate talent, his extreme Dao was purer. After leaving behind the inheritance, the will seemed to hesitate whether to save someone or not. The person he wanted to save was naturally Chu Pingfan. No matter how one looked at it, Chu Pingfan had more talent and potential. In the end, he gave up. Perhaps he was afraid of being exposed. His wisp of consciousness returned to the desolate ancient zone and disappeared into the darkness. 425 Attacking the Blood Fiend Race, Part 4. Since he had already discovered what he was looking for, there was no need for Chu Pingfan and King Slayer to continue being in danger. Boom! King Slayer soared into the sky and broke through the Blood Fiend encirclement in an instant, shattering their formation. Then, he began a wild massacre. Saber Chi illuminated the sky as Chu Pingfan also broke out of the encirclement. The Blood Fiends were defeated. Everyone was shocked. They had clearly seen Chu Pingfan and King Slayer surrounded and overwhelmed, yet they had somehow survived. Moreover, their auras seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Were they about to break through again? The Blood Fiends began to flee. Given their unique traits, they were difficult to track, which was the reason why exterminating them was not a feasible option to most. However, Chu Xian could use the heavenly Dao laws to track them. Within the 9 zones, there was no way they would escape his grasp, nor the fate of being exterminated. King Slayer and Chu Pingfan gave chase. Incidentally, Ying Kong was also in the western zone. Since it would take some time to completely exterminate the Blood Fiends, Chu Xian turned his attention to the transformed Origin Dao crystal, which was on the verge of becoming a perfect miniature Great Dao. While the majority of its laws were the laws of heaven and earth of the 9 zones, there were quite a number of heavenly Dao laws, as well as its own laws, which were an amalgamation forged from the earlier 2 sets of laws. The Origin Dao crystal had entered its final stages of transformation. Slowly, the miniature Great Dao started to shrink and condense. Furthermore, it started to curve on both ends. Chu Xian was stunned. What was going on? Gradually, it actually transformed into a ring. Chu Xian frowned slightly. It turned into a ring? Why did it become a ring? He fell into a state of deep thought. The scene of the creation of the 9 zones when he was comprehending the chaos scripture appeared in his mind. A great Dao was born, splitting the chaos and opening up a new world. If the great Dao of the Origin Dao crystal had become a ring, what about the great Dao of the 9 zones? Could it be that the great Dao of the 9 zones was also ring-shaped? Like a planet? Planet? Chu Xian was stunned. In the sky above the 9 zones, one could see some things that looked like stars. What were those stars? Were those derived from the great Dao, or was there a starry sky in the chaos outside the 9 zones? As the Origin Great Dao continued transforming into a ring, Chu Xian suddenly realized that he actually did not know much about the 9 zones. Sure, he seemed to know a lot of secrets, but there were still many blind spots in his knowledge. What were the stars in the sky above the 9 zones? Were they planets? If so, were there any living beings on those planets? To be more accurate, were there any experts? Was that where those missing Daeyuan realm experts had gone? He had no one to ask. What if this was common knowledge? Would it not be a joke if he, a super big shot, knew nothing about it? After the Origin Great Daeo became a ring, Chu Xian took it and put it on his wrist. It looked like a bracelet. He then removed it and placed it back inside the pocket dimension, next to the Heavenly Daeo talisman. Chu Xian was uncertain about how he could nurture and strengthen the Origin Great Daeo ring, so he simply allowed it to do its own thing. He also placed the Reincarnation Great Daeo next to those two. Hopefully they would augment each other's growth. Chu Xian glanced at the situation in the 9 territories and continued to stay in the courtyard, engrossed in extending his Daeo path. His body condensed from his Daeo aura, was holding the heaven-splitting axe and working hard to extend his Daeo path. Occasionally, he would use the ancient Chaos Mountain to stabilize his Daeo path. That being said, things were not moving particularly fast. So far, he had only extended his Daeo path by 100 meters. There was still a long way to go. Chu Xian could only hope that the system would reward him with some path-opening treasures. At their current cultivation levels, it would be difficult for his disciples to trigger the system's rewards. The 61st milestone was fast approaching, so Chu Xian was cautiously optimistic for a decent reward. Currently, the rewards he received every day were of limited help in extending the Daeo path. Occasionally, he would be rewarded with a few Daeo transformation jade stones, which had a rather good effect. It made the Daeo path more stable. However, while these were undoubtedly a rare treasure to other Daeyuan realm experts, it was so for Chu Xian. The system would reward him with a piece every 3 to 5 days, so he had plenty to go around. Chu Yi and Chu Er had entered a new transformation cycle after the Origin Daeo crystal completed its transformation. After this transformation, they would become much stronger, perhaps around the 15th level of the Daeo realm or higher. They would likely be the first of Chu Xian's subordinates to reach the Daeyuan realm in the future. The 2 Buddhist attendants' strength also increased rapidly with the expansion of Buddhism in the 9 zones. 3 months later, Chu Pingfen broke through to the 4th level of the Daeo realm and killed all the blood fiends who were chasing him. King Slayer also reached the 14th level of the Daeo realm. Their rapid increase in strength frightened many people. Was the extreme Daeo so terrifying? At the same time, Feng Kong followed Chu Xian's arrangements and entered the northern region. The Jade Crystal Palace was emitting a faint halo and was surrounded by a celestial aura. There were many blood fiends in the northern region of the western zone, but they were not particularly strong, so Feng Kong slaughtered them en masse. In the end, the blood fiends in the northern region of the western zone were annihilated. Feng Kong stood in front of the dark ancient battlefield, but did not go in. It was very dangerous there. His mission was temporarily over. The Jade Crystal Palace expanded, and Feng Kong entered it to cultivate. Now, the Jade Crystal Palace and the dark ancient battlefield were side by side. Now that King Slayer had appeared and become stronger so quickly, Feng Kong's feelings were a little complicated. He was unsure as to how he should face King Slayer. In the past, he had a good relationship with the latter, and had fought several times on the same battlefields. They could be considered comrades to some extent. However, King Slayer changed after that, which seemed to be around the time he became an extreme Daeo cultivator. In the battle after that, he had tried his best because he felt that he had the responsibility to stop King Slayer from killing more experts. This was to prevent the human race from becoming vulnerable to the attacks of other races. In the end, he lost. He had become the one with the worst ending out of all the human kings. Still, Feng Kong now roughly understood King Slayer's situation and why he challenged and killed the strong. In the stone house inside the dark ancient battlefield, a wisp of consciousness trembling with anger. The blood fiend race that he had painstakingly cultivated had actually been completely annihilated. The northern region of the western zone had fallen. His wisp consciousness arrived at the edge of the dark ancient battlefield and spotted the Jade Crystal Palace. He was getting angrier. "Damn old man, you dare to ruin my plan!" The wisp of consciousness transmitted its voice over. Feng Kong heard it, but ignored it. However, he was a little curious. What was the Lord planning? He seemed to be targeting these unknown and powerful existences. Good. Very good. The wisp of consciousness flew into a rage and retreated back into the dark ancient battlefield. Without a vessel, his will could not be exposed to the 9 zones, or it would be rejected by the Great Dao. 426 9 Extreme Day Yuan, Part 1. Ancient Chaos World. A furious roar could be heard from Mount Tianmo, shaking the surroundings. "Damn old man, things are now irreconcilable between you and I." A terrifying figure left the mountain in a flash and disappeared into the horizon. The surrounding experts appeared one after another, frowning as they watched Tianmo Lai leave. Those two were going to fight again? The experts from Mount Yuan and Mount Tianmo were old enemies. They had fought in the 9 zones all the way to the ancient chaos world. In the past 100,000 years, it seemed that in order to properly plan for the 9 zones, they had temporarily halted their feud. Not too long ago, Ancestor Yuan Shan had gone to Mount Tianmo with an aggressive attitude. This time, Tianmo Lai seemed to be even more furious. What happened? Maybe something has happened in the 9 zones. Does anyone know what happened there? If you haven't reached their level, you aren't qualified to interfere in the 9 zones. When we transform, we all turn into human form. Even after we've left the 9 zones, it's still the same. Why is that? There's definitely a great secret behind this. After all, despite how weak the human race is, they've never been completely exterminated, and keep rising from the ashes again and again. The chaos favors the human race. These experts were conversing with each other. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the distance. It seemed that a great battle had broken out. That was where Mount Yuan was located. The experts instantly disappeared from where they were, heading out. They were all extremely shocked that a battle had actually started. Both Tianmo Lai and Ancestor Yuan Shan were top existences in the ancient chaos world. Somewhere in the ancient chaos world, there was a small mountain covered in multicolored lights. A figure appeared on the peak of the mountain. He looked in the direction of Mount Yuan and frowned slightly. It was Daoist Flying Cloud. In the ancient chaos world, he was not the strongest, but he was not weak either. Moreover, he was an immortal. The immortals were the most powerful race in the ancient chaos world. Daoist Flying Cloud frowned. The conflict between Yuan Shan and Tianmo Lai seemed to be related to the 9 zones. However, what kind of conflict could trigger an actual battle? It was unwise to fight each other at this juncture. He could not help but think of Chu Xian. That mysterious existence had once stayed in the 9 zones. As for the explanation of how he entered the 9 zones, it was because the chaotic beings in the past had visited the 9 zones when it was formed, thus leaving traces of their aura with the Great Dao. On top of that, as an ancient chaotic being, the Great Dao calamity did not affect him, so he would not be rejected by the Great Dao of the 9 zones. That being said, Chu Xian had claimed that he had left the 9 zones to continue exploring the chaos. Was it real or fake? No matter if it was true or not, it was enough if they maintained a good relationship for the time being. Perhaps in the future he would need the other party's help. In any case, the most important thing was for him to figure out how to survive the Great Dao calamity. Mount Yuan. Ancestor Yuan Shan was having a headache over how to revamp his plans for the 9 zones. He was 90% sure that Tianmo Lai had plotted against him and sabotaged his plan. Then, Tianmo Lai showed up and cursed him, claiming that he had destroyed his plan in the 9 zones and that his Jade Crystal Palace was blocking the entrance of Tianmo Lai's territory. Yuan Shan exploded in anger. How did Tianmo Lai know about the Jade Crystal Palace? He had clearly seen the Jade Crystal Palace in the 9 zones. This meant that the one who destroyed his plan in the 9 zones was undoubtedly Tian Molai. The two of them argued, and then started fighting. The problem was that both of them were top-tier experts, so when the battle started, countless people around them trembled in fear, afraid that they would be affected. There were many races and forces of all sizes living around Mount Yuan, and most of them were subordinate in one way or form to him. While he did not particularly care if they lived or died, he did not want them to die by Tian Molai's hands. However insignificant they were, he did not want to lose in any shape or form to Tian Molai. Thus, as soon as they exchanged the first blow, Ancestor Yuan Shan disappeared and left the ancient chaos world. Tian Molai did not make things difficult for these weaklings either, and pursued Ancestor Yuan Shan. After the two left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they would retain their puny lives for the time being. Outside the ancient chaos world, in the darkness of the chaos, bright lights flashed everywhere as the two old enemies fought. Many experts were watching the battle from afar. Of course, only Daeyuan realm cultivators were qualified to observe. There seemed to be two Daeopaths that appeared in the chaos and surrounded the battlefield. Is this the power of the 9 extreme Daeyuan? I'm not their match at all. Even if our Daeopaths have reached 10,000 miles in length, in the eyes of such experts, we are still weaklings. 427 9 Extreme Daeyuan, Part 2. 9 Extreme Daeyuan. In the ancient chaos world, only the races that possessed 9 extreme Daeyuan experts could be called powerful. It had been a long time since a battle of this level broke out in the ancient chaos world, so seeing the magnitude of power displayed by the two sides made everyone feel weak in comparison. As old enemies, they were naturally evenly matched. Even though there would be no resolution to this battle, they kept fighting, each believing that it was the other who had interfered in their plans in the 9 zones. In the 9 zones, Chu Xian was busy extending his Dao path, blindly oblivious to the conflict he had caused. While it was intentional, it was merely a minor ploy. Whether it succeeded or failed, it mattered not to him. With the disappearance of the Blood Fiend race, the fate of the 9 zones began to change. It was as if the entire world was being suppressed by an unknown pressure. Even though the heavenly Dao laws were hidden, it could sense the difference in the 9 zones as the laws of the Great Dao began to descend. The Great Dao calamity was coming, so Chu Xian had to get stronger. At the beginning of the Great Dao calamity, those experts in the chaos would not be able to enter the 9 zones. However, as the calamity progressed, this might change. Chu Xian did not sever the Tian Molai's wisp of consciousness with the dark ancient battlefield. It was not time yet. When Demon Buddha's bloodline awakened, that would be the best time to sever the wisp of consciousness. That way, Demon Buddha would obtain a harvest without any of the consequences. Luo Zhenbei had also entered the calamity, searching for King Slayer, who was currently avoiding him. At this moment, the latter was no match for him. After all, the other party had once been a human king, so it was clear how strong he was. Furthermore, his master was Kun He, a Daeyuan realm expert. On account of the fact that they were fellow group members, Luo Zhenbei would not kill him, but King Slayer had no intention of being beaten up. Therefore, he hid. Chu Xian did not care about their grudges. As a human king, it was his duty to stand up for other human kings. With the descent of the laws of the Great Dao, many more opportunities appeared, and cultivation also became easier. The fighting and chaos in the 9 zones continued unabated, and many died, while many more rose to prominence. By this time, over 100 Dao realm cultivators died. Had this happened before the calamity, it would have been unthinkable. However, during a calamity, anything was possible. Those with monstrous talent and fate would become stronger and stronger. Ding Yu and the others had all entered the explosive period of growth. Thanks to their talent, they had always been at the forefront during this calamity. Their progress made the Dao realm experts from the Heavenly Temple and Tianyu Tower feel a strong sense of danger. They realized that if they did not kill them soon, it would bring about a sect-destroying disaster. In the Great Dao communication group, more group members had also entered the calamity. The opportunities in the 9 zones were too attractive. Since Luo Xinbei could not find King Slayer, he decided to look for Chu Pingfen instead. Perhaps by sticking around this young extreme Dao cultivator, he would be able to come across the older extreme Dao cultivator. In any case, he did not have ill intentions toward Chu Pingfen. As a human king, he knew how valuable geniuses were to their race. After seeing Chu Pingfen, he was surprised. This kid was one of Senior Chu's people within the 9 zones. Were the other geniuses in the 9 zones also related to Senior Chu? What was Senior Chu planning? Luo Xinbei appeared to protect Chu Pingfen and killed a human expert who had targeted Chu Pingfen, which shocked many human experts. Another human king had emerged. Furthermore, compared to Feng Kong, Luo Xinbei was far more powerful and influential. Then, he found out that the Luo family had produced a peerless genius. Luo Ying. Pleased by this, Luo Xinbei deliberately looked for Qin Ying. Initially, Qin Ying had avoided him. After all, he was a reincarnated person. Fortunately, Luo Xinbei did not say anything and only expressed his relief. How could he not be gratified? His own descendant was actually one of the Senior Chu's people. Feng Kong continued staying in the northern region of the western zone. His expression was slightly complicated. Having Luo Xinbei stand up for him was both a good and bad thing. While he would suppress King Slayer, it was not exactly helping his confidence and pride. King Slayer was not an old monster who bullied the weak, but rather a peer from the same generation. Having to rely on Luo Xinbei made Feng Kong feel a little useless. Chu Xian stayed at home and extended his Dao path by a few hundred meters. While this was shockingly fast for ordinary Daiyuan realm cultivators, he was not satisfied. The 10,000 mile mark seemed so far away. Furthermore, that was just the watershed, and not the limit of the Daiyuan realm. The 61st milestone arrived. You have remained in secluded cultivation for 61 years and extended your Dao path to over 3,000 miles and taken over the 9 zones with your heavenly Dao laws. You have been rewarded with the light of the world. The light of the world? Chu Xian examined the system reward. What he urgently needed now was a path-opening treasure. The light of the world, the first ray of light that shined upon the world when the world was first formed. It can open the Dao path, and purify all darkness and dirt. Chu Xian was overjoyed. This was a good treasure. Although it was not as good as the 60-year milestone reward, it was still a rare treasure. Chu Xian was slightly regretful that the system's reward was only a trace of the light of the world, and not the full thing. He received his reward, and immediately used it to extend his Dao path. Chu Xian used chaotic energy to nourish it to reduce its consumption rate, and continued to wield the heaven-splitting axe to support it. With the help of the light of the world, the speed at which he extended his Dao path finally increased. That being said, chaotic energy was being consumed at a rapid pace. A lump of chaotic energy would be consumed every day. For the time being, he was able to keep up this expenditure. Nowadays, the system's daily rewards were either lumps of chaotic energy, Dao transformation jades, or other items. 428 Tian Mo Lai's Aspirations, Part 1. Elsewhere, the battle in the chaos had just concluded. As expected, there was no victor between Ancestor Yuan Shan and Tian Mo Lai. The enmity between them had deepened. As 9 extreme Daiyuan realm cultivators, they both had reached their limits and were unable to advance any further. Unless they broke free from the constraints of the Great Dao, things would remain this way. However, in order to break free from the Great Dao, they first had to enter the 9 zones. Now that their initial plans had been foiled, they had to quickly come up with a new one. Otherwise, they would be left behind by the others. Time was relatively tight, and no one knew exactly when the Great Dao calamity would descend. Luckily, Tian Mo Lai still had a backup plan or two. Demon Buddha possessed the ancient demon race bloodline. However, The hateful thing about this was that this person had engineered the demise of the demon race. Still, he was grateful that there was still a suitable vessel for his wisp of consciousness present in the 9 zones. In that sense, this was the ancient demon race's advantage over the celestial race. They still had mixed blood demons present in the 9 zones. Furthermore, some of them had even reached the Daeyuan realm. Damn old man, do you think you are qualified to compete with me? Tian Mo Lai sneered. Humph! A snort could be heard from the dark ancient battlefield. It was filled with mockery toward Feng Kong for overestimating his ability. Feng Kong continued to stay in the Jade Crystal Palace. Chu Xian had told him to stay put, so he did exactly that. In any case, no matter what powerful experts emerged, the Lord would deal with them. It had nothing to do with him. In the Buddhist zone, Demon Buddha and the Buddhist army had finally completely occupied the newly expanded Buddhist zone. There were many new treasure lands here, many of which had not been explored, so they moved as an army. After all, as a relatively new force in the 9 zones, they were still lacking Dao realm experts. Of course, if those demon race Dao realm experts from the primordial land joined them, this would change. However, they were still sitting on the fence. At the very least, they did not take the demon race's side. Demon Buddha was making preparations to bring these experts over to their side. The construction of the Buddha world was still ongoing. Buddhism was profound and unfathomable, and Buddhist Dharma was boundless. He believed that they would completely convert after seeing the Buddha world. After all, Demon Buddha had a wealth of experience in enlightening people, and had even successfully converted a blood fiend king. Demon Buddha was sitting on his lotus seat, shrouded in Buddhist light. He was preaching to the Buddhist disciples. All of a sudden, an abnormality appeared within his body, and his blood started boiling. Demon Buddha frowned slightly, but he still maintained his smile as he finished reciting the scripture. After he finished speaking, he left and entered the world-cleansing glazed pagoda. Even though he had entered the world-cleansing glazed pagoda, the blood in his body was still boiling, and a demonic power was festering. He frowned. He put his hands together and chanted sutras. Buddhist symbols appeared all over his body, trying to purify and suppress the awakened ancient demon bloodline. Above the world-cleansing glazed pagoda, dense Buddhist light descended. At this moment, Chu Xian's voice transmission arrived. There's no need to resist. Leave the world-cleansing glazed pagoda and find a place to wait for the bloodline to be activated. This is an opportunity. After your bloodline is completely restored, you can turn it into a Buddhist meridian, but now is not the time. Since someone wants to give you an opportunity, why refuse? Demon Buddha was stunned. Someone was giving him an opportunity? Yes, Master. He was a little excited in his heart. Which living bodhisattva was this? He had actually come to give him an opportunity. No matter what the other party's scheme was, since his master told him to accept it calmly, there would naturally be no problem. 429 Tian Mo Lai's Aspirations, Part 2. What was there to be afraid of? Demon Buddha walked out of the world-cleansing glazed pagoda and found a secluded spot. After setting up layers of Buddhist formations, he sat cross-legged and waited for his bloodline to awaken. As his bloodline was activated, there was a faint demonic light around Demon Buddha's body. When it appeared, it naturally came into conflict with his Buddhist power. Buddhist light and demonic light intertwined around his body endlessly, and at some point reached a stalemate. Chu Xian had been watching all this time. He lightly stimulated the Buddhist light around Demon Buddha's body, which started suppressing the demonic light. Just as the Buddhist light was about to overcome it, the demonic light blossomed again, and this time, it was even more intense. It was as if there was some hidden power that was stimulating Demon Buddha's bloodline, purifying it and suppressing the Buddhist light. However, just as the demonic light gained the upper hand, the Buddhist light became stronger again and suppressed the demonic light, trying to purify it. Demon Buddha's face was neither sad nor happy. He put his hands together and let the light of the Devil Buddha intertwine in his body as if he could not feel the pain. The demonic light retaliated once again, but it was suppressed by the Buddhist light. After 3 counterattacks, they were all suppressed by the Buddhist light. It seemed that this was the limit of the demonic light, and it could not be strengthened any further. He was also unable to further stimulate and purify his bloodline. Demon Buddha suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Master, there is a voice guiding me to the northern region of the western zone. Go ahead." "Yes, Master." Demon Buddha stood up, turned into a streak of light, and then disappeared. All of this was within Chu Xian's expectations. The ancient demon race expert obviously needed Demon Buddha to go there in order to further strengthen and purify his bloodline and suppress the Buddhist light. This was why Chu Xian had stimulated the Buddhist light to begin with. Chu Xian then asked Feng Kong to leave temporarily. Since the ancient demon race expert was focusing on Demon Buddha, it was a good time to move. Demon Buddha soon arrived, and stood in front of the dark ancient battlefield. After hesitating for a long time, he did not enter the dark ancient battlefield. The dark ancient battlefield was a treasure. If one entered it, it was easy to encounter some unexpected situations. Chu Xian could not guarantee that he would be able to deal with the other party without causing a commotion inside there. He did not want to expose himself or the heavenly Dao laws. Still, although Demon Buddha did not enter the dark ancient battlefield, he was less than 100 meters away. Demon Buddha sat down cross-legged, and the demonic light around his body instantly surged. His bloodline was activated, and a powerful aura soared into the sky. It even triggered the descent of the laws of the Great Dao, as if wanting to suppress the power of this bloodline. However, it disappeared soon after once it detected that Demon Buddha was a living being that originated in the 9 zones. Furthermore, Demon Buddha was the flag bearer of the Buddhist sect, and also shouldered the fate of the Great Dao, so even if he had the ancient demon bloodline, he would not be rejected or suppressed. Tian Mo Lai was secretly happy. Even such pure demon bloodline would not be rejected or suppressed by the Great Dao. Once he descended into this body, he would refine the other party's soul and turn it into his own avatar. He would then be able to roam freely in the 9 zones and find the source of his Dao path to sever it from the Great Dao. All Daoyuan realm cultivators could sense the source of their own Dao paths. However, severing their Dao path from the Great Dao did not cut off the source of the Great Dao. The true source of the Great Dao was in an even more mysterious place, and it took time to find. For one to sense the source of the Great Dao, the minimum requirement was a 10,000 mile long Dao path. As Tian Mo Lai continued to activate and purify Demon Buddha's bloodline, he became more and more excited. He transmitted his spiritual power and comprehension of Dao principles to Demon Buddha as well. This vessel was excellent. In fact, given time, it might even be able to reach the Daoyuan realm. Tian Mo Lai's eyes flickered, and a plan gradually emerged in his mind. This was a top-tier genius with terrifying talent and extremely thick aura of fate around him. He could not destroy Demon Buddha's soul, but he could change his consciousness and integrate it into his own consciousness, and then use his own consciousness as the main consciousness. He could then use the source of his own Dao path to help this avatar reach the Daoyuan realm, and then transfer the Dao path to the avatar. In this way, his original body would be able to break through the shackles of the Great Dao and take a step further. Would it work? The 9 zones was the first world created within the chaos, which gave it special meaning. Furthermore, it was rumored that the secret of transcending the chaos was hidden in the 9 zones. With this thought in mind, Tian Mo Lai altered his original plan. A special grey leaf appeared in his hand. There were faint patterns on it, just like the laws of the Great Dao. It also emitted the power of the laws of the Great Dao. This leaf could be considered a treasure even among Daoyuan experts of his level, and could help a cultivator increase their cultivation level quickly without compromising their cultivation foundation. This leaf was the leaf of a chaos plant. It contained the laws and power of the Great Dao. In the early stages of the formation of the chaos, it was one of the most powerful chaotic beings, but was rumored to have been destroyed in the 9 zones. Its 9 leaves were scattered across the 9 zones, and no one knew where they were. When Tianmo Lai was in the Dao realm, he had obtained this leaf by chance, which had allowed him to rise to power quickly and become a famous peerless genius of the demon race in the past. In order to quickly improve the cultivation of his avatar, he was willing to put this leaf on the line. Perhaps his avatar might even reach the Dayuan realm during the calamity. At this moment, Tianmo Lai laughed coldly. "Damn old man, let's see you compete with me now." If his avatar could also reach the same heights that his main body had, and eventually merged with his main body, how many people in the chaos would be his match? The more Tianmo Lai thought about it, the more proud and excited he became. Using the leaf was worth it. In any case, at his level, it was no longer of any use to him. He had intended to give it to his own personal disciple, but it seemed that there was a better candidate now. Soon, he would be able to beat that old man up. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Demon Buddha's body suddenly erupted with blindingly strong Buddhist light, suppressing the activated bloodline. 430 Caught a Big Fish, Part 1. The Buddhist light around Demon Buddha's body became stronger and stronger, suppressing the ancient demon bloodline. It even felt like the ancient demon bloodline was about to transform into a Buddhist meridian. Tianmo Lai stared at him. How could he do that? If it became that whatever Buddhist meridian, he would not be able to make Demon Buddha his avatar. The demonic light around Demon Buddha's body intensified again, and his aura continued to rise. Immediately after, an object flew out of the dark ancient battlefield and entered Demon Buddha's body. It was a treasure that could stimulate and purify the ancient demon bloodline. It also contained a power that could suppress the Buddhist light. Sure enough, after the treasure entered Demon Buddha's body, the Buddhist light was gradually suppressed, to the point of almost being extinguished. Demon Buddha's strength was also constantly increasing. However, after a short while, the Buddhist light intensified again. Tianmo Lai could only continue to increase his infusion of power and throw in more treasures to suppress the Buddhist light. At the same time, he frowned. What kind of power was this Buddhist power? It could actually restrain demonic power. No, it was the natural counter to demonic power. It was only because he was a Dayuan realm cultivator that the difference was not obvious. If demons below the Dao realm encountered Buddhist power, they would be restrained and their strength would be reduced by 10 to 30%. It seemed the Buddhists and demons were sworn enemies. When did the Buddhist race appear in the 9 territories? Buddhism? Why were they able to convert these mixed-blood demons? Tianmo Lai frowned. At first, he had not bothered to learn about Buddhism. Even if there were Dao realm mixed-blood demons who had converted to Buddhism, it did not matter. Any faction without a Dayuan realm expert was a weak one that would be devoured quickly. Tianmo Lai had heard about the Buddhists from the Grand Elder of the demon race, but had decided that they were not worth his time. Not only did they not have a Dayuan realm expert, they did not even have a Dao realm cultivator that had surpassed the 20th level. However, today, he changed his mind. Buddhism was weak now, but Buddhist Dharma was not simple. It had a restraining effect on the demon race. What if a 9 extreme Dayuan expert appeared among their ranks? Would that expert's Buddhist power not restrain his demonic power? It was likely so. Therefore, he had to destroy the Buddhists while they were weak. Tianmo Lai had an idea. Since Demon Buddha was a core figure of Buddhism, and the one who led them to rise to power, he would use his status among them to figure out how Buddhism had come to be and if there was anyone behind them. Buddhist light and Buddhist power seemed to contain the shadow of the celestial race's divine power and divine light. It also seemed to contain traces of the immortal race. Of course, it only seemed like that on the outside. To most, it was actually a new kind of power. However, Tianmo Lai did not think so. The appearance of Buddhism was not by chance. Could it be that the celestial and immortal races are secretly plotting against the demon race? They want to create a power that can restrain the demon race. Then, I'll go one step further and use your plot against you. I'll use their Buddhism to seize the fate of the 9 zones. The more Tianmo Lai thought about it, the more he felt that the possibility of this being the case was true. Although the celestial race and immortal race were often embroiled in conflicts and disputes, they had cooperated on several occasions. They also had a better relationship with each other than they did with the demon race. Back then, they had even worked together to target the demon race. 431 Caught a Big Fish, Part 2. When they joined forces, they had suppressed the demon race. Immortal and celestial races, you're still trying to exterminate my demon race. Tianmo Lai's heart burned with rage. You are destined to fail. When my avatar plan succeeds, the Buddhists will all disappear from the face of the 9 zones. As he thought about this, he continued to increase his strength output. He also wanted to see what was so special about Buddhist Dharma and Buddhist power. How did the immortal and celestial races come up with this? Could he use this opportunity to study it and discover a power that could restrain them instead? As the demonic light intensified, the Buddhist light also became stronger. After repeating this cycle a few times, it seemed that they were caught in a stalemate. Tianmo Lai's eyes turned even colder. He felt that the Buddhist power in Demon Buddha's body had to be constantly strengthened by someone. Was it a fellow from the celestial race or from the immortal race? Humph! He has the blood of my demon race. No matter how much Buddhist power he has, how can he resist me? Tianmo Lai believed that he had the advantage. Chu Xian estimated that it was about time. Otherwise, if he pushed the other party too far, and they decided to give up, it would be a waste of time. The other party was able to rely solely on his wisp of consciousness to continuously transfer energy and treasures over, which showed just how powerful he was. Even if he was using the dark ancient battlefield as a medium, the other party was rejected by the great Dao. The fact that he could circumvent this was testament to his strength. This definitely was not a normal Daiyuan realm expert. Chu Xian silently wondered if all these hidden experts were this strong. He felt somewhat pressured. Still, there was no point in rushing things. The Heavenly Dao Talisman plan was still in motion, and he simply needed to figure out a way for it to devour the Great Dao. That being said, if he could control a portion of the laws of the Great Dao, he would be able to deal with these guys when they descended. The Buddhist light around Demon Buddha's body was gradually suppressed. Not only was his ancient demon bloodline awakened, but it was also purified. The Buddhist light converged and seemed to be completely silent, but it did not disappear. Chu Xian was waiting for the other party's wisp of consciousness to descend. Perhaps that would also be an opportunity. He knew that Demon Buddha's talent was top-notch, so that hidden expert would definitely be tempted to make full use of this capable vessel as an avatar. If he was going to do so, he would definitely bring along some treasures to enhance the strength and cultivation foundation of his avatar. The moment the wisp of consciousness descended with the treasures would be the right time to cut off its connection. He would also have to suppress the dark ancient battlefield to prevent him from sneaking back in to investigate the matter. It was better for him to remain hidden, and to let all those hidden experts suspect each other. Thinking this, he informed Feng Kong and temporarily borrowed the Jade Crystal Palace, using it to suppress the dark ancient battlefield. Chu Xian could use the power of the Heavenly Dao to imitate the aura of the Celestials, which he would use to fool the ancient demon race expert. Demon Buddha's white monk robes were like snow, and he looked solemn. Even though his ancient demon bloodline had awakened, there was still no demonic nature evident in his demeanor. He still looked like an eminent monk. At this moment, a leaf flew out of the dark ancient battlefield. The grey leaf seemed to contain the laws of the great Dao. Chu Xian was stunned. This fellow from the ancient demon race was very generous. A leaf that was born with the laws of the great Dao? A remnant of a chaotic being? He had caught a big fish. Chu Xian's heart grew excited. If the other party lost this leaf, he would probably go crazy, right? He would definitely take revenge on the supposed culprit. Thinking this, Chu Xian briefly felt pity for the previous owner of the Jade Crystal Palace. In any case, that person was probably not a good person either, so making him a scapegoat was only natural. Tian Molai was very excited. His avatar plan was about to succeed. Damn old man, just you wait. The battle between you and me is about to be decided. A wisp of consciousness attached itself to the leaf and descended on Demon Buddha. Just as the leaf touched Demon Buddha's head, a brilliant light suddenly appeared and a vast aura suddenly descended and suppressed the leaf. Boom! The leaf was fine, but the wisp of consciousness was destroyed. Just before it dissipated, there was still a furious roar. Damn old man! Boom! The Jade Crystal Palace suddenly enlarged and turned into a palace the size of a giant mountain. It blossomed with celestial light and suppressed the dark ancient battlefield. Damn old man, I won't rest until I kill you. Tian Molai's angry roar came from the dark ancient battlefield. Boom! The dark ancient battlefield was suppressed. The stone house was broken, and the ancient demon race aura leaked out. The laws of the Great Dao descended and instantly shattered the ancient battlefield. Old man? Was that the previous master of the Jade Crystal Palace? Were those two familiar with each other? Awesome! The Jade Crystal Palace shrunk and a leaf appeared. 432 Caught a Big Fish, Part 3. Chu Xian examined the leaf. It contained the laws of the Great Dao, and could temper and accelerate the transformation of Dao principles, as well as speed up one's Dao realm cultivation progress. It was even helpful in comprehending Dao principles. It was a good treasure that even had some use at the Daoyuan realm, as it could strengthen one's Dao path, at least up to the 10,000 mile mark. He had caught a big fish. Chu Xian returned the Jade Crystal Palace to Feng Kong, and allowed Demon Buddha to keep the leaf. This was his disciple's opportunity. In any case, he had treasures of that level himself. The leaf entered Demon Buddha's body, and Chu Xian said, "This is a pretty good treasure. It's helpful for cultivation. Even those at the Daoyuan realm will have a use for it." This made Demon Buddha extremely excited. "Many thanks, Master. Your ancient demon bloodline has been awakened. You can convert it into a Buddhist meridian if you so decide to." "Yes, Master." Chu Xian did not say anything more. He looked at the other disciples. "You did not leave seclusion, and schemed to gain a precious treasure for your disciple. You have been rewarded with 1,000-mile Dao path extension." The system's reward suddenly appeared. Chu Xian was startled, and then ecstatic. It was an unexpected gain. His scheming had actually triggered the system's reward. What about his other disciples then? If he schemed and obtained precious treasures for them, would it also trigger the system's reward? 1,000-mile Dao path extension was amazing. How much time did it save? Regardless of whether it was Ding Yu, Xiao Yang, or the other disciples, they were all being watched by some hidden experts who were currently making arrangements to use them. If those hidden experts were also bringing treasures along with them, then this was an unprecedented opportunity. As long as Ding Yu and the others performed freakishly enough, it would tempt those hidden experts into making them their avatars. Such monstrous talents might even eventually exceed the cultivation levels of their original bodies. It was also akin to having a second life. If anything happened to their original bodies, these avatars would ensure that their losses would be kept to a minimum. The more monstrously talented their potential avatars were, the more likely it would be that they would bring treasures along with them when they descended with their wisps of consciousness. Even those from the same bloodline as his disciples would be tempted. Although they might not make them avatars outright, they would definitely make these disciples part of their contingency plans. For example, Yang Tian. Ancestor Yang probably would not make Yang Tian his avatar unless something happened to his original body. Furthermore, within the 9 zones, other than Ji Dexin and Yang Tian, there was almost no one who could compare to Chu Xian's disciples. All of his disciples shouldered the fate of the Great Dao as well. Chu Xian knew he had to move quickly and make the necessary arrangements. He had to catch all of these big fishes. To do that, he had to increase the attractiveness of the bait. 433 Do you really want to fight to the death? Part 1. Chu Xian pondered this matter in his heart. If the plan went smoothly, every disciple would catch a big fish and trigger the system's reward. Then, he would be able to reach the 10,000 mile mark. This was something he was super excited about. Since the 9 zones had been incorporated into the heavenly Dao laws, he could trace the movements and actions of those hidden experts, which would make it easier to scheme against those guys. Of course, he also considered disguising himself as one of them every time he sabotaged them. He needed scapegoats to avoid arousing any suspicion and avoid any possibility of them joining forces to deal with him. Chu Xian looked at Yang Tian. To be more accurate, he looked at Yang, one of the 10 ancestors of the human race. How strong was this person? Chu Xian was conflicted. The other party was not targeting him or his disciples. Moreover, he did not seem to be a bad person, and wanted to support and strengthen the human race. Furthermore, given the state of the human race in the chaos, messing with Yang's plans might have adverse effects on their situation out there. Chu Xian did not want the human race in the chaos to be wiped out, so he gave up on targeting Yang. Instead, he looked at the desolate ancient zone, where Qin Qian was. Was this person strong enough? Furthermore, this expert seemed to be related to the human race. Chu Xian began to look around the 9 zones, looking for suitable scapegoats. Then, he set his eyes on a certain fellow from the monster race. The Dragon Tribe. The Azure Dragon Tribe had a heavens blessed. His bloodline was pure and he had the Dragon Tribe's bloodline. His strength was incomparably powerful, and he was able to hold his own against Hu Tianya. He was the hope of the Azure Dragon Tribe. In terms of Dao realm cultivators, the Heavenly Tiger Tribe was ultimately a level weaker and was being suppressed now. Hu Tianya did not fight with the other party, and the other party did not have any intention of falling out with Hu Tianya. However, once the calamity was over, the monster tribes would inevitably fight for supremacy. Hu Tianya's bloodline had evolved into the White Tiger Divine Beast bloodline, and Chu Xian had yet to determine who the person targeting him was. What he could be sure of was that that expert was not from the White Tiger Divine Beast tribe. Divine beasts were special and there were not many of them. They lived among the monster race, but they were also not part of the monster race and were relatively independent. The dragon tribe was more complicated. The dragons, who were also known as divine beasts, were rare and had an extremely noble status. They were also extremely strong, which was why they were considered overlords among the monster tribes. Behind that heavens blessed from the Azure Dragon tribe was a certain dragon tribe expert. Dragons were more resistant to beatings, right? He had found a potential scapegoat. While Chu Xian was making his plans, something was happening in the ancient chaos world. A roar suddenly erupted from Mount Tianmo.c. Damn old man, I won't rest until I kill you. Countless experts were stunned. What was going on this time? What had Ancestor Yuan Shan done? A beam of demonic light shot up into the sky. Tianmo Lai clutched a black saber in his hand as he charged toward Mount Yuan, full of killing intent. Many experts were shocked. Tianmo Lai was actually going to use his Dao severing treasure. Was he really going to fight to the death? What had happened? Would this trigger a war between the celestial and demon races? Mount Yuan. Ancestor Yuan Shan was also furious. He had just returned and was thinking about how to enact another plan in the 9 zones. Why had this B**** come again? Moreover, he was even using his Dao severing treasure this time. His killing intent was overflowing, and his expression indicated that he would not stop until one of them died. Ancestor Yuan Shan also exploded in anger. Tianmo Lai was too much. He too took out his Dao severing treasure and went out to fight Tianmo Lai. Tianmo Lai, do you really want to fight to the death? Ancestor Yuan Shan's face was gloomy, and he held a Dao-severing treasure in his hand. Damn old man, die! Tian Molai did not want to waste any more time. There was no way that damn old man would admit to ruining his plans, so why bother talking? Tian Molai was furious. His losses had been immense this time around. One of the treasures that had once helped him to rise rapidly was actually lost, just like that. How infuriating! The damn old man was indeed despicable and shameless. His anger even seemed to increase his strength. Boom! The black saber swept out like a waterfall, surging with immense power. It seemed to be targeting Ancestor Yuan Shan's Dao path. Ancestor Yuan Shan's expression changed. Celestial light blossomed around him, and his long sword swept out like an endless river. Boom! The battle between the two 9 extreme Daiyuan experts would cause the nearby forces and races to suffer. 434 Do you really want to fight to the death? Part 2. To experts like them, the deaths and injuries of some subordinate forces of powerful races were nothing. At most, they would just compensate them after the matter was over. The subordinate forces of the immortal race fled in fear with their descendants and experts. However, how could the rest of the weaker ones have time to escape? More than half of them were killed or injured in an instant. Get lost! An extraordinary figure wielding a giant axe appeared. Boom! Then, another powerful figure appeared. A giant hammer smashed down and stopped Tian Molai and Ancestor Yuan Shan. If the two of you have grudges with each other, go resolve them in the chaos. If you dare to mess about in our territory again, don't blame us for not showing any mercy. The two immortal race experts were furious. These two hateful guys were definitely doing this on purpose. The battle continued. This time, Tian Molai and Ancestor Yuan Shan both headed into the chaos. The power of their Dao paths intertwined as they bombarded each other with attacks, displaying shocking power that left onlookers dumbfounded. The battle between Tian Molai and Ancestor Yuan Shan became more and more intense, and it seemed as if they would not stop until one of them died. This great battle had shocked the entire ancient chaos world. Even the experts of the immortal, celestial and demon races appeared. For a moment, the threat of a war between the celestial race and the demon race loomed. As the instigator, Chu Xian was leisurely staying in his courtyard, cultivating while planning to repeat this scheme elsewhere with his other disciples. Demon Buddha was overjoyed to have obtained the leaf, and immediately returned to the Buddhist zone and entered secluded cultivation. He wanted to turn his awakened ancient demon bloodline into a Buddhist meridian, which would refine his Buddhist dharma and strengthen his potential. Furthermore, the leaf would help him break through quickly. Somewhere in the desolate ancient zone, Luo Xinbei had given up on finding King Slayer. Instead, he focused on improving his cultivation. King Slayer's rapid progress had shocked him, so he could not afford to slack in this regard. A figure appeared in his line of sight. It was Yang Tian, the current peerless heavens blessed of the human race. He was almost on par with Ji Dexin of the Ji family. Luo Xinbei admired this human junior very much. He was just about to guide this junior and form a good relationship with him when Yang Tian spoke before he could. Junior, you were once a human king. Junior? Luo Xinbei was momentarily stunned, and then his face turned pale. He looked at Yang Tian with a frown, and his eyes glowed as if he wanted to see through Yang Tian. Yang controlled Yang Tian's body and looked at Luo Xinbei calmly. The main reason he sought out Luo Xinbei was because he used to be a human king. He did not seek out Feng Kong because the latter had been defeated previously, damaging his fate as a human king. Also, Feng Kong was being targeted by the previous owner of the Jade Crystal Palace. He did not want to expose himself to that person or rashly intervene in Feng Kong's matters. Luo Xinbei used to be a human king. He was extremely talented and had strong fate energy, so he was the best candidate. 435 Law of the Human King, Part 1. Luo Xinbei looked at Yang Tian with a frown. He used a secret technique to probe him, but did not find any indication that Yang Tian's body had been occupied or possessed. There was only one possibility then. He was the reincarnation of some old monster, similar to his descendant, Qin Ying, which would explain why he called Luo Zhenbei Jr. Still, being called Junior did not sit well with him. "Which old monster are you?" Luo Zhenbei asked directly. Yang chuckled, his hands behind his back as he looked up at the sky, exuding the demeanor of a senior. Luo Zhenbei wanted to beat this pretentious man up. "Old monster? To you, I am indeed an old monster," Yang said. "Little Luo, you were once a human king. Do you still have the heart to strengthen the human race?" Luo Zhenbei was still unhappy, but chose not to argue for the time being. Strengthen the human race? He raised his eyebrows. Now that the human race is the overlord of the 9 zones, the only way to grow stronger is to unify the 9 zones. The overlord of the 9 zones. Yang laughed and said, "That's just a child's play. Little Luo, you don't understand. Still, you just have to answer me, do you have the heart to strengthen the human race?" Luo Zhenbei frowned. "Of course. I, Luo Zhenbei, once suppressed the monster race and demon race. It has always been my greatest wish to strengthen the human race." "Very good. Since you have that determination, I believe you are willing to do something for the future of the human race. Speak frankly. What do you want?" Yang lowered his head, looked at Luo Zhenbei, and said, "Your fate as a human king isn't strong enough, so I'll teach you a technique to strengthen it. When the time is right, you can summon the strongest human to the 9 zones." "The strongest human? Daiyuan realm? An existence on the same level as his master?" Yang seemed to read his mind. "The strongest human I'm talking about is not comparable to the Daiyuan realm cultivators you are familiar with. The Daiyuan realm experts of the 9 zones today are all weaklings." Luo Zhenbei was dissatisfied. "Since the Daiyuan realm experts in the 9 zones are all weak in your eyes, I wonder who you are and what your cultivation level is." "Young man, there are also strong and weak people among Daiyuan realm cultivators. Those in the 9 zones currently are just beginners, just like the difference between those who have just entered the Dao realm and those who have reached the peak of the Dao realm. I'm not lying to you. I'm not a human of this era. This is the physical body of my descendant. I'm just a wisp of consciousness that has descended and is temporarily borrowing this body." Yang pondered for a moment, then continued, "The human race is not the overlord race. Countless powerful races are targeting the human race. Now that the Great Dao Calamity is coming, they are all planning to enter the 9 zones." Luo Zhenbei frowned and did not interrupt. He just listened silently. In his heart, he was weighing the pros and cons. As for what the other party's intentions were, he did not care. When the time came, he could ask his master, ancestor Hong Yuanchu, and the others for advice. There were strong and weak people who opened the path. His master might not be the strongest, but how could the ancestor Hong Yuanchu be weak? Luo Zhenbei did not quite believe it. As for the fact that the human race was not the overlord race and was targeted by all the other races, he was also skeptical. Which race in the 9 zones could compete with the human race? The demons had vanished. The monster race was powerful, but still inferior. As for the Buddhists, they were a bit special, and were more like a sect than a race. The human race also had experts who converted to Buddhism. In any case, other than fighting the demons, they were relatively peaceful and did not pose much of a threat to the human race. The ghost race had just risen, but their momentum was very fierce. However, the ghost race was also formed from a collection of different races, including humans. Their past ties would make it difficult for the ghost race to unify and attack any particular race. In any case, there were already secret techniques developed that restrained ghosts. As for what the other party had said about summoning the strongest human being, what was that even about? Yang Chen pondered for a moment and decided to tell Luo Xinbei some secrets which were related to the plans of the human race. If they succeeded here, the human race would gain an advantage over the plans of the other races in the chaos. Compared to the other races, the human race was the overlord race in the 9 zones, so they had to make the most of this. The great Dao of the 9 zones did not reject the human race as much as the other races. If he tried to force his way in, he could still do so, but his cultivation and strength would be suppressed. The main reason why they did not do so was because the various races were on guard against the human race and would not allow the human race's top experts to enter the 9 zones. As such, Yang could only descend with a wisp of his consciousness. If they could summon the strongest human to descend in advance and avoid the eyes and ears of the other races, the human race would definitely have an absolute advantage, and might even be able to unify the 9 zones before the advent of the Great Dao calamity. Then, they would be able to use the rejection of the Great Dao to restrain the other races. They could also form an alliance with some powerful races that were not hostile to the human race and reduce the pressure exerted on the human race by the other races. In the long history of the 9 zones and the human race, there have been many powerful Daiyuan realm experts. Do you know why there are only a few Daiyuan realm cultivators in the 9 territories today? Luo Xinbei was stunned. He had never thought about this question before. Hearing it mentioned, it was as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. What do you mean? They were either forced to leave or hunted down. Personally, I had no choice but to leave as well, Yang sighed and said, the human race has never had an easy time. Our current status as the overlord of the 9 zones is all thanks to the hard work and sacrifices of those ancient human experts of the past. Still, this current state is only temporary. The 9 zones is the chaos first world, and has its own special characteristics. We left to preserve the human race. The powerful demons and monsters were forced to leave with us as well. Unwilling to be controlled by others, we left to find other opportunities to rise and become independent, Yang said, before continuing to expound on other secrets. Luo Xinbei was shocked. There was actually such a secret in the history of the human race in the 9 zones? The demons of the 9 zones were just mixed blood demons? The monsters were only mixed blood or low-level monsters. Luo Xinbei was dumbfounded. All of this subverted his understanding of the world. He believed that his master and even ancestor Hong Yuanshu might not know these secrets. What the other party said was very likely to be true. Were things so difficult for the human race? The rise of the human race was also due to this. After all these powerful experts left, the human race rose to power due to opportunity and luck. Otherwise, they would not have been able to become the overlord of the 9 zones. Chu Xian was also quite surprised. Was this the reason why the former Daiyuan realm cultivators were not in the 9 zones? After their Dao path reached the 3,000 mile mark, someone would guide them and lead them away. With the guidance of an expert, one could find the way to leave. They did not need to achieve the 10,000 mile mark to leave the 9 zones and head out into the chaos. However, the minimum requirement was a 3,000 mile long Dao path. Only at that point could one sense the guidance from others from beyond the Great Dao. Chu Xian wondered why he had not received any guidance, despite having a 4,000 meter long Dao path. Then again, on second thought, no one knew he had reached the Daiyuan realm. Not a single trace of his aura had leaked out during his breakthrough. It seemed that, at the moment, the various races were planning to take advantage of the Great Dao calamity, which reduced the rejection of the Great Dao, to return to the 9 zones. On the other hand, one of the goals of the human race's experts in the chaos was to maintain the strength of the rejection of the Great Dao. After all, the human race was the overlord of the 9 zones and had the absolute upper hand here. There would be far more new Daiyuan realm experts emerging among the human race here compared to the other races. As long as the number of human race experts continued to increase, there would come a day when they would be able to suppress and resist the pressure from the other races. The races that had left the 9 zones were unable to enter, so if they wanted to advance to the Daiyuan realm, they could only do so in the chaos, which was much harder and required the support of supreme treasures. Even then the Dao paths they opened were weaker, and took a very long time to stabilize. This meant that it was almost impossible for these new Daeyuan realm cultivators to participate in the war between humans and the other races. As such, the importance of the 9 zones was self-evident. Chu Xian became more curious about the changes that had happened during the last Great Dao era. What exactly had happened back then? Was it solely due to the attempt by the immortal, celestial, and demon races to control the Great Dao? Chu Xian could not help but wonder if the human race had something to do with all of this. Yang continued, "Do you understand the current situation of the human race? Danger will befall us at any moment." "Senior, what do you want me to do?" Luo Zhenbei asked solemnly. "I'll teach you a technique to condense the fate of a human king and increase your cultivation. Wait for the right time and use that fate as a formation to summon the strongest human. As long as the most powerful experts of the human race arrive in the 9 zones in advance, the human race will have the upper hand." Yang's expression turned serious. "I'm not lying to you. As for me, I'm Yang, one of the 10 ancestors of the human race. I'll find an opportunity to inform the human race's Daeyuan realm cultivators in the 9 zones. As long as we cooperate from the inside and the outside, we can find an opportunity for the human race to rise and survive this crisis." Luo Zhenbei took a deep breath and said, "I'll do my best to complete the task you have entrusted to me, Senior." "That's great." Yang then passed on the technique to Luo Zhenbei. After the latter memorized the technique, Yang said, "Things won't change overnight. The Great Dao calamity has yet to arrive, so you should seize the opportunity to raise your cultivation level as soon as possible. If you can reach the Daeyuan realm, that would be for the best. Why didn't you teach it to the human race's Daeyuan realm experts?" Luo Zhenbei asked, puzzled. Yang shook his head and said, "Once they have opened their Dao paths, they no longer possess the fate of a human king, and thus cannot cultivate this technique." After giving Luo Zhenbei a few more words of advice, Yang left. Yang did not know if Luo Zhenbei would succeed, but it was worth a shot. The law of the human king? Chu Xian silently deduced the technique. It had the effect of cultivating one's fate Dao principle and condensing the power of a human king. It was very suitable for Luo Zhenbei, so it was only natural that Yang would seek out Luo Zhenbei. The process of cultivating the law of the human king technique was rather special. It would condense the power and fate of the human king to open a Dao path. That being said, the technique was useless for Chu Xian. He had already opened his own Dao path, and he was not a human king anyway. Chu Xian suspected that the technique had been created by one of the 10 ancestors of the human race, perhaps even the first human king in existence, and would summon the other party over when it reached a certain level. Of course, even if that level was not reached, it would at least be able to summon the other party's wisp of consciousness or avatar. As for whether the summoned expert's cultivation level would be suppressed by the Great Dao after entering the 9 zones, that remained to be seen. In any case, Yang's plan this time was not a threat to Chu Xian. Everything was still under his control. He still had time to improve himself and strengthen the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian pondered. He had to construct the reincarnation cycle as soon as possible to strengthen the heavenly Dao laws. When Luo Zhenbei obtained the law of the human king, he did not cultivate it immediately. After all, he did not know what would happen if he cultivated this technique. Moreover, he did not completely believe what Yang told him. Therefore, he decided to ask the opinion of his master and ancestor Hong Yuanxia before making a decision. They should at least be aware of these secrets, right? Luo Zhenbei immediately found a secret place and contacted Kun He in the Great Dao communication group. "Master, there's a person called Yang, who claims to be one of the 10 ancestors of the human race, who came looking for me." He vaguely explained Yang's words. Since there were other races in the group chat, he avoided mentioning some of the secrets of the human race. Kun He and Hong Yuanxia were both shocked. Was what Yang said true? They did not know. However, their instincts told them that it was. However, they could not come to a proper conclusion without seeing the technique itself, but that would be difficult seeing that there were so many people in the group chat, and that this discussion involved the secrets of the human race. Chu Xian appeared. At this time, as a big shot in a mysterious existence, he naturally had to appear at the right time to clarify things. He opened up a private group chat for Luo Xinbei, Hong Yuanchu, and Kun He. As for the matter of the authenticity of the law of the human king, it was indeed genuine, but also not the complete version. After all, Yang was not the creator of the human king technique, and even the creator had their own secrets that they obviously kept from others. Still, this incomplete version was enough to summon the creator. Once one reached the Daiyuan realm, cultivation techniques were no longer important. Extending and stabilizing one's Dao path would become the core priority. Yang is indeed one of the 10 ancestors of the human race. Chu Xian confirmed Yang's identity. Chu Xian opened a private chat room for them. Actually, the law of the human king technique was a little special. Not to mention other races, even among the human race, there were very few people who were suitable to cultivate it. In that sense, it did not matter if the technique was leaked. Hong Yuanchuo and the others discussed it for a while, and finally came to the conclusion that Luo Xinbei could cultivate it. As for whether that person would be summoned or not, it would be decided later. If the human race was really in danger, what was the harm in summoning that person? There was no problem with the cultivation method, which relieved Luo Xinbei. He found a suitable place and started to cultivate in seclusion. Yang was still traveling the 9 zones. Chu Xian did not make contact with him. There was no need for that now. Instead, he turned his gaze to the heavens blessed of the Azure Dragon tribe and the treasure he possessed, which was part of a certain dragon race expert's plan. At the same time, he focused on Ding Yu and Xiao Yang. Which expert was the person who had his eyes on Ding Yu from? Chu Xian was unable to determine this, but the other party was definitely very powerful. The person behind Xiao Yang had an overbearing aura. The opportunities and treasures he left behind all contained a terrifying battle intent. Xiao Yang's cultivation rose quickly and he was now a 5th level Dao realm cultivator. His battle Dao principle had been condensed, and was strengthening rapidly as he fused the new Dao principles he comprehended into it. A battle Dao principle expert? In the history of the 9 zones, which race was warlike? Chu Xian took out the myriad races atlas and checked to see if he could find out which race had those traits. Very quickly, he found his target. Skyhook race, which have hooks on the backs of their heads, and 2 hooks on their ears. They are warlike and good at fighting, and famous for their fighting spirit. Since they were so warlike and loved battles, they would probably respond badly to having their plans destroyed, right? They were a good target to stir up trouble in the ancient chaos world. Even though the dragon race expert behind the Azure Dragon tribe's genius was likely to be very powerful, it should not deter an angry Skyhook race member. That being said, the dragon race expert would probably be able to deal with it, though it would probably cause some problems. Xiao Yang's battle Dao principle was transforming, so it would not be long before the other party tried to send their wisp of consciousness over. Before that, he had to increase Xiao Yang's attractiveness and let the other party see the full extent of Xiao Yang's monstrous talent, so that they would bring along some treasures. In any case, Xiao Yang was very compatible with the Skyhook race's traits. He was born with battle intent, battle heart, and battle soul. He also loved to fight, and was not weak by any measure. The Skyhook race expert would be hard-pressed to find a better vessel anywhere else in the 9 zones. Chu Xian made some calculations as to what measures would be best to take, and then began to act to create the perfect bait. First, the other party had to be able to observe and sense Xiao Yang even before his wisp of consciousness descended into Xiao Yang's physical body. Otherwise, just based on the other party's current methods, he would not be able to evaluate Xiao Yang's talent in detail. Of course, Chu Xian would not let the other party's wisp of consciousness actually enter Xiao Yang's body. He merely had to make Xiao Yang an attractive enough target to entice the other party to bring treasures along. He also had to create something to make it easier for the other party's wisp of consciousness to descend without being rejected by the Great Dao. That would definitely entice the other party, right? Thanks to the heavenly Dao laws being in control of the 9 zones, Chu Xian was able to accomplish this with relative ease. First, Chu Xian created the illusion that Xiao Yang had a strong battle intent, equivalent to that of a 36th level Dao realm expert. That was freakish enough, right? After all, Xiao Yang was only a 5th level Dao realm cultivator. From the perspective of the Skyhook race expert, he would definitely be considered prime material to create an avatar in the 9 zones. Would the other party be tempted? Definitely. Next, Chu Xian had to deal with the other party's contingency plans. The Skyhook race had once roamed the 9 zones, and as such had their own territory in the 9 zones, which was one of the treasure lands in the 9 zones. They had obviously left their inheritance there in the hope of creating another avenue to descend into the 9 zones. However, Chu Xian could not allow that. He wanted Xiao Yang to be their one and only option, so that they would bet everything on his disciple. The other party was a big fish, so he had to make the bait as attractive as possible, including by reducing the amount of competition. In any case, Chu Xian had prepared a scapegoat, in the form of the backer of that Azure Dragon tribe's genius. They would have to suffer in his stead. Xiao Yang was a little confused. His battle intent suddenly became incomparably intense, reaching a terrifying level. That being said, he could tell that it was not real and was only an illusion. If he really possessed such a strong battle intent, then it would not be a problem for him to sweep and defeat much stronger opponents. The battle intent around his body was too strong, and it had appeared so suddenly. Xiao Yang wondered if this was his master's doing. Just as he was thinking this, Chu Xian's voice rang out in his mind. Some people have extended their long hands into the 9 zones. Since that's the case, I'll help you find an opportunity. You'll become the bait to catch these big fish. What does master mean? Your talent has attracted the attention of certain people, and they wish to make you an avatar. In order to do so, they will bring along some treasures to hasten your cultivation progress. They're pretty strong, so the treasures they prepare will be worth it. Xiao Yang was overjoyed. If his master said those treasures were worth it, then they definitely would be. He was not worried about any problems. If his master was not confident, why would he do this? Many thanks, master. Head to this place first. Just keep releasing your battle intent. Yes, master. Xiao Yang was extremely excited as he immediately headed toward the Skyhook race's treasure land. It was a special place that no one had entered yet. Incidentally, Chu Xian had blocked some of the treasure lands related to these experts to keep people out, reserving them for his own use, and also to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After all, he had to be more cautious with these experts' contingency plans, at least until the heavenly Dao laws became strong enough to deal with them. Xiao Yang's speed was not slow. Within 3 days, he arrived at his destination. 439 Creating Attractive Opportunities, Part 3. From above, this treasure land seemed to be shaped like a giant hook. As soon as he entered, Xiao Yang sensed a strong battle intent. He was shocked. How strong was the expert who was once here? Even after a long time, the remaining battle intent here had not completely faded. To experts who cultivated the Battle Dao principle, it was definitely a treasure land from which many insights could be gleaned. You can cultivate here for now. There's no rush. Chu Xian's voice was transmitted into Xiao Yang's mind. Yes, master. Xiao Yang found a place and sat down cross-legged as he began to take in the battle intent around him. There was more than one kind of battle intent here. Some were as hot as fire, some were as cold as killing intent, and some were as heavy as a mountain. They were all battle intents, but they were also different in nature. This was a new discovery for Xiao Yang. It turned out that the Battle Dao principle encompassed so many different variations. When these battle intents merged and clashed, the battle intent seemed to get even stronger. This was a great place to cultivate. Chu Xian was not in a hurry to reel in his prey, so he could afford to wait until Xiao Yang made the most of this opportunity. In a sense, the varying battle intents here reminded Chu Xian of his own Dao path, which was forged not only from a single Dao principle, but a miniature great Dao that combined multiple Dao principles. While in terms of purity and focus, his Dao path was lacking compared to other Daiyuan realm cultivators, it was stronger, sturdier, and more comprehensive. This was the reason why the great Dao of the Nine Zones was so powerful. At this juncture, Xiao Yang's strength entered a state of explosive growth, as he continued to comprehend the insights around him and further strengthen his understanding of his Battle Dao principle. While Xiao Yang was doing this, Chu Xian continued to focus on extending his Dao path. There was no rush. What would come would eventually come. His Dao path had become his obsession, and every meter it grew longer made him happier. He could sense his strength growing, which added fuel to the fire. Chu Xian's Dao path was now more than 4,000 miles long. He was still a long way from the 10,000 mile mark, but he was not discouraged. His plan was in the works, and he had the support of the system. Unlike other Daiyuan realm cultivators who had opened their Dao paths in the Great Dao, he did not need to worry about severing the source of his Dao path. As a miniature version of the Great Dao, his Dao path could become independent at any point once it reached a certain length. The Nine Zones were the first world in the chaos. Above the Great Dao of the Nine Zones was the Great Dao of the chaos. The longer his Dao path extended, the more insights he gained, and the more Chu Xian understood about this world. He also understood that the purpose of those living beings who explored the boundaries of the chaos was to transcend the chaos. However, was there a limit to the chaos? 440 Fishing with a Skyhook, Part 1. Chu Xian stayed in the courtyard and silently went about his own business. Occasionally, he would turn to look at what was going on to the Nine Zones, paying close attention to the plans of those hidden experts. He restrained himself from interfering too much, lest his actions affect the progress of the Great Dao calamity. The Northern Zone was very peaceful. Most of the cultivators here had left in search of opportunities elsewhere. While the expanded territory of the Northern Zone contained countless treasured lands, Chu Xian had hidden them all. Any hidden experts who were trying to use the Northern Zone as the foundation for their plans were probably extremely frustrated at this point. All of the living beings of the Nine Zones seemed to have forgotten the existence of the Northern Zone entirely, despite how abnormal the situation there was. No one remembered how special the Northern Zone was, including those who had left in search of other opportunities in other zones. Even Yang, whose wisp of consciousness had already descended upon the Nine Zones, seemed to have neglected the existence of the Northern Zone. This was done by Chu Xian deliberately. After the Nine Zones were incorporated into the heavenly Dao laws, he caused people to unknowingly ignore the existence of the Northern Zone. A portion of the treasure lands in the Northern Zones did not contain traces of those hidden experts' plans. These he opened up privately for the cultivators of the Black Moon Tower, and the Great Qin Empire, to explore. The Chu family was also involved in this. Chu Yun would often explore treasure lands and was very excited about her findings. Once she gained something, she would run back to show Chu Xian what she had gained. Time flowed on, and soon 3 months had passed. Chu Xian had extended his Dao path by 10 miles, which was astoundingly fast by the standards of ordinary Daiyuan realm cultivators. However, Chu Xian was still not satisfied. Still, there was no better way currently. He sighed inwardly. Catching prey and triggering the system's reward was the fastest way, but this also required patience. He looked at the Skyhook Race's treasure land. Xiao Yang had just finished comprehending and strengthening his Battle Dao principle. He had gained a lot, and his strength had improved again. The greatest benefit was that Xiao Yang's horizons had been broadened, and his state of mind had changed. This experience allowed him to have a clearer direction for his cultivation and improvement in the Dao realm. It was unlikely that he would encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation before the 16th level of the Dao realm. It was time to catch a big fish. It so happened that the genius of the Azure Dragon tribe was also on the move. The timing was perfect. My Dao path extension depends on you, big fish, Chu Xian thought silently. It's time. Chu Xian's voice rang out in Xiao Yang's mind. Yes, master. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. He could almost envision the great opportunity and treasure right in front of him. Chu Xian could not help but fall into a state of deep thought. Was he setting a bad example? His actions would not lead his disciples astray, right? When they became stronger one day, would they try to obtain treasures and opportunities like this? Forget it, I can't be bothered. Chu Xian pondered. In any case, if his disciples were truly interested in fishing for treasures, he would impart some of his skills and knowledge to them. He instructed Xiao Yang to go to the core of the treasure land, where there was a skyhook embedded in the ground. It was pitch black and mottled, as if it had been eroded by countless passing years. This skyhook was the true trump card left behind by the skyhook race's expert. Once this skyhook was activated and awakened, the other party could use it to channel their wisp of consciousness. That expert would be able to use the skyhook as a medium to observe Xiao Yang and discover his monstrous abilities. Once the other party was tempted by Xiao Yang, he would definitely use the skyhook as a guide for his wisp of consciousness to descend, hopefully with a supreme treasure. It was actually very easy to activate this skyhook. As long as one's battle intent was strong enough, one could activate the skyhook. It seemed simple, but the requirement for battle intent was not low. Use your battle intent to activate the skyhook. Yes, master. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and calmed his excited heart. It was time to act, and he could not expose any flaws to the other party. Of course, an existence of that level would not care about the changes in Xiao Yang's expression. There was no way the other party would believe that they were being deceived by a mere 5th-level Dao realm cultivator. That would be unthinkable. After all, there were no experts at their level in the 9 zones. This carelessness was what would give Chu Xian the opportunity he needed. Xiao Yang's battle intent was triggered as he charged toward the skyhook. To make Xiao Yang's talent even more obvious, Chu Xian attached a small portion of the power of the heavenly Dao laws to Xiao Yang's body, empowering his battle intent. Xiao Yang's battle intent had now far exceeded the required amount to activate the skyhook. Chu Xian was brimming with confidence. He would catch this big fish for sure. 441 Fishing with a Skyhook, Part 2. The skyhook trembled and, at the same time, it emitted a unique battle intent. In an instant, it was as if something had been triggered. Chu Xian did not stop it, allowing the skyhook to connect with the existence beyond the 9 zones. Somewhere in the ancient chaos world, a huge skyhook stood upright, as if it was going to slash the heavens. This place was filled with a violent battle intent. Near the skyhook race's territory, there was not a single subordinate force. No force was willing to serve the skyhook race, and they preferred it this way as well. In the eyes of the other races, the skyhook race were a bunch of lunatics who would start a fight at the drop of a hat. Even the powerful races in the ancient chaos world stayed far away from this race. They did not want to deal with them unless it was absolutely necessary. It was not a matter regarding strength, nor that of fear, but rather that it was troublesome to deal with them. No one liked dealing with people who would find every excuse to pick a fight. In fact, no one would come within a 10,000-mile radius of the skyhook race's territory. They would not even pass by. There was once an expert who had tried this and gotten into trouble. What are you looking at? I'm just passing by. If you're just passing by, why are you looking at me? You were the one who called out to me. So what? Die. Then, that expert had been swarmed by the Skyhook race and had barely escaped with his life. Even now, he was still recovering from his injuries. From then on, no one dared to pass by within 10,000 kilometers of the Skyhook race's territory. They were a bunch of lunatics who were also very strong. In fact, there had been many forces around them when they first arrived at the ancient Chaos world. However, each and every one moved away after several interactions with the Skyhook race. At this moment, in the core of the Skyhook race's territory, in a secret room, an expert from the Skyhook race sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The Skyhook behind his head emitted an intense amount of battle intent that filled the room. Countless illusory shadows appeared on the wall, and they were in the midst of a constant battle. This was the Skyhook race's third ancestor, Tiangu Zheng, a 9 Extreme Daiyuan expert. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful figure even among 9 Extreme Daiyuan cultivators. He had once fought 1v3 without being at a disadvantage. The reason why the Skyhook race could be so overbearing, arrogant, and domineering was because they were strong. Otherwise, they would have been exterminated by others by now. In the entire ancient Chaos world, Tiangu Zheng's strength was one of the top experts, apart from those who had transcended the 9 Extreme Daiyuan realm. He was a simple-minded person who did not think too much and did not consider things in the long run. All that mattered to him was what he felt in the moment. Once he started fighting, it would not end until one party was dead. Even surrendering or apologizing would not help. Therefore, even the top experts did not want to provoke him. Tiangu Zheng suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. The Skyhook at the back of his head trembled. Then, he became overjoyed. The Skyhook in the 9 zones had actually been activated. Who activated it? Tiangu Zheng tried to send a wisp of his consciousness over to the Skyhook in the 9 zones. The illusory shadows that were fighting in the secret room all disappeared in an instant. His wisp of consciousness formed a mysterious connection to the Skyhook. He was very careful, and only sent over a very weak wisp of consciousness to avoid triggering the rejection of the Great Dao. As soon as the wisp of consciousness, Tiangu Zheng was stunned. Battle intent had actually triggered the resonance of the Skyhook and activated it. He used his wisp of consciousness to observe the surroundings and suddenly saw a human youth. 442 Fishing with a Skyhook, Part 3. Ah, it was this kid. This was an unexpected gain. Should he descend now and take over the kid's body? Hold on, what was this? Tiangu Zheng was shocked. The kid was not very strong, but he was able to erupt with battle intent that was 100 times stronger than his cultivation level. Amazing! It was no wonder he could activate the Skyhook. What a good seedling! Tiangu Zheng laughed sinisterly. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to destroy this kid and take over his body. Then, he quickly stopped himself. Such a monstrous talent, fate, and battle intent. Would it not be better to turn this kid into his avatar? His consciousness returned to the ancient Chaos world. In the secret room, Tiangu Zheng was deep in thought. Should he turn the other party into an avatar? Destroying such a good vessel would be such a waste. Furthermore, it was the perfect fit for him. This avatar might even be able to reach the Daiyuan realm. If he could also nurture it to the 9 Extreme Daiyuan realm, and then combine it with his original body, even if he did not cut off the source of his Dao path, no one within the 9 Extreme Daiyuan realm would be his match. Tiangu Zheng was extremely tempted. His wisp of consciousness descended upon the Skyhook once again and observed Xiao Yang. He realized that Xiao Yang's battle intent seemed to be getting stronger. It was as if he was about to undergo a metamorphosis. With such little strength, he actually wanted to transform his battle intent? He was a peerless monster. At this point, Xiao Yang's battle intent had even surpassed Tiangu Zheng's when the latter was at the same cultivation realm. This was a great opportunity. With this thought, he decided that he had to turn this kid into his avatar. He would inherit the kid's talent and fate. Tiangu Zheng immediately started his preparations. His avatar had to be strong, so he had to quickly improve its cultivation. The period of calamity was the best opportunity for this, but it would require precious treasures. The human boy used a spear. His physical body was also powerful. Tiangu Zheng immediately started preparing the various treasures needed to increase Xiao Yang's strength. He would not skimp on his avatar's needs. Skyhook then left the Skyhook race's territory and headed toward the base of a particular small force. They had a treasure he needed. Although the small force was the subordinate force of a powerful race, he did not care. Since he wanted it, he would have it. He simply walked in and beat everyone up and took the treasure. This infuriated everyone. However, he then said, "I don't have time to fight today. If you dare to stop me, I will come knocking on your doors every day to pick a fight." In the end, they gave up. It was not worth getting entangled with Tiangu Zheng and the Skyhook race for the sake of a single treasure. After Tiangu Zheng obtained that treasure, he took out a fang-shaped true treasure, which he had obtained from a powerful chaotic being. It was also one of his secret treasures. It could be said that he had put a lot of effort and thought into this. 443 Fighting Fish, Part 1. Chu Xian looked at the Skyhook in the 9 zones and revealed a knowing smile. Another big fish had taken the bait, and was probably preparing the necessary treasures. He then turned to the Azure Dragon tribe's genius, who was the chess piece of his chosen scapegoat. At this moment, this genius, who was cultivating in seclusion and preparing for a breakthrough, fell into a deep sleep without a sound, the kind where one would not wake up until a life and death crisis occurred. As for his backer's treasure, it had already miraculously appeared in the Skyhook race's treasure land, though it remained concealed for now. Just like the Jade Crystal Palace, this treasure contained residual traces of its former master. This should allow them to identify the other party. Chu Xian was waiting. The wisp of consciousness descended upon the Skyhook again. This time, the wisp of consciousness was slightly stronger. This process repeated itself several times, each time with a little more strength. The other party was trying to test the upper limit of the strength of the wisp of consciousness before it would trigger the rejection of the Great Dao. From this, Chu Xian judged that the wisp of consciousness of this Skyhook race expert was weaker than the dragon expert. Perhaps not in terms of raw strength, but at least in terms of the level of control and concealment. The dragon expert had been able to send over a stronger wisp of consciousness due to that. After that, a small vortex appeared above the Skyhook, and an item flew out. Xiao Yang's eyes flickered as he looked at the item that flew out. "Catch it!" Chu Xian's voice rang out in his mind. Xiao Yang immediately caught the item joyfully. At the same time, he moved closer to the Skyhook with excitement and curiosity on his face, clearly waiting for more treasures to fly out. Not long after, another treasure flew out from the Skyhook. Xiao Yang also accepted it. Chu Xian looked on silently. The other party was testing the transmission of items and at the same time, using treasures to keep Xiao Yang in place, afraid that Xiao Yang would leave the vicinity of the Skyhook. After a few more small items, the true treasure arrived. The previous treasures looked good, but were actually only useful to those below the 6th level of the Dao realm. A fang flew out of the vortex. The fang was also accompanied by a white pearl, and it was attached with Tiangu Zheng's wisp of consciousness. Chu Xian's eyes flickered. These guys were indeed rich. He had used a chaos-grade treasure. That fang was not simple, and definitely came from a chaotic being. The white pearl contained the essence of life and could condense more on its own. It could be considered an extraordinary treasure. Dao realm cultivators with this treasure could quickly recover even if they were heavily injured. In fact, they would even be able to burn their life essence to cast certain forbidden secret techniques to an extent, and use this treasure to replenish it without worrying about the after effects. Moreover, the white pearl was not a single-use item. From this, it could be seen that the Skyhook race expert valued Xiao Yang's potential as an avatar very much. The fang and the white pearl flew towards Xiao Yang. Tiangu Zheng was excited. He was about to obtain his avatar. In the game of the 9 territories, he had taken the initiative. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar was heard. Tiangu Zheng was stunned. Why was there a dragon's roar? Were there still dragons in the 9 zones? How was that possible? At this moment, the shadow of a giant dragon swooped down. It extended its claws and grabbed the fang and the white pearl. Boom! Once it caught the treasures, it instantly shattered Tiangu Zheng's wisp of consciousness. The shattered wisp of consciousness let out a furious roar before it dissipated. Long Chong, you worm! I, Tiangu Zheng, will not rest until you die. It seemed that they did know one another. Tiangu Zheng? Long Chong? It looked like Chu Xian's plan was a success. The shadow of the giant dragon disappeared, and the treasure miraculously reappeared in the hands of that Azure Dragon tribe genius, who also coincidentally woke up. The fang and the white pearl were now in Xiao Liang's hands. These are all pretty good treasures. Make good use of them. Xiao Liang was extremely excited. Many thanks, Master. Master was still the best. Those so-called strong people were all toyed with by his master. The white pearl can be used to nurture the slow vine. Chu Xian gave Xiao Liang some pointers on how to efficiently use the treasures to increase his strength and cultivation level. Xiao Liang noted them down. His slow vine was still in its state of infancy, and was unable to display too much power. However, with the white pearl, he would be able to nurture it so that it would develop much faster. Incidentally, the battle intent around the skyhook in the 9 zones faded away as well. It was now useless. 444 Fighting Fish, Part 2. It cracked and fell to the ground. Chu Xian would not let Tiangu Zheng have another opportunity to send his wisp of consciousness into the 9 zones. After all, he had no more treasures to offer. You did not leave seclusion, and schemed to gain a precious treasure for your disciple. You have been rewarded with 1,000-mile Dao path extension. The system's reward came as expected. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Sure enough, the system's rewards trumped months of assiduous cultivation. 5,000-mile Dao path. He was halfway to the benchmark. That being said, the 10,000-mile mark was not his goal, but rather the Dao path length he initially bragged about, which was millions of miles. Ancient Chaos World. Tiangu Zheng was going crazy. He had gone to great lengths to obtain the white pearl, and had even prepared the fang of the chaotic being, yet it had all been for naught. He could not take this lying down. His aura erupted, and with a bang, the secret room instantly exploded. Many other Skyhook clansmen trembled in fear as they looked in his direction in shock. What was wrong with the third ancestor? Who made him angry? There was actually someone who dared to anger the third ancestor? They stared at him in disbelief. Long Chong, I'm not done with you. Tiangu Zheng soared into the sky and charged toward a certain place in the ancient chaos world. The onlookers were stunned. He was going to find trouble with the dragon race? How did the dragon race offend this lunatic? The forces that Tiangu Zheng passed by all trembled with fear and kept their heads down. No one wanted to accidentally provoke a furious Skyhook race expert. If they were caught up in the incident, it would be too late to cry tears of regret. The experts of the ancient chaos world were dumbfounded. The great Dao calamity was approaching. Logically speaking, everyone should be avoiding conflicts at this stage. Why were these 9 extreme Daoyuan experts all so hot-tempered? Tian Mo Lai and ancestor Yuan Shan were still fighting in the chaos. Although the intensity of their fight had subsided somewhat, there were no signs of them stopping. In fact, both of them had suffered some degree of injuries. Was Tiangu Zheng going to follow in their footsteps? All of the experts looked in the direction of the dragon race's territory curiously. Somewhere in the ancient chaos world, there was a sea with countless islands. This was where the dragon race's territory was. At first, this place was just a large lake. Then, after the dragon race was expelled from the 9 zones, they arrived at this place and began to expand it, to the point it became a sea. The dragon race was considered one of the overlord races of the ancient chaos world. Nearby, there were some other monster tribes living on the islands. These were all subordinates of the dragon race, and possessed some measure of the dragon race's bloodline. Suddenly, a destructive aura descended. A curved hook fell from the sky. With a bang, a huge island was instantly turned into dust. The monster tribes living on the islands were all shocked. There was actually someone who dared to attack the dragon race's territory? Who was so bold? When they saw who it was, they were so scared that they all jumped into the sea to hide. Why was this person here? It was actually the third ancestor of the Skyhook race, Tiangu Zheng. It was one of the F***ing lunatics. Did the dragon ancestor offend him? Long Chong, you worm, get out here. Tiangu Zheng's aura exploded and suppressed the entire region. A terrifying skyhook manifested above his head, and turned all of the living beings nearby into nothingness instantly. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard, after which a golden dragon flew out. After the enormous golden dragon appeared, it transformed into human form with a pair of dragon horns on its head. His eyes were cold as he looked at Tiangu Zheng. The Skyhook race was strong, and they loved to fight. Furthermore, there was no end to their madness. However, the dragon race was not afraid of them. Tiangu Zheng, you are acting presumptuously. I am. Tiangu Zheng was furious. Long Chong, you worm, you dared to ruin my 9 zones plan and made me suffer heavy losses, yet you're calling me presumptuous. Do you think that I am afraid of your worm race? Long Chong was so angry that his face turned purple. The dragons hated being called worms. When have I ever ruined your 9 zones plan? My wisp of consciousness was just about to descend. Did you think I wouldn't find out if you destroyed it? Tiangu Zheng quivered with rage. Long Chang's gaze focused. He did not doubt Tiangu Zheng's words. This guy was a little crazy, but the only good thing about him was that he would not slander others. Could it be that his chess piece in the 9 zones had killed Tiangu Zheng's chess piece just as his wisp of consciousness was about to descend? That should be the case. After he thought it through, he immediately sneered and said, "What a joke! If your chess piece was weaker than mine, how can you blame me for it? It's your own damn fault for picking a useless chess piece." "Good, it was indeed you. Then die." Hearing that admission, Tiangu Zheng immediately attacked. Boom! The power of his Dao path was unleashed, blasting toward Long Chong. The sea roiled, and all of the islands within a 10,000 mile radius turned into nothingness, including the living beings on them. Long Chong was furious. Tiangu Zheng. 445 Fighting Fish, Part 3. Boom! Long Chong also made his move. At the same time, he erected a barrier to block Tiangu Zheng's attack. Spatial cracks started appearing in their surroundings. Long Chong resisted with all of his might, but things were getting tenuous, and he was gradually falling into a disadvantaged state. It was more difficult to protect than to attack. Boom! From the sea, another figure appeared and took over the role of defending. Tiangu Zheng. If you want to fight, then let's do it. Come with me to the chaos. Long Chang's gaze was cold as he soared into the sky and headed toward the chaos. However, Tiangu Zheng did not budge. It appeared that he wanted to cause as much collateral damage to the dragon race's territory as possible. The battle between 2 9 extreme Daeyuan cultivators would wreak havoc in their surroundings. The shockwaves from the battle would likely wipe out many of their subordinate forces as well as the weaker members of their race. If you insist on fighting here, I'll go to your Skyhook race's territory. Humph! Although Tiangu Zheng was furious, he would not jeopardize his race's safety. With a flash, Tiangu Zheng flew toward the chaos as well. Boom! In the chaos, the battle between Tiangu Zheng and Long Chong was much more intense than the one between Tian Mo Lai and ancestor Yuan Shan. Tiangu Zheng was a lunatic, and fought like one too. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the border of the ancient chaos world, a few powerful figures appeared. They were all 9 extreme Daiyuan experts. They observed the battle silently. Battles between 9 extreme Dao creators were extremely rare, perhaps not even once in 100,000 years. Even then, it would only be to test each other's strength and not a fight to the death. Was all of this happening due to the great Dao calamity? Long Chong was at a disadvantage, and was being suppressed by Tiangu Zheng. Roar! In the end, he had no choice but to reveal his true form to fight. A giant golden dragon manifested itself in the darkness of the chaos. Boom! The fight instantly became even. On the other side, the battle between Tian Mo Lai and Ancestor Yuan Shan was still ongoing. The sudden battle between Tiangu Zheng and Long Chong seemed to breathe new life into their fight, which immediately intensified. What was going on with these 4? No one knew when the battles would subside. After 2 days, Long Chong no longer wanted to fight. However, there was no way Tiangu Zheng was going to let him go. Therefore, the fight continued. He cursed inwardly. Why was he being blamed for Tiangu Zheng's inadequacy? That damn lunatic should have just chosen a better chess piece. 446 Innate Fire Spirit, Part 1. While all of this was happening, the instigator, Chu Xian, was already making plans to use Xiang Xing as bait. He was ready to catch another big fish. Interestingly, the hidden expert who had his eye on Xiang Xing was not an expert from a powerful race or force, but rather a wandering expert. Chu Xian's gaze focused on a certain place in the 9 zones, which was covered in red flames so hot that they would even melt a divine artifact. The aura of the flames here was similar to the aura Chu Xian sensed from that hidden expert. Was this that expert's previous cultivation abode? Or perhaps even his residence? Chu Xian instructed Xiang Xing to head over to that place, which was an underground cave, and cultivate. Xiang Xing was born with fiery bones and cultivated the Fire Dao principle. With his Dao realm cultivation, he could withstand the heat of the red flames. Chu Xian patiently waited. Xiang Xing would need time to comprehend the Fire Dao principle exuded by the red flames. As Xiang Xing continued to cultivate and comprehend the Fire Dao principle, Chu Xian pondered on whether he should pick another scapegoat. He was not sure if the dragon race expert could handle 2 enemies. Then, Chu Xian's gaze turned towards Wang Luo, Ding Yu, Qian Ming, He Yu, and Qin Ying. There was even someone eyeing Qin Ying as a chess piece, as well as Ren Changhe. It seemed that even his in-name disciples might yield him some rewards. The only 2 who did not seem to attract the attention of these hidden experts were Chu Pingfen and King Slayer, as they were both extreme Dao cultivators, which made them unsuitable vessels. Perhaps if that remnant wisp of consciousness of the 3rd ancestor of the human race was still alive, then one of those 2 might have been targeted. Aside from the extreme Dao being unique in terms of cultivation, selecting one as a vessel was problematic in other ways. The probability of an extreme Dao cultivator dying prematurely was too high, which was too much of a risk to take for these hidden experts' plans. Chu Xian then turned his gaze to Du Yuan and the little evil king. After the transformation process, Du Yuan's physical body and talents improved significantly. Although he was not among the top-level heavens blessed, he was at least qualified to be one now. The little evil king, on the other hand, had officially risen to prominence. His talent was extraordinary, and his fate was also strong. He continued to pursue the evil son, searching doggedly for his whereabouts. Although Chu Xian suspected that their opportunity had to do with a plan laid out with the giant race, up till now, no connection had been made with either Du Yuan or the little evil king. Ji Dexin was also getting stronger. Given Ji Dexin's status as a half-saint of the celestial race in his previous life, Chu Xian was still curious as to what his true intentions were. Ji Dexin possessed a supreme treasure that could block the prying of the heavenly Dao laws. Furthermore, it appeared that there was a hidden expert behind him too. Why was he helping the human race? Furthermore, it even seemed like he wanted to become a human king. Was it for real, or was it all a facade? Would he turn on the human race after becoming a human king? Among the experts of the three races back then, many were once humans. However, they had separated themselves from the human race and no longer acknowledged their identity as human beings. Even their bloodlines were different. Chu Xian fell into a state of deep thought. Had Ji Dexin been one of those human experts from back then, and had reincarnated into the Ji family after a change of heart? It was not impossible, although the probability was a little small. Furthermore, did the human king of the Ji family know about this? Was Ji Dexin part of the latter's plan? On the human side, only Yang, the 10th ancestor of the human race, had appeared. There were many questions, but not enough answers. In any case, Chu Xian had to focus on his cultivation. Only by being strong enough would he be able to deal with the situations thrown at him once the Great Dao calamity arrived. 447 Innate Fire Spirit, Part 2. In order to get stronger, his top priority was to catch some big fishes and reap the corresponding rewards from the system to extend his Dao path. Xiang Xing opened his eyes. He had gained enough insight from this treasure land. We can start now. Chu Xian's voice resounded in his mind. Xiang Xing was excited. Was he finally going to obtain a supreme treasure? Buzz! Flames surged out of his body, and his fiery bones physique appeared. His fire Dao principle resonated with the red flames around him. Whoosh! The red flames seemed to have been activated, and a faint aura emerged. Ancient Chaos World. In a blazing hot place, red flames illuminated the surroundings and covered an area of 100,000 miles. At its center, there was a bare red mountain peak that seemed to be as hot as molten iron. At the peak of the mountain, there was a flame swaying. It was this flame that fueled all of the other flames in this area, turning it into a forbidden zone. Other than those who had truly cultivated the Fire Dao principle, no one else would dare to step into this place. In the ancient Chaos World, there were many Fire Dao principle experts, of which the most famous one was the master of the Red Volcano. Huo Xian. Huo Xian's origin was extraordinary. He was an innate fire spirit who was born when the 9 zones were created. He had transcended many calamities and, over a long period of time, developed to this state. Despite being a fire spirit, he had not been subdued or refined by an expert. This was because, by the time he was discovered, his strength had already reached a terrifying level. Even so, there were countless experts who wanted to refine him, yet with his strength, he fought them off, even killing them. After that, Huo Xian became known as a top expert. He was the foremost expert regarding the Fire Dao of the 9 zones. After many mystic flames and spiritual flames in the 9 zones gained sentience, they all worshipped Huo Xian as their ancestor. Under Huo Xian's protection, these fire spirits began to grow, and ultimately became an entire race. However, after the Great Dao calamity, the fire spirit race was almost wiped out and retreated from the 9 zone. Huo Xian himself entered the ancient Chaos World. There were not many fire spirits left in the ancient Chaos World currently. The fire spirit race had long become a thing of the past. Still, Huo Xian was still alive and extremely powerful. It was rumored that Huo Xian had searched for a body that could contain his fire spirit body countless times. He had even thought of occupying the body of a giant for his own use. In the end, because his fire spirit body was too strong and too hot, no physical body could withstand it. Moreover, he had extremely high requirements for his physical body. The flame at the peak of the red volcano was his true body. The dancing flame seemed to be silent, and from afar, one could not tell how hot it was. However, in the entire ancient Chaos World, not even 9 extreme Daiyuan cultivators dared to get close. No one knew how strong he was. Other than the first time he arrived at the ancient Chaos World, when an expert had tried to subdue him and refine him, he had not made a move until now. Back then, an expert who had just reached the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm, tried to capture Huo Xian, but he was burned to the point of almost collapsing. His cultivation level fell, and he had yet to recover. Perhaps it never would. Many experts in the ancient chaos world still remembered this incident, as it was one of the few times a 9 extreme Daiyuan expert had been so gravely injured. As such, they learned to fear Huo Xian, and regarded him as an existence only second to chaotic beings. Chaotic beings had only appeared at the beginning of the chaos, and no more had appeared after a certain number of years. In the past, chaotic beings were high and mighty, ruling over everything in the 9 zones. It was only after countless battles and innumerable deaths that the living beings of the 9 zones defeated the chaotic beings. However, these were the weaker chaotic beings. If the chaotic beings from back then, who were likely exploring the chaos, were still alive, how terrifying would their strength be? The flame on the red volcano suddenly shook and turned into human form. His brows were slightly furrowed. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and a wisp of his consciousness was channeled somewhere through a mysterious force. Chu Xian's brows suddenly rose. Here it comes, a big fish had taken the bait. The red flames jumped up as if they were alive. Xiang Xing was still circulating his fire Dao principle, and his fiery bones physique was faintly visible. The wisp of consciousness in the red flames silently watched Xiang Xing motionlessly for a long time. Was he not taking the bait? Chu Xian frowned. Did this person not have any thoughts of creating an avatar? He could tell that this person was different from the other experts. It seemed like he was actually a fire spirit. The wisp of consciousness within the flames disappeared. A moment later, it reappeared. A small red stone flew out. Xiang Xing stretched out his hand to catch it. The red stone contained Fire Dao principle. To a Fire Dao cultivator, this was considered a treasure. However, it was not a supreme treasure on the level that Xiaoliang and Demon Buddha had received. Chu Xian was not in a hurry. This was only the beginning. He looked at the Azure Dragon tribe's genius. Perhaps that dragon race expert could handle one more. The genius felt like he was close to a breakthrough and sat down cross-legged again. He immediately went into seclusion. That supreme treasure that accompanied him naturally disappeared, and reappeared not far from where Xiang Xing was, concealed once again by Chu Xian. Even if that dragon race expert could not handle it, there were other dragon race experts, right? Chu Xian was sure that they would figure something out. Thus, he happily proceeded. There was not enough time to find another scapegoat anyway. Xiang Xing was very excited as he waited for the arrival of the supreme treasure. Ancient Chaos World. On the red volcano. Huo Xian muttered something to himself. After a while, a faint red flame emerged, which looked like a scarlet flower. It had a special aura. This human genius was very special. Not only did he cultivate the Fire Dao principle, but his fiery bones physique made him very suitable to be turned into an avatar. Furthermore, once the avatar had grown stronger, it would even be able to accommodate his fire spirit body. This wisp of origin source flame was very suitable for the avatar. It was no less valuable than a supreme treasure, especially for Fire Dao cultivators, as it would help them comprehend various aspects of the Fire Dao principle rapidly, and increase one's cultivation level. Back then, Huo Xian had relied on this origin flame to kill many experts who had besieged him and create the fire spirit race. He had not been the only innate fire spirit born in that place at the time. However, he was lucky. Back then, a chaotic being fell and its blood spilled on the earth, it seeped into his flame, allowing him to gain sentience first and take the initiative to devour the rest of the flames. 448 Chaos in the Chaos, Part 1. The fact that Huo Xian had taken out this wisp of origin flame showed how much he valued Xiang Xing's potential as an avatar. Even if the origin flame was of no use to him now, it was one of the things he had relied on to rise to power. It was extremely precious and had a special meaning. Moreover, this wisp of origin flame was special. It was something that was born with the creation of the 9 zones. No one knew how many of such items there were in the 9 zones, but those that had been found all ended becoming powerful supreme treasures. Huo Xian looked at the wisp of origin flame and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he decided to use this wisp of origin flame to help his avatar develop. This was a priceless opportunity. His potential avatar shouldered the fate of the Great Dao and was a peerless genius of the human race, which was the current overlord race of the 9 zones. As such, all the right pieces of the puzzle were in place. With just a little push, his avatar would be able to rise quickly amidst the calamity, perhaps even reaching the Daiyuan realm. Thinking this, Huo Xian made up his mind. A wisp of his consciousness attached itself to the origin flame as it was transmitted into the 9 zones. Chu Xian and Xiang Xing were waiting for the treasure to appear. Xiang Xing in particular was very excited. Fishing for supreme treasures and toying with an expert far beyond his cultivation level was an exhilarating experience. When he became stronger, he wanted to do the same. His master was truly setting a great example. The red flames flickered, and a special ball of flame flew towards Xiang Xing. Chu Xian was shocked. What was that person's background? This wisp of flame was not simple at all. Origin flame? Holy sh*t. Roar. Just as the ball of flame was about to reach Xiang Xing, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded in the cave. A giant shadow of a dragon suddenly swooped down and clawed at the ball of flame. It seemed to be a full-force attack. Xiang Xing also let out a furious roar. Flames surged around his body, and his eyes turned red with anger. How dare you! It was as if he wanted to stop the dragon. The corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched. Xiang Xing's acting skills were top-notch. It seemed that he was preparing an excuse for the future when he met Huo Xian in the future. If the other party questioned him about the origin flame, he would be able to say that he had fought with his life to obtain it. Long Chong, you want to stop me? The wisp of consciousness transmitted its thoughts into its surroundings. The giant shadow of the dragon remained silent as it used its claw to crush the wisp of consciousness. Before the wisp of consciousness completely disappeared, the giant dragon pretended to be extremely weak and exhausted. Huo Xian's wisp of consciousness completely dissipated. Since Xiang Xing wanted to find an excuse for their possible meeting in the future, Chu Xian would make it seem believable. The origin flame floated over and entered Xiang Xing's body. This is good stuff. It might be a little painful, but you have to bear with it. Chu Xian's voice rang out in Xiang Xing's mind. You did not leave seclusion, and schemed to gain a precious treasure for your disciple. You have been rewarded with 1,000-mile Dao path extension. The system's reward came. Another 1,000-mile Dao path extension. Chu Xian was overjoyed, but quickly turned his attention back to Xiang Xing, who was currently engulfed in flames, and was in so much pain that he could not speak. It was a little painful, but he would not die. In fact, he would even undergo a significant transformation after this. The supreme treasure of the Azure Dragon tribe disappeared and returned to him. He woke up from his secluded cultivation and realized that he still had not made a breakthrough. He sighed inwardly. He was still lacking. He had to continue to temper himself, find a few more treasure lands, and find some opportunities. Then, he should be able to break through. Ancient Chaos World. The battles between the 4-9 extreme Daiyuan experts was still ongoing. It was common for battles between 9 extreme Daiyuan cultivators to last for years or even decades. Although the battle between Tian Mo Lai and ancestor Yuan Shan had not ended, the intensity had subsided. As for Tiangu Zheng, that lunatic, he was simply fighting harder and harder as time passed. Long Chong was very sullen. He did not want to fight. However, Tiangu Zheng was not going to stop. What could he do? 449 Chaos in the Chaos, Part 2. Admit defeat? It was impossible. Never. As a member of the Supreme Dragon race, how could he admit defeat? Since he wanted a fight, then a fight he would get. Long Chong snorted coldly in his heart. He wanted to see how long this lunatic could keep this up. Many cultivators were also watching. Battles between 9 extreme Daeyuan cultivators were rare, so many cultivators watched in the hope of gleaning some insights that would help them advance their cultivation levels. Although the probability of this happening was very small, it had happened before, so it was possible. At this moment, somewhere in the ancient chaos world, a flame suddenly burst out, alarming countless cultivators. It was that person? They were bewildered. Huo Xian was a very low-key person. He stayed in the red volcano all year round and hardly came into contact with anyone. The flame seemed to be burning with anger. Who had provoked him? Could it be that someone wanted to take advantage of the approaching Great Dao calamity to subdue and refine Huo Xian to strengthen their cultivation foundation ahead of the calamity? Did they not know how powerful he was? The flame flickered and disappeared. In an instant, the cultivators watching the fight felt a scorching aura. Wait a second. Was Huo Xian coming in their direction? Shua! The flame flickered and appeared in the chaos. It gradually expanded, and caused the surroundings to turn into a sea of fire. Boom! The flame transformed into a huge red sword. A furious roar rang out. Long Chong, there were no grudges between us, but you actually ruined my opportunity. The huge sword slashed toward Long Chong. The latter was stunned. He had mistakenly thought that Huo Xian was chasing after someone else and had completely ignored him. What was going on? Was it related to the 9 zones again? Long Chong was dumbfounded. That chess piece of his did not seem to be too powerful. Were all of the cultivators in the 9 zones this weak now? Regardless of the reason, he felt a strong sense of danger as soon as Huo Xian made his move. Huo Xian was very, very strong. Aobo was not afraid of him in a one-on-one fight. However, he was currently in the middle of a battle with Tiangu Zheng. When the latter saw Huo Xian attack, he was extremely excited and instantly launched a fierce attack. 2 against 1. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. What was going on? What had Long Chong done to these two? Long Chong did not have a reputation for causing trouble. In fact, he was rather low-key and did not have a bad temper. Roar! Long Chang's aura erupted and covered his body. He was going all out. He could not afford to be careless fighting these two. Huo Xian, the situation in the 9 zones is dependent on our own means. Why are you taking your loss so badly? Huo Xian's face was cold, and he did not say anything. His violent attacks continued. He was taking his loss badly? Had it been a normal confrontation or a normal fight, a loss would be a loss. However, Long Chong had actually personally made a move. There was no way any of the vessels in the 9 zones could have destroyed a wisp of consciousness of someone of his level. Long Chong had definitely concealed a portion of his power in his chess piece's supreme treasure, and was trying to use it to destroy the plans of others. He had completely disregarded the rules. Long Chong roared and cursed at Tiangu Zhen and Huo Xian as they teamed up on him. Did they think that he was easy to bully? The battle was extremely intense. The chaos shook and even affected the ancient chaos world. Stop it! The surrounding cultivators all took action to block the energy shockwaves. All of them had extremely grave expressions. At this moment, Long Chong was already completely suppressed. However, they had to admit that the dragon expert indeed had a sturdy defense. On the other side, Tian Molai and Ancestor Yuan Shan finally stopped fighting. The two of them rushed over to watch the battle. 2 against 1. Long Chong was very strong. There were many burn marks on his body. Tiangu Zheng, you are shameless! Long Chong roared. This lunatic was actually trying to attack his blind spots when he defended himself against Huo Xian's attacks. 450 Chaos in the Chaos, Part 3. Despicable! Long Chong roared again. His dragon body grew larger and larger, and his aura intensified. Then, a spot of light appeared, and moments later, another 8 lights lit up in succession. The spectating cultivators' expressions changed at this moment. Long Chong was actually forced to use the power of the 9th extreme Daiyuan. However, Tiangu Zheng soon followed suit. Huo Xian did not activate the power of the 9th extreme Daiyuan, but he did activate it up to the 3rd extreme Daiyuan. This was a fight to the death. They were going all out. To everyone's shock, Huo Xian's strength did not lag behind the other two, despite only activating the power of the 3rd extreme Daiyuan. This guy had the potential to break through to the next realm. As expected of an innate fire spirit. As they fought, the chaos shook more and more violently. Even the ancient chaos world could sense the fluctuations from the battle. Were it not for the combined efforts of many experts to set up a barrier, the living beings living at the edge of the ancient chaos world would have been killed. Yang, who had been using Yang Tian's body to traverse the 9 zones, suddenly left. The battle between them had spread far and wide, to the extent that it attracted the attention of experts who were not in the ancient chaos world. Outside the ancient chaos world, in a distant part of the chaos, a figure suddenly appeared atop a floating rock. The 3 extreme 9 Daiyuan realm experts, who were watching the battle, were shocked. What was going on? The Skyhook race and the Dragon race were at war? What was with that innate fire spirit? Yang was confused. Long Chong could not hold on much longer. After all, it was 1v2. Tiangu Zheng was not much weaker than him, and Huo Xian was stronger than him. He could sense it. Huo Xian was not using all of his strength, yet still managed to pressure Long Chong. At this moment, Long Chang's blood was in chaos, and countless drops of dragon blood were scattered in all directions. His body was covered in wounds. B****, do you really think that the dragon race is easy to bully? Long Chong was furious. 2 against 1, right? He was not the only 9 extreme Daiyuan expert in the dragon race. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated through the chaos. Long Chong was requesting help. Boom! In the ancient chaos world, 2 powerful auras rose to the sky. The giant dragons streaked across the sky and headed straight for the chaos. Tiangu Zheng, Huo Xian. Do you really want to be enemies with the dragon race? One of the dragons directly attacked Huo Xian with his claw. An aura soared into the sky from the Skyhook race. Another Skyhook race expert streaked across the sky and blocked the other giant dragon. Very good. Since the Skyhook race wants to fight, the dragon race will accompany you. The dragon's voice was cold. The Skyhook race expert frowned slightly. No matter how much the Skyhook race loved to fight, they were not complete fools. It was not wise to start a war with the dragon race now. I didn't mean that. It's just that Long Chong went a little overboard. All of the onlookers had grave expressions. The dragon race was one of the most powerful races in the ancient chaos world. If they started a war with the Skyhook race, the ramifications of that war would spread far and wide. It might even throw the entire ancient chaos world into chaos. The Great Dao calamity was approaching, and it was unwise for a war of this magnitude to take place now.